Yo Atlas speaking and welcome to the finale of What If I Was Reborn in the My Hero Academia world and gained the Craftsman System. Let the tale begin. Chapter 42, Gigantomachia. Late at night. Antoine was up late at night on his laptop. It's almost time for the League of Villains to meet up with All for One's main man. And Gigantomachia. I suppose I can crash a villains reunion party this weekend. Antoine smiled as he sent a message to Apex. Antoine finished typing on his laptop and closed it before teleporting from his dorm room and appearing in his secret lab. The security cameras focused on him while several turrets appeared aiming down on him, ready to pump him full of holes at any second. Intruder identified. Defense system deactivated. A robotic voice announced as the turrets flipped back onto the other side of the wall and the security cameras continued to turn left from right. Well. Good to know my defense against teleporters works. Now to get started on what I was planning to do here. Antoine muttered as he walked into a greenhouse filled with vibrant and colorful strange-looking plants. Antoine strolled around the lab-made greenhouse and looked at his supply of mutated plants. He grinned as one of the plants seemed to turn into a predatory plant. This plant was given lab rats as feed instead of the solar energy coming from the solar-powered lights above and water. The chomping plant tried to bite Antoine's finger when he attempted to pet it and was swiftly punished with a smack on the head. Don't fucking try to bite me, you shit. I made you and I can destroy you just as easily. Don't push me. He threatened the plant who continued to try and bite him. He took a deep breath before switching quirks using his nanites. His large afro hair rapidly started turning green before changing into something else entirely. The previous curly black hair that Antoine had was now replaced by green thorny vines entangled in each other. Electricity ran across Antoine's entire body from the quirk enhancement device and Antoine transformed into his shark form that was quite different from how it usually looked. Leaves were grown on the skin of his shark fin, his shark tail was turned into a type of bladed grass tail, his light blue shark skin was now a light green, and lastly the vines that were previously on his head seemed to have gone inside his body. Antoine balled his fist and opened it before vines shot out of his fingers. I guess this is the effect when I use one mutant type and an emitter type of quirk at the same time and enhance them, he muttered with a deep guttural voice. Antoine returned the vines back in his body as his senses were still getting used to this. The plants. I can control them now, Antoine muttered, feeling the plants in the room and trying to control them. My hypothesis was correct. Using Vine Girl's quirk and enhancing it had to give me control over more plants than just vines. And if it didn't, well, I'm sure Koda's quirk may produce something similar. From controlling animals to controlling all life. Who knows? Antoine chuckled as he forcefully made all the mutated plants grow to full maturity. He then controlled the plants to shoot out seeds for their next generation to grow and then accelerated their growth. He rinsed and repeated until he was suddenly starving from the energy expenditure of overusing his new plant quirk. He deactivated the quirk enhancer and returned back to his normal form with his stomach growling like a starving beast. He switched his quirks once more and used the air around him to collect all the fully grown plants as he shuffled to the kitchen. The plants were riding the wind current Antoine was manipulating and he shoved them all in his inventory as he made it into the kitchen holding his stomach. I feel like I went without food for weeks. Jesus. I guess with enhanced quirks come larger drawbacks as well. I might have to start storing full-course meals in my inventory soon. Antoine muttered to himself as he pressed a button and had a few chef androids come to the kitchen. Sir. Make me as much as you can. Use some of the funds from the company to refill our food stock if I'm not stuffed before we run out of food. Antoine ordered as he went to the dining room and laid his head on the table as his stomach decided to roar out in protest. To pass the time while suffering from stage 5 starvation, not an actual thing, Antoine decided to play on his game console. It wouldn't be long until a part of Antoine's 5-star meal started coming out. A wide grin appeared on his face as he put away his game and started stuffing his face. Apparently in his hunger, he was too caught up to notice that he was eating both the silverware and the plates after eating the food. The chef robots were too busy cooking and quickly bringing out more food to satisfy Antoine to notice his bizarre eating. It seems that the food supply did have to be refilled because Antoine cleared out all of their supply by the end of his shark feeding frenzy. The chef bots could be seen gasping and breathing for air in the kitchen afterwards after finally fulfilling the black hole that is their master's stomach. A loud burp that could probably be heard all over the lab rang out from the dining room and smiles appeared on the chef bots' faces. Damn, that shit was good! Antoine exclaimed before looking at the time. Well. That was a good breakfast, I guess. Time to get to work. Antoine said, realizing it was morning and almost time for battle. He walked into the debriefing room with a few members of Apex present. The debriefing room consisted of a large oval-shaped table with chairs all around it and a large bright screen in the front of the room. The screen showed the globe and certain percentages from different continents. 80% was from Asia, 10% from America, 5% from Europe, 2% from Africa, 2% from Australia, and 1% from Antarctica. Alright everyone. I'm sure I sent the details of your part in this operation, but just for fun let's go over it again. Antoine announced. We are to either hold off the League of Villains as you take on the one named Gigantomachia. Capture or detain the other villains as you fight Gigantomachia. Correct. You see. I plan to capture Gigantomachia for myself to study. But I still have plans for the other members of the League of Villains. So I can't let them interrupt me as I take on the strongest villain. That's why I chose you all. Neep. Neep. Runner Road honked with confidence and pride. MMPH. Flamey responded happily. If you say so, boss man, G-Smoke replied as he exhaled a cloud of smoke. This spider is on the case. Arachnid, the six-armed android responded. A few students in need of disciplinary punishment. I'm your teacher. Professor Infinite stated. Well. You all look ready. So let's go. Antoine said as his quirk got enhanced and transformed into his shark form. He then switched quirks as he and the other members of Apex vanished from the debriefing room and appeared in a forest clearing. Antoine looked around to see some parts of the forest completely decimated and some completely fine. But the League of Villains were completely absent. Lackey. What you got? One life source sensed 25 meters ahead. No other life signals present. Lackey responded. Shit. Did the Liberation Army already threaten the League of Villains? I must have got my timeline confused, or it changed for some reason. Well, no matter. The plan doesn't change much. You all are to head to Daika City in Aichi. The League of Villains will be facing off against the Meta Liberation Army there. You will all watch the battle unfold and then attack once both sides have been weakened enough to easily take care of. I've called the other members of Apex as reinforcements and they'll meet you there. I want both of them destroyed and under our control. No fatalities if you can help it. Antoine ordered as Apex went off. Antoine cracked his neck and body in preparation for his fight. He started heading towards where Gigantomachia was sleeping. He used the nanites to switch his quirk and grinned. Apparently the villain managed to sense him and awoke with a bellowing roar. He looked at Antoine in confusion. Get on your fucking knees, villain. The ultimate craftsman is here to beat the shit out of you. Antoine grinned. Weakling. I'll crush you, child. He responded, leaping towards Antoine. Too easy. Antoine chuckled as the villain was soon brainwashed by Shinso's quirk that Antoine stole. Gigantomachia's eyes were completely dazed out as he slid face first across the forest ground. Get up. Antoine ordered. The large villain did as he commanded. You are to now listen only to me and me only. Follow every one of my commands to the T until explicitly told not to. I'm your new boss now, and anyone associated with All for One is now your enemy. Yes, it responded. Antoine switched quirks and teleported himself and the still brainwashed Gigantomachia to his lab. He commanded the villain to enter a containment cell made for subjects with high physical strength quirks and left him there as a swarm of scientist bots entered the room with notepads and other lab equipment, ready to test and examine every nook and cranny of the giant fucker. Well, since taking care of that was so easy, I guess I'll go solve some crime, Antoine decided as he teleported to the nearest city in his hero costume. Lackey. Point me toward some crime. There is no crime in your local surroundings. Fuck. Alright, I guess I'll just fly around and see if any crime is going down myself, Antoine said as he pulled out his shark glider from his inventory and started flying above the city. Adamantium Shark Glider. This strangely designed hoverboard has been crafted in image of a shark. It has recently been recreated and used with superior materials this time around, increasing its capabilities to the peak. Flying speed is increased by 75% when chasing foes. When 1/10 of the glider is covered in blood, it will shift into overdrive. Speed is increased by 150% and defensive capabilities are increased by 90%. Haven't flew this baby around in a while. He grinned. I should get out more, Antoine said as he felt the cold December air blasting his body as he flew above the city. Boom! A large explosion sounded out and Antoine quickly flew towards it. Antoine spotted numerous civilians in trouble and 5 possible criminals getting away. I can't save these fucking idiots and beat the shit out of those guys at the same time, Antoine thought as he saw people trapped under rubble, running away from the fire, and stuck inside the burning or collapsing buildings. A news helicopter was flying overhead already and a small number of heroes were present down below also trying to save people. Antoine reached into his inventory, pulled out 3 briefcases and threw them down below as he flew towards the fleeing villains. The briefcases transformed into faceless training dummies and Lackey gave them Antoine's orders to save the nearby people. The first training dummy ran towards the first person it saw. Their lower body was trapped underneath some rubble and they couldn't lift the large piece of rock off of them. Save my mommy. Please. She's stuck and I can't. I can't. The sobbing terrified little girl tried lifting the piece of building up as her hair slowly lifted up. Please. Make sure my daughter gets to safety, the mother trapped said, giving in to her fate. The training bot transformed its spherical hands into human hands as the little girl desperately tried to lift the rubble. Her hair that was now lifting up entirely suddenly erupted into flames, firing a large wave of fire above them. The training bot easily lifted the rubble off of the mother and the little girl was hanging off the rubble from above waving her feet. Mommy! She exclaimed as she dropped down and hugged her mother who started crying along with her daughter. Her legs were pretty much mangled entirely and there was little hope of her ever walking again, but that didn't stop her from embracing her daughter. I thought I would never see you again. She hugged her daughter with as much love as she could while her heart was running a marathon in relief. The training bot threw the rubble away as it picked up the crippled mother and her daughter who recently awakened her quirk. It took them away to the ambulances, police officers, and fire trucks outside of the burning street. Thank you. Thank you so much. Whoever you are, the mother said with as much gratitude as she could. The training bot pointed to its chest. Made by the ultimate craftsman. Funded by Universal Crafts Emporium, she read as she and her daughter was taken away by the ambulance men. Thank you, Mr. Robot. The daughter said with a large cute smile as her hair was still ablaze and puffy eyes. The training bot waved goodbye before dashing straight back into the burning area as the other 2 training bots were bringing more civilians out. With Neil blasted forward with newfound speed now that he was actively chasing someone with his glider. He easily caught up to the criminals who most likely caused this incident and hopped off his glider to land in front of them. Alright, you fucking pieces of shit. Get ready to die and be fucking eviscerated by your local hero, the ultimate craftsman. Antoine said, swapping his quirk. And also noticing that they were all young men. Who the hell are you? The blocky criminal asked. I just told you. Antoine groaned. Just fucking kick his ass already. We gotta get out of here before more heroes show up. The shortest out of the bunch said. Antoine grinned. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Antoine vanished as he reappeared in front of the short teen. The short teen didn't even see him appear as Antoine kicked him in the stomach and launched him away at fast speeds into one of the buildings. Katsuo. One of the criminals yelled out. I'm guessing that guy was the leader of you little shits. Too bad he's fucking dead now. Antoine laughed as 3 of the total 5 young villains ran towards him. Lego Head, Giraffe Neck, and Pudgy. Let's see what you got. Before the 3 could reach him though, he felt a strange pull on his body. He was lifted into the air and being pulled towards one of the criminals who stayed back. With my drag quirk, you'll be forced to come towards me without being able to resist at all. He revealed. Lego Head materialized iron chains from his body and shaped them into the form of a knife as he stabbed towards the helpless Antoine. Although Antoine didn't have control over his body all that much, his tentacles however were not affected. The metal appendages blocked the large chain knife with ease as Antoine's body continued to float towards glasses using his drag quirk. But it seems that this group of criminals weren't just any half-bit group. After seeing Lego Head fail, Giraffe Neck and Pudgy tagged in. Pudgy's hands started glowing orange and he smacked Giraffe Neck's back with a loud smacking sound. Giraffe gritted his teeth as his body started rapidly vibrating in glowing orange and then he disappeared. Punch 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 kick kick punch elbow kick. Antoine was rapidly attacked by the high-speed moving kid all within a matter of seconds. Holy shit. These kids' quirks are pretty fucking good. Why the hell would they want to be villains when they can easily be heroes with quirks like these? And they even got some coordination with them, so they had to have been training to use them this well. Antoine thought as most of the blows were absorbed and didn't affect him at all thanks to his vibranium t-shirt. Although Antoine was interested in knowing why these group of promising young men would want to become villains, being ganged up and treated like a punching bag was very annoying. Antoine's tentacles finally finished analyzing the speedster's movements and captured him in one swift grab. With 2 of his tentacles busy, a third one shot a yellow laser beam at the telekinesis quirk user and blasted him away. Antoine pulled the Lego Head towards him with his tentacles and with his newfound freedom with his limbs, he shot upwards in the air and uppercut him away. After landing back on the ground, he saw Pudgy shaking like a leaf. He grinned as he slowly walked towards him as his tentacles stretched out like animated snakes and captured the bodies of Lego Head, Giraffe Neck, and the telekinesis fucker. It's your turn to die now. Can't leave your friends all alone, am I right? Antoine said with a villainous smile. Pudgy however, had a different idea and turned tail and ran. Antoine's 4th tentacle snaked towards the slow boy and was about to snatch him up as well, but the boy suddenly smirked as his body gained an orange aura and vastly increased in speed. Pudgy picked up the short teen that Antoine knocked out early on in the fight and leapt up top of the building with him. He smirked as he looked at Antoine and was about to jump away before suddenly being speared by Antoine's shark glider and crashing into the city streets below right next to Antoine. You fat son of a bitch. You were the real mastermind, weren't you? You seriously would have got the upper hand against me if I wasn't the greatest fucking hero around. Antoine said to the unconscious boy. His 4th and 5th metal arms captured the remaining boys and Antoine dropped them off to the police. Most of the civilians were evacuated and rescued by the other heroes and police officers while most of the city block was still on fire or crumbling into rubble. Antoine switched his quirks and hid from sight before using the whirlwind quirk and gathering all the fire above the city. He then blasted a wave of air below the fire and shot it upward into the sky and clouds, getting rid of all the fire in the city. After getting rid of the fire, his training bots were currently being held up by the press and the rescued people who wanted to give their thanks. They repeatedly pointed to their chest and tried to escape, but the surrounding people instead tried to lift them up and throw them into the air in celebration. But the training bots were heavier than they thought and they couldn't lift it off the ground. Thankfully though, the people realized that the training bots were in a hurry and got out of their way as they headed into the city and towards Antoine. He smiled at the antics of the people as he had the training bots turn back into suitcases and put them into his inventory and fly away on his glider. I wonder if the Liberation Army and the League of Villains are done yet. Antoine muttered. Chapter 43, a thriller filled with emotion. Antoine was currently flying on his glider above the skies. Every now and then he would swoop down like a praying eagle if he managed to spot any signs of crime. Recording his heroic exploits for his YouTube channel as he took down any criminals or saved anyone below. Of course, it wouldn't be till much later than Antoine would find out the repercussions of doing so. However, in the meantime Antoine gained much more positive exposure to himself as a hero. Doing these daily acts of heroism was much more effective than showing off his tech on his YouTube channel. Even though his YouTube channel was going well, it wasn't so much effective in bringing positive attention to his heroic achievements. So, to bring more attention as a hero, he made a separate YouTube channel for his hero side and linked it to his tech channel. Bank robbery in progress. Lackey informed him. Antoine controlled his glider down as he headed towards the scene of the crime. And here we go. We're about to head into a bank robbery in progress with plenty of hostages, guns, and criminals. The ultimate craftsman is about to fuck some shit up. Antoine said as he burst through the glass ceiling of the bank. The glass shattered and was about to rain sharp pieces of dangerous glass down below. The gun-wielding criminals were surprised and shielded their eyes from the incoming glass while the hostages panicked and tried to get out the way. Antoine switched quirks and reverted the glass back to its unbroken state as his tentacles stretched from his back and captured the criminals. No need to fear fuckers. The ultimate craftsman has saved the day. A kid? A hero. We're saved. The innocent people in the bank started cheering as the police swarmed in and restrained the criminals. That was incredibly dangerous what you did, kid. You could have got someone killed with that little stunt you pulled. Next time leave it to the professionals. An angry chubby police officer yelled. And that's how you fucking stop a bank robbery, folks. Just beat the shit out of the criminals before they can do anything to you or the hostages. Antoine said to the video camera, ignoring the police officer. Are you even listening to me, kid? You may have gotten lucky this time, but do you know how badly this could have ended? And certainly don't listen to this fat fuck behind me. His plan was to wait till the criminals stole all the money and then used a hostage to get away scot-free like a dumbass. Antoine chuckled as the police officer's face started turning red from rage. Alright. That'll be it for this video. Kind of short and not very exciting, but not all hero work can be so action-packed. See ya. Antoine ended the video as his glider came slowly flying towards him. The police officer was about to let Antoine's ears have it once more, but Antoine hopped on his glider and flew away before he could even get started. I'll have your license removed if it's the last thing I do. Antoine heard the man swear as he flew in the sky. Good luck with that lard ass. Antoine laughed as he started flying back towards UA. Once he made it near the school grounds, he placed his glider in his inventory and teleported back inside his room. He let out a relived breath of air before suddenly jumping in the air. Kneel. An angry voice yelled out as 3 figures appeared in his room being surrounded by his 3 cleaning bots. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Antoine pulled out a round radar-like device and saw it flashing a red exclamation point. Why the hell is this thing muted? Kneel. Where have you been? Aizawa asked, pissed beyond belief. Jerking off in my closet. What's it to you? Antoine responded. You weren't in the closet. I've checked this entire room. And growling ruff. Hound dog barked out from anger. If it's not one fucker yelling it at me, it's another. Well. What's with the sudden visit, All Might, Aizawa, and Hound Dog? Antoine asked, slightly annoyed. All Might pulled out his phone to show Antoine's latest video on his hero channel. Oh shit. Hahaha, I see you guys met my twin. Yeah, he's such a guy, that asshole. Likes to dress up like me and go around and do hero shit just to get me in trouble. I hate that guy, Antoine lied. Antoine. We aren't playing around. All Might has convinced me to give you chance after chance, and this is the last straw. Punishment means punishment. Bypassing and trying to get around the punishment isn't allowed, which I'm pretty sure you know. So, because of your actions today, you are officially suspended until further notice. Aizawa announced. Antoine suddenly started busting out laughing as the face of the teachers darkened. All Might's face turned solemn. Aizawa's was angry. And Hound Dog's face was even more furious than it usually was. Oh, you're serious? Antoine asked in a much more serious manner. Your suspension starts today. You are to leave school grounds within 2 hours and not to return until officially told so by the principal. Aizawa said. Antoine grinned. Well, fuck you too, UA. He raised his middle finger up towards the 3 teachers and flew outside the room with rocket shoes. Flying in the air above the room, Antoine decided to give UA a piece of his mind. Fuck this shitty-ass school anyway. Like you could fucking produce any real heroes in this janky-ass motherfucker. Since you fuckers don't want me here, I'll go make my own school. It'll be 1,000,000,000 times better than this shitshack you call a school. You'll regret this decision, UA. You'll wish you never slighted the future #1 greatest hero. Antoine cursed as he flew away from UA. But Antoine didn't just leave empty-handed. Mass rumbling rang out all across UA's grounds. If one were currently standing near the entrance gate of UA, they would now be watching hundreds of training bots, small robots, and other type of technology flying in the sky following behind Antoine. Is it the apocalypse? Have the robot overlords decided enough was enough? Mommy. Antoine flew all the way home along with everything he's created or given to UA. As he landed down on his lawn, he placed everything in his inventory or deconstructed it into smaller metals so it could fit into his inventory. He got key to his door and walked into his home. I'm home. He yelled only to find out that the house was empty. Great. Just what I fucking needed right now. He kicked the side of the couch in the living room. He walked into the kitchen and took out a bottle of Powerade as his phone started ringing. Invisible thought. He sighed as he let the phone ring. He took a drink and went inside his dark and empty room. He grabbed the remote and turned on the TV as his phone continued ringing in the kitchen. Muttering and slight sounds of laughter could be heard from inside the room. Hours later. Antoine could be seen with a large red stain on his school uniform as his television was playing a repeat episode of a cartoon show. His Powerade was completely empty and he was feeling quite groggy and shitty. Antoine rubbed his head and messed up his already messy afro even more as he went into the kitchen. He took a look at his phone. Invisible thought, Antoine. We heard about your suspension. Pick up the phone. Sparkling bastard, Antoine. Just because you got suspended doesn't mean you need to throw a tantrum. Come talk with us, man. You aren't going to be suspended forever. Invisible thought, Antoine. We know you can see our messages. Answer us or else. Sparkling bastard, we're coming over tomorrow, you little cry baby. We would have came right now if Aizawa wasn't watching us like hawks. Invisible thought, get ready to have your butt kicked for ignoring us and making us worried about you. Thick mushroom bee, hey Neil. I heard about what happened from some of your classmates. Are you okay? You can talk to me if you need to. Thick mushroom bee, I guess you aren't feeling good enough to talk. I hope you're okay, Neil. And I hope we can spend some more time together in the future. You're a pretty cool friend. Unknown number, hello Neil. We have a business proposal for you. Unknown number, it would be in your best interest to respond back to us immediately. It was at this point the strange text showed a picture of Antoine's mother and father completely tied up. Bruises were present on his mother's face and his father was unconscious. More and more pictures were sent while Antoine was asleep that showed them both in worse and worse conditions. How? With all the protection I had set to protect them in case anything like this happened, how could anyone get to them? Antoine's face twisted into a rage as he smashed down onto the kitchen's counter and split it in half. They must have someone with a very strong quirk or rare. Antoine called up the number as he ordered Lackey to track down the phone's location. Where are they? Antoine asked. Neil. I'm so glad you got back with us. I'm not sure your whimpering father would be able to handle much more. Your mother on the other hand is much more trouble than we thought. But she's far more resilient than your father, so she could probably take a little bit more convincing, if you catch my drift. The modified voice chuckled. If anything more happens to them, you can kiss anything and everything you love erased from the face of the earth. Antoine threatened with such ferocity in his voice that it would even surprise himself. Well, Neil. You aren't in the position to be making such threats now. Tony break his finger. The modified voice ordered. The sound of Marcus's scream came through the phone. I'm sorry. Stop. Please. What do you want? His voice faltered completely. That's better. Now. You see, I've acquired an interest in your works and I would like you to make several items for my organization. My team that I sent to investigate that little lab of yours never came back to me. And I think it's because you are a lot more capable than you've led everyone to believe, Neil. I would like some weaponry and armory for my organization, and once we've acquired those items, you can have your parents back. Simple as that. Fine. You'll get your dumb equipment. Just don't hurt them anymore. Promise. We'll see, Neil. Go to this location and I will be there to receive it when you make it. I already have it made. I'm on my way. Fantastic news, Neil. I'll be ready to receive it. I'm sure your parents will be overjoyed. Antoine was flying as fast as he could to the coordinates where Lackey located the signal of the phone call. Completely ignoring the location that was given to him by the piece of shit on the phone. His face still filled with anger and rage. He located a large skyscraper business-type building with black glass on the outside. That's where the signal's coming from, Antoine said to himself as he stared at the top floor of the building. Inside the building and on the top floor were multiple people. There were 2 people tied up and around them were multiple figures. Antoine's eyes focused in on the figures and couldn't find one that particularly stood out. He balled his fists as he activated the quirk enhancing device attached to his scalp. Electricity swarmed all over his body, fueling his anger even more. Now transformed into his monstrous shark form, he flew towards the building and crashed through the reinforced glass. What is going on? Kill him. Antoine's eyes glowed red. Drool was seen coming out of his mouth, bringing to attention his terrifying shark teeth along with his muscular buff and powerful-looking body. The people tried to pull out guns or use their quirks, but Antoine raised his hand and all movement ceased. I can't move. It must be his quirk. Who are you? What do you want? You fucked. With the wrong one, you sons of bitches, Antoine muttered as he slowly crushed his hand partway. The bodies of the kidnappers were slowly crushing. Ack. My bones. He's killing us. It's the freaking kid. Antoine slowly continued to crush them more and more with a sickening grin on his face until suddenly. Antoine. If you don't stop right now, I'm going to stop you myself. A voice rang out with such viciousness, but if you looked into her eyes you could see nothing but love behind them. Antoine stopped his actions but didn't completely let go of the kidnappers with his borrowed enhanced quirk. Yanagi's quirk, he walked over to his beaten and bruised parents and crouched down with tears threatening to pour out of his eyes. His mother's fin was crooked and most likely broken. Some of her teeth were missing with bruising all over her body. His father was in a much worse-looking state. The fingers on his right hand were completely bent in all sorts of directions. Blood was slowly coming out of the pores where his father's jellyfish tentacles usually pop out from. His face was lumpy and hardly distinguishable from the father he's always known and loved. He gently rubbed his mother's face. "Mom. Shut up, you little troublemaker. Hurry up and save us, hero. We can cry afterwards," Alicia told her son with tears coming down her face. Antoine steeled his face as he clawed the ropes and set his parents free. He reached into his inventory and pulled out 2 bright blue liquids inside lab bottles and fed them to his parents. Their wounds and injuries started healing at an accelerated rate. His father was still unconscious, but his mother was completely fine now. Antoine hugged her and finally let the gates open as tears flooded from his eyes. She patted his back. "Mama is fine, honey. I'm tougher than you think." Antoine wasn't listening to her however and kept hugging her while crying. "I'm so sorry, Mom, I let this happen," Antoine sobbed. "It's not your fault, baby. You can't blame yourself for this," she comforted him. But if I would have made some more equipment, I could have protected you better. This whole thing would have never happened at all. Sweetie. It's not your fault," she patted his back as he got all the tears out of his system. Eventually Antoine got himself somewhat together as he grabbed both his mom and dad and flew away. Antoine was currently flying to their home with a stern look on his face. "I can't let anything like this happen again. I was too confident. Too careless, too weak. What's the point of having unlimited potential if you don't do anything with it? Never again will I be complacent. Definitely not at the expense of my loved ones." Antoine thought as his mother was staring at his face. "Antoine," she muttered, concerned about the grim look on his face. At the skyscraper building. The almost mangled and crippled bodies of the kidnappers were completely reversed as Alicia made Antoine give the kidnappers some of the regeneration serum as well. "Well. Change of plans, everyone," a green-haired woman wearing a business suit announced. "We'll have to go after his 2 little friends this time around and next time set up a decoy for him to follow. Now that we know he can track phones, we can make a fantastic trap for him next time around. So you haven't learned a thing. Good. That means we can carry out this mission without any issues." A figure dressed in military uniform with a shield said as he hopped in through the window with 2 other figures. "So these are the punks who went after the boss's family." A teenager that looked like he just came from DJing a rave party said. "Take them out," Commander ordered. "Sounds just right to me," McKinney said as he aimed at one of the kidnappers' head. The criminals used their quirks to fight back against the sudden intruders, but ultimately it was futile. None of them were capable of harming the android's adamantium exterior and none of them had any quirks capable of affecting or stopping the androids from harming them. Commander tossed his shield and decapitated a few of the kidnappers while McKinney loaded some of them up with lead. For those immune to decapitation or adamantium bullets, were destroyed or taken care of by Beat B's sound waves. The aftermath of the battle was bloody and destructive. A good chunk of the top floor was destroyed and if noticed from outside looked as if a bomb exploded inside the room. "Good work, you two. Let's head out and let the others deal with the aftermath," Commander said as he hopped out of the top floor of the large skyscraper. Beat B and McKinney followed after him and deployed their parachutes just like Commander did. In the morning, a majority of the local populace will wonder how did a skyscraper disappear overnight while the local police and some pro-heroes investigated the disappearance. Chapter 44, The Morning After. The following morning. Knock knock you asshole. Boom. Antoine's door was knocked down as two figures shot into the room. Wah. Lackey. What's going on? Why haven't you activated the defense systems? Antoine woke up with a start before the two figures made it over him and started stomping and kicking him. You wanna ignore our messages, huh? A cute feminine voice asked as she stomped Antoine on his bed. Do you know how worried we were about you? After your little outburst, there's no telling what crazy thing you could have been doing. A masculine voice told him as he stomped and kicked Antoine on his bed. You little sons of a bitches. Antoine roared as he transformed into his shark form and knocked the two intruders away. You know, coming into someone's home and assaulting them is a crime. The two figures were knocked through Antoine's wall and recovered smoothly as they stared at Antoine. You don't get to complain. This is what you get for ghosting us. Toru shouted as she gathered light in her fist. Not to mention what happened to Mrs. Neil. Yuga added as he got into a fighting stance. Okay, listen. Yesterday was a wild fucking day, okay? It was very stressful for me and I was very confused and angry. Antoine yelled. The two worried friends dropped their combat stances and walked over to Antoine and hugged him. Don't fucking hug me, you gay boys, Antoine muttered while not resisting in the slightest. You wish, you little bitch, Yuga told him. Even if we can't help with the situation, Antoine, we can still be here for you and listen. Toru said. TCH, he clicked his tongue. Like I'd want to talk to you fucking fags. He lied. Toru uppercut Antoine with a rainbow light covering her fist, empowering its strength at least 5 times over. Antoine was launched through the roof of his room and sent flying upwards until he came crashing down and landed on top of his TV, destroying it entirely. Ugh. He groaned while rubbing his head. Just being honest would be way less painful, Antoine. Toru reprimanded him. If you knew I was kidding, why did you hit me? He shouted as one of his teeth fell out and then another one instantly regrew back in its place. You got a smart mouth. She stated. You got a dumb face, he muttered to himself as he got up. What was that? She asked. I said eat my dick. Antoine yelled back as he rolled out the way of her next attack and kicked her away. Yuga left the two to mess around as he went into the kitchen. Inside the kitchen was Mrs. Neil. Thank you for coming over with Toru-chan, Yuga-kun. Alicia told him as she stirred a cup of hot chocolate and marshmallows. No problem, Mrs. Neil. We would have done it even if you didn't want us. Yuga told her confidently. She smiled warmly. Are you and Mr. Neil okay? Yuga asked, worried. Alicia suddenly started laughing as she placed her cup down and hugged Yuga. We're okay, Yuga-kun. Thank you for worrying about us. My son swooped in like hero he's always wanted to be and saved us before anything really horrible could happen. She comforted him. Yuga blushed heavily as Alicia's impressive perky assets were being smushed into his face but still let out a relieved breath of air after hearing that she and her husband are fine. That's good. She let him free and rubbed his head. Thanks for staying friends with my little knucklehead Yuga-kun. I don't know how he managed to find 2 little friends as sweet as you two. Alicia said as she grabbed her cup and took a sip just as Toru came flying past and being sent through multiple walls. Is this okay? Yuga asked, getting more concerned now that they were involving parts of the house that weren't Antoine's room. Ha ha ha, how'd that feel, Toru? Antoine mocked before being blasted by a yellow beam of light and launched into the empty morning street. Something like that, you ass. She yelled before giggling. Yeah, it's fine. We're moving soon anyway. Antoine said he's bought a whole new house for us to live with the money from his company. Doesn't the bank own the house? Wouldn't they want it back, not destroyed? Yuga asked. Not anymore. Antoine bought the house off for us. Oh. Well, where are you guys planning to live? Is it far? No. It's just a couple cities over. Antoine will tell you when we officially move. Most of important stuff are already over there. What? How? Hasn't it only been a day since Antoine was expelled? Yuga asked, shocked. Alicia motioned towards the sky with her head as she took another drink of her hot cocoa. Yuga looked up and saw a dozen black drones flying down from the sky towards the house and Antoine's flying body. Antoine was sent flying in an arc shape over the drones after Toru blasted him in the chest with a rising kick attack. He shook his head as he refocused his attention on the drones and saw them opening up from the bottom and from inside. A claw was ejected from the drones that latched onto certain materials and items from the house. Once they managed to get a good grip, they started to fly off at high speeds and soon disappeared from sight. Cool, aren't they? Alicia asked. It saves so much time, effort, and money using Antoine's toys. What about the heavy stuff like the beds, furniture, and fridge? That stuff has already been taken care of, so I guess this stuff is staying here. He's so useful. Yuga muttered. Alicia didn't verbally agree with Yuga's statement, but from her eyes you can tell that she agrees wholeheartedly. It was around this time that Toru's and Antoine's fight came to a decline and eventually stopped. He threw her a regeneration serum and drank one himself. I'm going to miss this old house. Antoine said. Me too. So many memories were made here. Toru agreed. You mean the time you pissed your pajamas and wanted me to make a new identical one to hide it from my dad? Antoine chuckled, only to receive a kick in the shin. That one can stay gone. Amnesia, remember? Antoine said, pointing at his brain. I thought that was eidetic memory was when you remember everything. Yuga said, confused. That's actually a misconception. Eidetic memory just means you're really freaking good at remembering things and keeping that information fresh. You can still forget things, it's just going to be a rarity for you to not be able to recall something you've seen before. While amnesia means you cannot forget no matter what. Antoine informed them. Toru hummed. Hey Yuga. Do you smell that? Toru asked while sniffing. Antoine sniffed and didn't smell anything strange, and in his transformed state there was rarely anything that could escape his nose. Yeah. I smell it too. I wonder. What can that be? Yuga said, suddenly catching on. What the freak are you guys talking about? Antoine censored himself. Yeah. I think I know what that smell is. Yeah, me too. It's a big fat nerd. They shouted. Antoine face-bombed and sighed. Hey nerd boy, wanna tell me the last digit of pi? Hey smarty pants, wanna tell me what's the capital of Australia? The two continued to mock Antoine while his mother watched, holding back her laughter. Shut up. Just because your PA-sized little brains can't compare to mine doesn't mean you insult me. Antoine yelled. Looks like we made the nerd mad. We better give him some math problems so he can calm down. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. It was at this point Antoine lost it and picked up both Yuga and Toru and tossed them across the yard. While sliding across the ground and creating a dirt trail, the duo were still laughing. Anthony. It's time for work. Antoine's dad shouted from upstairs, interrupting Antoine, who was planning on pouncing after the two and pummeling them some more. Frick. He corrected himself. Come on you dipwipes. It's time for work. Antoine told the two, still laughing their guts out. They slowly got up and dusted themselves off. Antoine returned back to his regular form and walked up to the two, trying to hold their laughter in. You laugh and I'll kill you fuckers. Antoine whispered. Toru couldn't hold and choked out a laughter before holding her hand over her mouth and motioning with her other hand that she was sorry. But Antoine couldn't see her hands and had his glider crash into Toru and launch her away. Dickhead, Antoine muttered as he hopped on his glider and started flying to his store. Yuga helped Toru up and the two started laughing all over again. After getting that out of their system, they pulled out tiny metal boxes with a red button out of their pockets. They pressed the button and then threw the boxes in the air. The boxes quickly transformed into gliders as well. Toru's glider was bright pink and had an assortment of cute images all over it. Yuga's glider had sparkling gems and a bright blue coloring. The two hopped onto their gliders and caught up with Antoine. "Hey, Antoine, are you really done with UA?" Toru asked. "Yeah. I'm going to make my own academy that will be greater than UA and all the other hero schools around the world. Just to spite those fuckers for kicking out the future #1 pro hero." Antoine told her. "Seems pretty overboard just for revenge." Yuga said. "Trust me. This isn't anywhere close to the other ideas I had. This is definitely the most civil." Antoine told him. "I guess we'll have to see it with our own eyes." Toru beamed. "I wonder what kind of students will be made with you as the principal." "What are you fuckers talking about? Do you know how long it's going to take to build a fucking hero school? Or a fucking school in general? Although money isn't an issue with our company increasing in demands worldwide, there is a lot more to this shit than just shoving money at it and hoping things will go right. I might be making this school for a purely petty reason, but that does not mean I'm going to half-ass this shit. I will make this school the greatest hero school in the world and have people from all over the planet trying to get accepted into my school. Those that manage to stay to the end will easily become a hero good enough to stand on the world stage or at the very least help others efficiently," Antoine declared. Toru and Yuga started clapping. "I'm surprised you're taking this so seriously, Antoine," Yuga said. "You're really growing up." Toru wiped a tear from her eye. "Fuck off, you assholes. I'm always serious," Antoine softly said as the trio arrived at his store. A few number of people could be seen waiting outside. "Now get to work," he yelled as he unlocked the door. Toru and Yuga went past the counter and into the break room to put on their uniforms. A couple of arcade machines could be seen posted up against the wall in the break room. No quarters or tokens were needed to start these machines up. A large wide flat-screen TV was hanging above a black desk where various game consoles, controllers, and more were placed. Opposite to the television was a black sleek-looking couch that was crafted by Antoine. Amazing black couch, this piece of furniture was crafted with multiple materials that are not naturally capable of being mixed together. But besides that, this is one of the most comfortable couches in the world due to the amalgamation of materials that makes it up. The only entrance into the lab of Antoine Neal. Durability 500 to 500. When sat on, the sitter will experience a very comforting feeling and may make them want to never leave. Gives a 200% mood boost to those that get up after use. Items dropped in couch will inexplicably return to the owners. 5% boost in LUC given to those that use this item. Does not stack and can only gain this buff every 7 days. Stamina is regenerated 50% faster when using this object to rest. The uniforms were a standard short-sleeved button-up type of shirt. The shirt was a dark black all over and had the words Universal Crafts Emporium etched into it in gold. Besides that though, everything else was up to the employee to decide to wear. Toru had a diverse variety of cute pins all over her shirt and Yuga had a sparkling bright pin on his. The duo soon came out of the break room and went to the counter. Toru was behind the register and Yuga was behind the second register. A few customers came to them after browsing through the items on the shelves and on display. Antoine noticed 2 people on the bench. One was a girl that looked plain and shy. The second one was a handsome guy who would definitely be considered a jock or the most popular guy in class. Am I in a fucking high school movie or something? You look older than me, fucker. Antoine walked over to them. I'm assuming you are the 2 who filled out the resume online? Antoine asked. Yes, sir. You don't know how much this means to me. Mr. Handsome said a little too overjoyed. Don't get your hopes up yet, fucker. We still have an interview and on-the-job training test to put you through. Antoine shut him down. Yes, sir. Sorry. He bowed a little too far down. A bit surprised at his new boss's language. And you? Say something. I'm going to need all my employees capable of speech. Except those that work in the back. Hello. Nice to meet you. She bowed, making her hair fall in front of her face. She embarrassingly fixed it, but Antoine and her possible new co-worker already saw everything. As far as she knew, this job opportunity was already over for her. Great, an awkward shy type. I could have fun with this one if she makes it through the interview. Antoine thought deviously. Oh. That reminds me. I need to get in touch with Kamori-chan. I guess I'll invite her to go see a movie or go out to eat or something. Might have to look up some fun date ideas on the internet later. I'm not sure what a mushroom lover like her would like to go and do. First up is Sita Kazuhiro over here. I'll call you in when he's done. Antoine said as he gestured the guy into his office. The office was a seemingly normal business office. A wooden desk with a desktop on top of it. A neat pile of papers and a weird potted plant with teeth looking around were the only things present on the desk besides the computer. On the sides of the office were file cabinets and strangely colored and shaped flowers. The weird thing to Kazuhiro though was that even though the plants were colored strangely, they still somehow managed to look nice with the office. He felt much more relaxed and free inside this office for some reason. I never seen any flowers like those before. And, it smells great in here. Kazuhiro thought as he took a seat in the chair opposite to Antoine's desk. Antoine took a seat at his desk and grabbed the pile of papers. He looked through them and then placed them back down on his desk. He then reached into one of the drawers in his desk and pulled out a bite-sized bacon-wrapped sausage pierced with a toothpick for handling. Kazuhiro was confused out of his mind, but the serious look on his possible new boss's face forced him not to show his confusion or any other emotion that isn't eagerness to work for his company. Kazuhiro watched as the boy rubbed the head of the strange plant with teeth and fed it the piece of meat. The plant stretched out with the fierceness of a starving dog and chomped down on the piece of meat. It licked its lips and turned its head towards Kazuhiro. Now let's get this show on the road. Antoine suddenly stated, breaking Kazuhiro's staring contest with the plant. Why do you want to work for my company? Antoine asked. I've read about the great benefits your store gives to its employees on your website, and I use your shopping tab very frequently. I also live nearby and heard about the great service and the big going green with universal movement your company is involved with. Kazuhiro smiled. I see. Antoine replied monotonously, making Kazuhiro slightly nervous. Any previous work experience in retail? None at all, but I'm a very hard worker. Okay. What would be your biggest strength? Are you a people's person? A person who works best alone? Good at working with your hands, or you're talking with your mouth? I'm a people's person. There's basically no one I can't get along with or be friendly with. I love helping others and putting myself to good use. That's strange, Antoine stated as he started looking through the files, while inwardly smirking. What do you mean? Kazuhiro asked confused. It says here that you spent 2 years in juvenile detention for assault. It seems. I wonder what's that about. Care to clarify about that, Mr. Kazuhiro? Antoine laid back in his chair as Kazuhiro started sweating like a leaky faucet. Chapter 45, 2 New Hires. Kazuhiro stuttered. Yes. It's what exactly? Although this may have been 2 years ago, how am I to know you won't suddenly assault one of the customers? I would never hurt someone. Kazuhiro shouted in defense. That's not what this paper says. But it also doesn't give me a reason on why you decided to send a trio of teenagers to the hospital with grievous wounds, broken bones, and ruining any chance of them ever procreating in the future, Antoine read off the paper. I can't have such a dangerous time bomb working at my store. Please sir. Just give me a chance. I'll even work for less pay. But I need this job. Kazuhiro begged on his knees while staring into Antoine's eyes. Unless you can explain why such a situation occurred in the first place. Antoine finished. Kazuhiro was silent. Pain, anger, sadness, and helplessness flashed on his face before he turned around, hiding his face from Antoine. He balled his fist while shaking silently. My sister was in trouble. He managed to spit out. She started hanging around a bad crowd. And been getting into more trouble. Skipping school, not coming home on time, using her quirk in public places, and smoking. I tried to get her back on the right path, but she wasn't listening to me and we got into a big fight one night and she ran out the house. I went after her, but with her quirk, it was impossible to catch up with her. I spent most of the night looking through the city like a crazed maniac until I decided to look at one of the places she usually hangs out with her group of friends. I was almost thrown out by the security in the place, but I forced my way in after hearing my little sister scream. He took a few moments to gather himself together as Antoine continued to listen patiently. Truthfully, Antoine already knew of what happened with Kazuhiro and his little sister. He had a very extensive background check on the two once he received their only applications. The only reason he was forcing this guy to spill his life story to him was just because he wanted to be an asshole. He still didn't even know if he wanted to hire the guy yet. But maybe adding more faces to the company would be better for publicity. I don't know. If I denied this guy even after hearing his tragic story, that would be really shitty of me, Antoine inwardly smiled. I would be a real fucking asshole to make this guy spill his sad tale and then deny him the money he and his punk little sister desperately needs after their parents died a while back from a villain attack. Antoine continued to think as Kazuhiro finally finished his story and was now looking at Antoine. I don't regret my actions one bit and would repeat them in a heartbeat if my sister was in trouble again. Kazuhiro said with confidence. Alright kid. Get out of here and go take a seat on that bench. Call Nozomi in here. Antoine said with a neutral look on his face as he fed another bacon-wrapped piece of meat to his plant. Did I get the job? He asked with his eyes shining with hope. The interview isn't over, fucker. Go take a seat and wait. Antoine roared as Kazuhiro quickly ran out of his office stumbling. A few moments later Nozomi walked inside and took a seat. Tell me about yourself, Nozomi. Antoine stated, putting the poor girl on full blast. Nozomi started playing with her hair while avoiding eye contact with Antoine. I'm a person who works best alone. I think I can get along with others well though. Let me stop you right there. Antoine bluntly said with authority in his voice. Stop playing with your hair. Look at me in the eyes and speak clearly. Antoine ordered to the girl. She jumped in fright from the tone in his voice and was barely able to meet his eyes. Her hands dropped to her lap and she was slightly shaking. There's nothing in your file that says you were born with a speech impediment or any medically diagnosed anxiety. So get your shit together and sell yourself to me. Why should I hire you and not kick you out of my office for wasting my time? He asked as he banged his fist on his desk. Antoine could see a bit of anger or hate behind her eyes as if she wanted to say something, and it turns out that Antoine was really interested in hearing what she had to say, so he switched his quirk and asked Nozomi a question. Do you have something you want to say? He activated the quirk. Yeah, why don't you fucking eat shit and die, you fucking tall black piece of shit. It's hard for me to talk to aggressive and pushy people like you, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't fucking try and shove your stupid opinion down people's throats. It's okay for people to be quiet and not want to constantly socialize with people around them. Fuck you. She screamed with the fierceness of a punk rock star. Her hair was a mess along with her clothing that got rustled during her outburst. She was breathing heavily while staring into the eyes of Antoine and pointing at him before the slow realization of her actions settled in. Her eyes slowly widened and she placed her hands over her mouth. I didn't mean. Oh yes you did. Now get the fuck out of my office and I'll be out there in a second. She turned around and walked out still in complete shock and sat on the bench next to Kazuhiro, lost in her own world. Well. With a little bit of training, she'll be perfect. What an absolutely lovely girl. I think my heart just doki-dokied during her little speech. Antoine said with a loving smile on his face. He pulled out 2 more bacon treats from his inventory and fed his plant before walking out of his office with a stern face on as he stared at the 2 new possible employees. Follow me. He told them. The 2 came behind the counter and followed Antoine into the back of the store. The 2 witnessed a large production line moving with items and boxes going down the line. Large metal shelves lined up in rows that held wrapped items on top of wooden plates. A line of robotic arms that placed the incoming item and boxes into the hands of robots who then placed them on the shelves or on differently categorized pallets that were meant to be taken out to the store and shelved on the shelves. This is where the magic happens. And where you too will have the greatest chance of being accepted by this company. Follow me. Antoine told them as he walked towards one of the robots. He deactivated 2 of them and threw them out of the way. Now do exactly what these things were doing. Taking items from the robot hands? Kazuhiro asked. Yeah. Take those shipments and place them in their designated areas. They will usually have a tag or paper on there that tells you where they should be placed. I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so don't fuck anything up while I'm gone. Antoine said as he left the 2 somewhat confused alone in the warehouse and appeared next to Yuga and Toru. Being a real dickhead as usual, huh, Antoine? Yuga said. Yep. You don't understand the joy I feel making others feel like shit or seeing others like me. Antoine admitted. I still don't understand why you act like this. You had a perfectly normal childhood. Your parents are one of the nicest people I know. You weren't bullied or anything. Why do you get off on being an asshole, Antoine? Toru asked, sincerely interested. Antoine smiled. Toru. You're looking too deeply at this. There doesn't have to be some deep profound meaning or some intense situation to make someone act a certain way. Some people are just born a certain way. Antoine explained casually. So you were born wanting to be an asshole? Toru asked. Well. Yes, actually. Ha ha ha. A couple months after being born I made it one of my life goals to become the greatest asshole hero there was. Toru sighed. I'm being serious, Antoine. I want to know why. She said, not believing him in the slightest. I was being serious, my dear Toru. I just find it very amusing and entertaining, Toru. Just like how some people like white chocolate or dark chocolate. Or how some people like to read over watching movies and others like watching movies over reading. I just happen to really enjoy being an asshole. Toru sighed once more. Well, I guess everyone is born with their own problems. Yeah, like the fact that you're a dumb bimbo. Toru punched Antoine across the room when no customers were looking. I'm your boss. I can fire you on the spot, Missy. Don't forget who's paying for that nice juicy UA tuition. Antoine yelled as he pulled himself together and fixed his clothes. Toru and Yuga started giggling as Antoine excused himself back to the back room. I can fire you too in a heartbeat. Don't forget it. Antoine shouted as he made it back in the back room to see Kazuhiro and Nozomi carrying boxes around. Antoine reactivated the 2 robots who had been replaced by Nozomi and Kazuhiro before walking over to the 2. Nozomi's arms were shaking as she held up a big box while Kazuhiro had a carefree look on his face while carrying plastic-wrapped lotion bottles. Antoine clapped once and surprised the two. All right. That's enough. Drop the crap and meet me in my office. Antoine told them. Nozomi strained to gently lower her box down, scared to break whatever was inside, but thankfully one of the robots grabbed the box for her and continued its work. This is absolute torture. Although I said I was fine with any position, I don't think I can handle doing this every weekday after school, Nozomi said as she felt the air conditioning blasting all over her body while relishing in the amazing cool wind. It wasn't that bad. It's good for the body, all this walking, lifting, and carrying. At least he has air conditioning back here. Most places I tried didn't even have anything close to that. The best alternative other places had were big fans, but those places usually only had one giant fan. So yeah, this place is definitely the best so far. Kazuhiro said. Even if this is the best alternative, it doesn't mean I want to do it. Nozomi said as she and Kazuhiro walked into Antoine's office. Their stress, nervousness, and general anxiety were being calmed as soon as they stepped into the office. Ahead of them was Antoine playing cutely with his plant by waving food in front of it and watching it try to chomp on the food. He soon noticed they were inside his office and coughed before taking on a more serious appearance. Well, I've seen and heard a lot from you two today. Mr. Kazuhiro with his tragic life story and Ms. Nozomi with her very strong opinion about me and people like me. Antoine stated, making both of them embarrassed. The only thing I have to say to you two is. Kazuhiro and Nozomi felt as if they were standing in front of a judge getting ready to decide their future. Even though it was just a totally normal job interview and there were definitely other jobs they could apply for, their possible new boss had a certain aura around him at times that just forces you to take him seriously. Congratulations. You two have been hired. Come back tomorrow so we can discuss your pay, benefits, schedule, position, and anything else that needs to be discussed about your employment here. But how? I said some pretty terrible things to you earlier. Nozomi asked. Get the fuck out my office and be here by 1 p.m. tomorrow. Any questions will be answered then. Antoine roared as Kazuhiro and Nozomi quickly scrambled out of his office. The two were met with the stares of Toru and Yuga grinning at them. Is he normally like that? Kazuhiro asked, breathing heavily. You'll see. Toru smiled. I just had to pick this store for my first choice of employment. Nozomi thought regretfully. But the starting pay is way too freaking good for me to not apply here. Toru and Yuga watched as the new hires walked out looking way more exhausted than they came in. One with a relieved smile on his face and the other with money signs in her eyes and a creepy grin. I think they'll do fine. Yuga smiled. Not if Antoine decides to mess with them. I'm pretty sure he's been playing a character for their entire interview. Toru said. Haha, I don't know. Maybe Antoine has an idea of how an asshole boss character is like and is trying to be like that. Yuga guessed. So lame. Toru giggled. Am I paying you two to fucking look pretty? Get to work, you fucking bums. Antoine yelled at the two. No one purchasing anything at the register. Yuga told him. I guess you're right. Alright. Take care of the store, I gotta deal with some shit real quick. Lock the back room when it's time for you two to get off. Antoine told them as he threw his keys at Toru and walked into the warehouse. Antoine then teleported away to a deserted location. Sand was beneath his feet and a bunch of people were building an object. How's the satellite going? Antoine asked. The satellite is completely finished and we are now putting the finishing touches on the actual rocket to send it off into space. What about the other satellites? Antoine asked the androids. They are just beginning production. Alright, let me finish this up for you. Antoine said as he switched his quirk and slapped the satellite, disassembling it into millions of tiny pieces before reforming into the same exact state it was beforehand. Armageddon, this satellite was built with the top-of-the-line materials. Due to these materials, the power of the satellite has increased tenfold. This satellite was built for the purpose of complete annihilation from space. It has a built-in laser powered by solar energy. Durability 750/750. Plus 250 STR added when attacking. Plus 500 STR added when completely charged up. Can connect to the AI known as Lackey regardless of its position around Earth's orbit. Laser beam can use heat force or concussive force. Capable of hacking other satellites and taking control of them. Hee hee. That's good. Now let's make these other ones as well. Antoine chuckled as he started disassembling and reassembling the satellites and rockets within mere moments to the exact measurements and specifications listed in the blueprints and with them all having stats and such given by the system. Let's have takeoff, boys, and then get the fuck out of here before someone starts investigating. Antoine shouted as the androids celebrated with their own cheers as well. The 10 rockets started firing off and soon they were blasting off in the air completely synchronized before eventually splitting off in different directions. Not all of the rockets were going to be circling around Earth. Antoine decided to have a few satellites orbiting around a few other planets in the solar system just because he thought it would be cool to explore space eventually. With the system, he's sure that even traveling through time and different dimensions wouldn't be out of reach. Especially since he's in a world filled with people with superpowers. Eventually there's going to be people with powers that extend to time, space, and alternate worlds. Not to mention this will be a very effective weapon to use if anyone dares to threaten my family again. Antoine smirked as he transformed into his shark form and teleported away with the group of engineers back into his lab. Chapter 46, Taking a Step Forward. Or am I? Nighttime. Antoine had his laptop opened on his desk and on the screen was a video. That video was showing a part of Earth's surface and the only thing that could be seen was clouds. Until Antoine zoomed in with his mouse and the image of a certain presidential building was shown in clear sight. A smile appeared on Antoine's face as he shifted the view of the satellite he was controlling. The satellite homed in on one of the many satellites floating around in space. Earth's orbit is a little too clustered. Why don't I clean it up a bit with some good old-fashioned laser mayhem? If anything, I'm doing the planet a service. Antoine declared as he dramatically clicked and fiercely held down the left mouse button. The satellite began charging, materializing a bright blue light in front of its nozzle. The unsuspecting innocent satellites of the other countries across the world didn't know what was coming as Antoine's satellite finished charging up its attack. Boom! Antoine audibly announced as the satellite fired off a continuous laser beam that disintegrated any pieces of metal in its crosshair. Maniacal laughter rang out as Antoine went on a rampage with his satellites, making sure to obliterate every satellite except for telecommunications satellites and the global positioning system. There would be a lot more problems if he decided to shoot down every single satellite without any care in the world. Some of those satellites are quite helpful and would turn Antoine into an indirect mass murderer if they just so happened to be turned into space dust. So instead he and his 10 laser-firing satellites played hide-and-seek with the thousands of objects currently going around Earth's orbit and turned them into dust once it was found that it wasn't a telecommunication or GPS satellite. And once all the other spacefaring objects were destroyed, Lackey was going to hack into the remaining space stations and only Antoine would be in control of them. Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, military divisions of every country were currently running around like a bunch of headless chickens, wondering what the hell happened to their eyes in the skies. Or space in this case. Little did Antoine know that his actions that night would cause turmoil throughout the world. The very next morning, a majority of the human race awoke to the news of several countries accusing each other of sabotaging their satellites. Either through a very strong and dangerous quirk that could somehow reach into space or through some new technology, it didn't matter. Several world leaders were considerably upset, suspicious, and damaged in some way from the event now coined as the mysterious space attack. The most popular guess for the MSA, mysterious space attack, was through new technology gained by one of the countries. The second was someone's quirk and that they needed to be identified as soon as possible. A large number of people were wanting this person to fess up or be put on trial for their actions. There was even a group of people that believed that the MSA was done by aliens and soon it was Earth's turn to be destroyed. This group was starting to cause a little damage and mayhem in the name of the Space Lords that will soon rule over Earth. They called themselves the Survivors. Some people believed that this group was ridiculous and were just a bunch of no-lives that wanted to cause some chaos and take advantage of the current situation to do whatever they want. Most people just ignored them unless they were directly involved in one of their anarchist attacks. The police just called them vigilantes and collaborated with the local heroes in their areas to put this group behind bars. But it turns out that wasn't the best move by the local authorities because the recent increase in vigilante groups and criminals in general placed the police force and professional heroes in a 2v3 disadvantage. A person who's capable of destroying a majority of the satellites in space and hijacking the remaining ones is an individual most world leaders believe should be killed or recruited to their side. But since no one knew who the person was, they could only accuse their enemies and hope that they can force them to fess up by sending threats till they spill. While on the other hand, soon most of the military divisions across the world realized that if their eyes in space are compromised, so are their enemies. And any actions that would possibly cause hostile relations or a war, can't happen if they don't know about it. An example would be the current sights that Antoine is watching unfold in the Black Sea. Some Russian men were currently mowing down a group of Ukrainian vessels that have already surrendered. What a perfect time to test one of these lovely sophisticated pieces of tech out, Antoine stated. Lackeys sink those ships but make sure not to fucking vaporize any of the soldiers. Even if they are a bunch of assholes. I'm a hero, not a killer. He smirked. Directly anyway. In the Black Sea. The Ukrainians were desperately hiding in their ships to avoid the onslaught of bullets. Some of the people even decided to jump overboard and try and swim away to save themselves. Ha mow these Ukrainian scum down. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, comrade. One of the innocent Ukrainians were about to use their quirks in self-defense. A pink crystal gathered in front of the palm of one of the overboard women. She aimed it towards the bloodthirsty and lizard-faced Russian man who seemed to be having the greatest pleasure in killing her fellow Ukrainians. But before she could shoot it forward, a shining blue light appeared beyond the clouds. Ko je to Svetlo. What is that light? Je to take Jason. It's so bright. The blinding blue light split off into 5 branches of beams like lightning and struck every Russian vessel, causing the ships to explode internally and forcing the Russians to jump overboard or sink along with their ships. Shouts of confusion, anger, and suspicion came from the Russians as they looked at their current enemies. But the Ukrainians were just as confused as the Russians, but nevertheless, they thanked whoever caused those godly lights to strike upon their enemies. But they wished they did it in a more harmful manner because now the two sides were both stranded at sea with a few of the Ukrainians still on their ships. And since one side still had ships and wanted revenge for many of their lost friends and loved ones, they began attacking the sea-stranded Russians with their quirks. You idiots! I didn't stop the Russians so that you could stoop to their level. You fuckers are lucky I don't have better shit to do. Antoine swore as transformed into his shark form and teleported above the skies in Mongolia and then after 5 seconds teleported once more and appeared in the next country of Kazakhstan. 5 more seconds passed by and Antoine finally appeared over the Black Sea where the Ukrainians and Russians were. He stood witness to the violent revenge of the Ukrainians as they shot down the Russians with the same viciousness and savageness they were subjected to not too long ago. Antoine continued to fly above the scene with his jetpack before switching quirks and telekinetically stopping every person that was still alive. Murmurs of confusion and anger sounded out before Antoine blasted them all into the sky, nearly reaching the clouds themselves before switching quirks once more and teleporting everyone back to their nearest country. The Russians back to Russia and the Ukrainians to Ukraine. A soft sigh rang out from Antoine, switched quirks again and pulled up all the fallen bodies. Ha! It seems no matter what world it is, we'll always find some stupid reason to want to kill each other, he stated. While I won't be able to revive you all, I can at the very least give you a proper burial. Even if some of you were worse than shit. Antoine landed on one of the still standing ships and disassembled and reassembled it into a large flat metal platform. He then manipulated the metal to form 20 tombstones and 20 human-shaped holes of various sizes in front of the tombstones. After finally setting up the whole thing, Antoine gently lowered the bodies into their prospective graves and sealed their bodies within the metal platform. I'm getting ahead of myself a bit here. I should try and take care of my own country first before trying to intervene in other countries' problems. Hell, even the famous Boy Scout doesn't leave his city unless the entire Earth is in danger or something. I guess I should clear my city of crime and then work towards Japan as a whole, and then start moving onto the big stage. And what better time to start than now, I guess. Antoine decided as he suddenly vanished from the Black Sea, leaving the metal graveyard floating above water. As soon as Antoine left, it seems as if the waters grew angry and fierce. The metal graveyard that people would normally look at with sadness suddenly grew conscious and was boiling mad. Seemingly wanting to tear out at anything in sight without any care. Blood suddenly rose from below the metal platform as fishes with red eyes and red and black glowing veins all over their bodies went on a killing spree to anything that wasn't glowing red like them. Metal graveyard of violence, an unintentional crafted work crafted by an expert craftsman. Although the crafter's feelings were quite melancholy and remorseful, the feelings of the departed were stronger in this case. This object carries a strong hatred in its many souls. Durability 510/510. Causes any creatures within 100 meters of the object to be fueled into a blinded rage. Creatures will be doubled in strength when consumed by rage. Creatures' durability will be doubled in strength when consumed by rage. Can only affect up to 20 creatures maximum. 30% chance of increasing growth in certain creatures. Any creature can be taken hold of by the spirits of the departed except those with exceptionally strong wills. A small group of 10 anchovies were tearing apart a camouflage angel shark from the inside out. The angel shark attempted to swallow them whole as usual when it finds prey, but it seems this time it chose the wrong prey to try and eat. The red slightly beefed up anchovies ate through the stomach of the shark and tore open a small hole through the back of the angel shark. But it seems the small group of fish weren't done yet. They continued to eat at the barely alive angel shark until their stomachs were close to exploding from overeating. But this group of fish wasn't the only thing affected by the metal graveyard. A nearby eel was taken hold of by the infinite rage and violence given off by the metal graveyard and slithered towards a smooth hammerhead shark as power raged through its body and mind. Its previous sleek black and blue body turned black and red with red-colored veins appearing all over its body. The size of the creature was also increased through the otherworldly power flowing through it. It was previously only around 5 feet, 1.524 meters, and now it grew to around 13 feet, 3.9624 meters, now somewhat larger than its chosen victim, the smooth hammerhead shark. It whipped its thick tail at the head of the shark, stunning it momentarily. The eel didn't stop after one hit though. It continued to slap, whack, and beat the shark till blood started exiting from it. The shark wasn't able to retaliate except for widely opening and shutting down its jaw in an attempt to bite the eel's tail, but eventually it was beaten and whipped so many times it couldn't even do that anymore. The eel's passion for violence didn't stop even after its predator was beaten into submission. It slowly wrapped its body around the shark and started to squeeze. The aftermath of that battle only led to a very fed European eel. If Antoine returned back to see what he inadvertently created, he would have destroyed it without a second thought. While at the same time learning some new abilities that his system could create. Shame that he wouldn't take notice of this object until much later in time. So, Antoine returned back home and deformed back into his regular appearance as he started making plans on getting rid of crime or severely lowering the rate for it. While I could try and do what Superman did in Injustice, I'm not so big on the whole ruling with an iron fist thing. I'm enjoying my life with my family and friends. I don't want to ruin that by drastically changing the world around them, so I'll have to start small. Let's get rid of the League of Villains and that other fucking group they were fighting against. Antoine said as he transformed once more and teleported to the city where the League of Villains and the Liberation Army. Antoine appeared above the city of Daika, hovering with his jetpack turned on so that he wouldn't fall to his death. He saw the ruins of the city along with bodies strewn all over the place. Thousands of twice clones were seen placed within the others, being turned into sludge by many of the androids. Thousands of androids in a specialized battle suit were present down below. All with different races, sizes, shapes, and accents. Some even had altered appearances that made them look as if they had mutant quirks. His other androids had the remaining members of the battle in adamantium bracelets or other specialized restraints. Antoine lowered himself down to Commander, giving out orders. "Is everything handled here?" Antoine asked. "For the most part, everything is handled, sir. The remaining members of the League of Villains can't escape their binds along with the remaining members of the Liberation Army." Antoine looked over and saw that Dobby and Spinner were currently missing from the League of Villains lineup and guessed that they were the fatalities that the League of Villains lost in this battle. Now what the hell am I going to do with thousands of crazy fanatics? Antoine asked himself as he placed his hand on his chin. He started thinking about the many quirks he's obtained around this time and via his system's inventory, let loose a sea of miniature robotic bugs to swoop in and steal the blood of the thousands and hundreds of people in front of him before he forgot to. Around half an hour later, after acquiring the blood of the many people, he switched his quirk to storage and held out his palm. A black swirling vortex appeared in front of his palm and began sucking all the captured and imprisoned quirk users into Antoine's body. What the hell? Who are you? Why are you doing this? The Liberation Army will live on. The captured soldiers screamed and yelled as they were absorbed into Antoine's body. Antoine's body externally and internally weren't any different in any way despite the mass consumption of thousands of people at a rapid rate. That was because the sucked-in victims were transported into an alternate space frozen in time. They were lined up in rows with no consciousness present in any of them. The alternate space they were trapped in was seemingly just a gigantic black room. Nothing else could be seen inside except other people and blackness for the floors and walls. Well. I guess I'm a fucking liar after all, haha. Antoine said, remembering back on his statement earlier. About what, sir? Commander asked. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it'll be fine, Antoine told him. All right. Everyone can return to base. Thank you all for your hard work. Antoine said as multiple large helicopters came flying in from all directions into the city of Daika. The androids loaded into the copters and Antoine began thinking of his next move. Chapter 47, The Rise of Evil. Some time later. The world continued to be on high alert as the object or person who destroyed the satellites in space has still not been identified, and a majority of the countries were desperately trying to build more satellites to replace the ones that were destroyed, while at the same time sending in spies and using other methods to try and see which one of their enemies or even allies were responsible for the MSA. The MSA event caused a huge rise in criminal activity all across the world except in a few places. On the other hand, Japan was currently suffering from a rise in criminals, vigilantes, and survivors. Criminals were using this chance while the military was distracted and confused to do whatever nefarious activities they wanted, depending on how organized or strong they were against the local heroes and police. Certain vigilante groups were rising due to the popularity of the mysterious Apex group. They either took a stand against the police for trying to constantly capture the group or took a stand against villains and criminals who they suspected Apex was trying to get rid of. Survivors have somewhat gone a different route from their first appearance and origins. At first they were simply a group that was making fun of the satellite situation by saying it was done by aliens and we should accept our new alien rulers with open arms. Then the group somehow started devolving into a group of radical terrorists. Of course, the many reasonable people stopped supporting the group right away once it started to not be just a joke anymore, but there was still a lot that stayed once the leader of the survivors started his campaign. He was known as the Liberator. He took a stance against the world leaders trying to send more satellites into space and wanted the world to understand that space isn't human domain. Earth is. And we as humans should try and fix the hellhole they live in now. He resonated with the many people around the world that felt dissatisfied with their current life and way of living and promised them paradise. Some said he was mad, some said he was delusional, naive, insane, a criminal, a terrorist, and many more. But he ignored them all and continued to build his group full of people wanting their own paradise. People wanting to find a place they belong and be free. From above, a news helicopter could be seen flying above a city. Distraught, worry, and sadness was present on the passengers' faces as they looked down at their city. I can't believe this is happening. It's like a bunch of inmates were released from a maximum security prison. I thought the survivors were just a joke. What are the heroes and police doing? We need their help now. They stand no chance. Not against them. Kick. You like that, you cheating whore? An angry madman yelled as he stood over a terrified and crying young woman with a prominent mark on the side of her cheek. The man had wild orange messy hair, a skinny body but rather tall in height, and wore a student school uniform despite looking like a middle-aged man beginning to bald. The man was wildly waving around a gun as he continued to scream and shout at the woman before finally taking aim at her. The woman started crying before begging the man to spare her. It's too late now, bitch. You should have done this ages ago. Goodbye, Kiyumi. I am sorry, Isuk. She begged with a scream as she hugged his legs in pure desperation and fear. Before the man could fire off his gun aimed at his ex's head, the look on his face suddenly changed. The previous maniac look on his face changed to a more serious and focused one as he turned around. I'll have to warn the others. That's a dangerous son of a bitch coming in, he said with his quirk fully active. The whites of his eyes were glossed over as if he was blind. He kicked the woman off of him and managed to roll out the way as an invisible energy just blasted through a wall where he previously stood. A little hero bitch, huh, Isuk muttered. He started running around as more and more impacts blasted the place where he was until he jumped backwards and avoided a blast that was aimed where he was going to be. How can he know where I'm going to attack? The invisible hero asked as she used her quirk and dragged the woman away to safety. The man's eyes were still glossed over as he looked directly where she was and quickly let off a round of bullets in her direction. She athletically avoided them with her amazing physique and skills while running towards him. He was reloading and she sent a punch straight towards his jaw. He effortlessly dodged her punch as he continued reloading his gun. A surprised look appeared on her face after seeing him dodge her punch. She was completely invisible right now along with her hero costume that was upgraded by Antoine to absorb sound and make most if not all of her actions silent. Not to mention the perfume made by Antoine that got rid of her smell. So, this guy couldn't just have enhanced senses. He has to have something else. Isuk finished reloading and evilly grinned as he fired right into her gut and knocked her away. She was sent sliding back and the bullet dropped in front of her. What kind of shit is that? If I shoot you, you should bleed. Isuk yelled as he fired more bullets at her. Toru's breathing was slightly heavy. How scary. I have to be more careful. If it wasn't for this outfit, I would have died for sure. Toru thought as she made herself an invisible baton made of solidified light and deflected the bullets into the nearby surrounding buildings and street. Toru's new costume was mixed together with a few other materials to allow comfort during use, but the most prominent material was the vibranium mixed within suit. This allowed the hero costume to be durable and handle most impacts and other dangerous attacks. What the hell is that? Some sort of stick? Ahahaha, what are you, some sort of cave girl? Just die already, you dumb bitch. he said while continuing to shoot at her. Toru could easily see the speed and trajectory of the bullets with her strength now. The training that Antoine put them through for months has definitely made them much better than before. The healing serum that reformed their muscles, bones, blood, nerves, and more after training has transformed their bodies into something greater. Toru used her weapon and batted away the bullets as she closed in on the villain. Isuke knew he stood no chance against this hero bitch if he continued to stick around. He turned around and ran while calling for backup on his phone. The hero bitch was running behind him shooting more invisible shits too. A brown-haired teenager with a broad muscular body could be seen battling 3 heroes. 1 flame type, 1 physical type, and a water type. The teenager was seen tanking the brutish hero's blows with ease. The physical hero was beating the teen with all he had, but no matter how hard he hit the boy, no signs of damage was appearing on the boy in the slightest. The boy grinned as the hero knocked him into the air with a powerful-looking uppercut. The flame hero and water hero sent blasts of their respective quirks towards the airborne boy while he was mid-air. "It's my turn now, right? Take this." Leg-shattering blow of the titans. The boy shouted as he whipped his right leg downward. Boom! The area below him was warped and sunken in from the impact of his attack. The 3 heroes were crushed into paste and the boy landed down in the large hole with a satisfied smile before seeing a strange figure ahead of him. The figure had metal arms waving in the air that was attached to his back and had a scary grim look on his face. Although the boy was pretty strong himself and doubted there was much that could harm him, he didn't want to test that on this guy in front of him. He pulled out his phone behind his back for his backup to get him out of here as quick as possible and he slowly stood up and faced the mysterious guy. "The survivors, huh? You guys fucking grew famous pretty quick despite being based on a shitty meme." The figure said. "We're a serious group. We got followers all over the world, you know. Japan isn't the only place that's going to be taken over by us and changed for the better. Now that the world leaders and their armies are distracted by those missing satellites and defending themselves from foreign enemies, we can finally make the world a better place." A better place? Are you fucking retarded? Causing riots, killing people, and destroying shit isn't going to make anything better. If it was so simple to change the world that way, it would have been done already. What do you know? We're going to make the world a better place. We won't need heroes. We won't need governments trying to restrict our God-given abilities. Everyone will live in peace once we got rid of the shitty people ruining it further. A better place by killing everyone who disagrees with you? Sounds like the fucking greatest plan in the world. Everyone who disagrees is just trying to ruin the world even further. Our leader will change the world. Even if we have to get rid of everyone who goes against us. There is no progress without sacrifice. I've heard enough. Get ready to fucking die, shithead. Antoine flicked him off. Antoine's tentacles zoomed towards the boy who simply smiled as he let the tentacles smash into him. The first tentacle punched him into the air, the second tentacle appeared behind the boy and smacked him back down, the third tentacle punched him in the gut, and the fourth tentacle smashed him in the back. The tentacles continued to juggle and combo the boy in the air before finishing him off with a combined double punch towards the concrete street below. Boom! The boy crashed harshly into the street and showed no signs of movement. Antoine grinned as he walked over to the boy with a smug look on his face. He used his tentacles to pick the boy up by the shirt. Gotcha! The boy suddenly opened his eyes with no damage on him whatsoever as he held his palm out at Antoine and released a huge destructive shockwave right in Antoine's face. The shockwave completely destroyed the street and buildings behind Antoine as he stood perfectly still and unharmed. The young man's mouth dropped in sheer shock. Abo Ryuichi. Good try, you little fucking brat. You're lucky no people were back that way or I would have had to bury you 100 feet into the ground. Antoine said as hand inched closer and closer to the entirely frightened boy. Impossible. Not even the sergeant could have stood up to that blast. "Who are you?" he stuttered in fear. "The ultimate craftsman. Your local Grim Reaper." He answered before the Ryuichi was suddenly enveloped in white angelic feathers and vanished right in front of him. An irritated look appeared on Antoine's face. "What the fuck? Who the hell?" Antoine shot high into the sky so he could get a better look over the entire city and still failed to spot Ryuichi or any white feathers. He dropped back down into the city. "These motherfuckers are a lot more fucking organized than I thought. No one fucking told me they had a teleporter," Antoine shouted. Antoine then sniffed the air and headed towards the most populated place in the city currently. With that one sniff he could almost map out the entire city in his head. This was only possible due to his INT stat being so high. If it wasn't, Antoine could have put himself in a coma from the insane amount of information he gained from that one sniff. His nose is so strong through the various skills he's acquired, there is almost nothing he can't sniff out. Chapter 48, Getting Played and Budding Interests. Antoine flew over to see City Hall as the safe haven for most of the citizens inside the city. Heroes were taking a defensive position around the building. The remaining heroes inside the city surrounded the white building even if their quirk wasn't meant for straight-up combat. Antoine figured it was to make the locals feel secure. But from what he could see, the heroes themselves were just as scared as the fucking people they were protecting. Antoine chuckled from this as he showed up on the scene, confusing most of the people who heard and saw him with such a joyous expression on his face. Good to know that heroes are still people on the inside on this world too. I know I'd be scared shitless against this terrorist group, Antoine thought as he sought to take over the scene. Some even suspected him to be a villain from the aura surrounding him and were about to attack, but the hero taking charge of this operation calmed the other heroes and stopped them from attacking. It seems he recognized Antoine from somewhere. Antoine surely didn't recognize him though. "You're the owner of Universal Crafts, the company with a hero for the president," the leading hero said. "Yep. That's me. Although I'm heroing right now, so just call me the ultimate craftsman or just craftsman," Antoine told him. "Well, although I'm not hoping much, can you tell me if you have any supplies to give out for the people inside? They're not doing too well." Antoine could pull out enough food from his inventory to feed 10 African villages. These few hundreds of people weren't much. Not to add that most of the food was boosted by his specially crafted stove and made all the food taste 60% better and had a 50% increase in quality. With his stove, he could roast a marshmallow on top of it and make it give actual valuable nutrients to the body instead of being just junk food. Antoine's favorite snack to cook in his stove was cake. All that sugar and fat turns in whatever beneficial nutrients the person who is eating it is lacking the most. Antoine chalked it up to the system's magic in dealing with certain things that were definitely impossible to explain through actual science and didn't look further into it. But feeding these people with his inventory would be an issue. Antoine's quirk was listed as his shark quirk, not storage or a spatial quirk. And he doesn't plan on revealing his multiple quirks quite yet. Not until he's turned all of Japan into paradise and he's ruling it. "Nope. I don't have anything on me except my hero gear and gadgets," he replied casually. The leading hero's face fell immediately. But he quickly picked it back up so as not to worry the people behind him. Antoine just smiled. "Don't worry fuckers. I got something better for ya," Antoine declared as he pulled out a tiny metal box from his pocket. "What is that going to do?" the hero asked. "Making your jobs 100x easier," Antoine answered before throwing the metal box at the side of the building. Countless faces were visible from the windows of the building. Each one having a different emotion on their face, but a majority of them showing fear and sorrow. If it was in Antoine's character, He would try and calm the panicked and frightened citizens, but he figured it would be better if he focused on saving them and beating the shit out of the group responsible for causing this mess in the first place. Especially since it interrupted his current plans of fixing Japan into the utopia he wants it to be. Of course, it won't be the perfect country, but Antoine plans on making it damn near it. Antoine's box exploded open and a silvery liquid exploded from it and latched onto the building. It exploded with as much liquid as a water balloon can hold, but the heroes and locals watched as it slowly grew larger in quantity and began stretching all over town hall. The heroes and locals watched in confusion and amazement at what they were seeing. The citizens were initially worried, but once they saw that Antoine was another hero, they were relieved. Yeah. This goop is strong enough to tank several tank missiles once it solidifies. Finding this chemical solution was a bitch though. You don't want to know how many accidents were made trying to make this shit. Antoine said as the silver slime continued to spread over the surface of the inside and outside of the building. Some curious children inside tried touching it before their parents could restrain them, but were sad upon finding out that they didn't become silver as well or couldn't play with it. Their parents swooped them up and quickly admonished their reckless behaviors, even though they were secretly glad that no harm came to their children from their slow reactions. Antoine would have laughed if he saw the scene for himself. Alright, that crap should protect them for nearly any attacks, so you all don't have to worry about protecting them if something arises. I'm gonna go and help out any stragglers still in the city. Antoine told the leading hero. Antoine was about to blast off with his rocket shoes, but before he activated them, he heard a strange sound appearing above City Hall. The sound of fluttering feathers. He turned around and saw a large ball of white feathers descending down towards the building. If he wasn't so sure that this was the dramatic entrance of a villain, he would describe the scene in front of him as beautiful and divine. The texture and appearance of those wings couldn't be described in any other way besides seraphic and magnificent. They were so amazing that some of the heroes fantasize being enveloped in those wings would make anyone think they were in heaven. The ball of wings unfurled themselves and a sudden sound rang out from the ground. Bang! The feathers on the wings quickly attached themselves to the being inside the wings and transported a few meters to the left, avoiding the projectile aiming for them. The heroes down below finally got a good look at what was inside the white feathers, and they could only be described as an angel, one hero muttered in disbelief. The figure had large white wings sprouting from their back. Their facial features were so aesthetically pleasing that regardless of gender, they made both male and female heroes' present bodies heat up and faces redden. The being's body was seemingly sculpted to perfection. Their arms, legs, abs, and everything was just perfect. Even if someone had a perfectly opposite taste in people, they would still feel compelled to worship and fall for the figure above them. Well, that is if your name isn't Antoine Neal and the fact that you just shot a sniper round towards an angel-like figure. Splurt. The bullet that missed the figure came soaring back towards them without them knowing at all and pierced through their wings. A heavenly scream rang out as the figure started falling to the ground. Pure shock and worry was exchanged between all the heroes present. You may have these fuckheads charmed, you beautiful asshole, but you won't get me. I know you're part of the survivors. Antoine said with tears of envy in his eyes. The young hero leapt towards the falling figure and was about to snatch them up with his metal arms, but before he could, the angelic figure lifted their head and looked at him with a death glare, making Antoine even more angry at their attractiveness. Their wings opened outward and a figure appeared from the middle of them and blasted Antoine away with magma. Antoine's adamantium tentacles took the brunt of most of the magma and he flicked it to the streets below after he landed down. He looked at the newcomer slightly pissed that he didn't get to punch the shit out of the heavenly angel villain. The ultimate craftsman. We just got a warning about you. You're a lot more dangerous than your file states. So dangerous that I, a sergeant, had to come and deal with you. The newcomer stated. Fuck off, Ghost Rider copycat. Antoine flicked him off. That shitty lava Quirk won't be enough to deal with me. Antoine antagonized. The sergeant fully came out of the angel's wings and he landed down on top of City Hall as the angel teleported themselves away. The sergeant had a fierce aura around him. He honestly scared most of the heroes down below with just his aura alone. The other half was scared due to his face. An actual skull with magma flowing out of it. Every time he talked magma spittle flew from his mouth. Antoine was confused on how eloquently he was speaking despite spitting every time he talked. It didn't even sound like he had magma coming out of his mouth at all. "We'll see about that, Craftsman," the sergeant said as magma suddenly poured out in massive amounts from his body and shot upwards into the sky as a lava spout. "Everyone get inside if your quirk can't fucking protect you from lava. Now!" Antoine shouted as the lava started falling down towards them like an ocean wave. The heroes ran as fast as they could to make it inside the armored town hall. Antoine had a few of his tentacles pop off to save the extra slow assholes as he used the remaining to shape-shift into a metal dome to protect himself. But it seems that the sergeant was planning on this outcome somehow because as soon as Antoine went into his dome, he jumped from the roof and appeared in front of Antoine's ball. He shot out lava from his chest that was going to engulf Antoine's dome and completely captured it in a lava bubble, trapping Antoine inside. If he tried to break out, lava would soon flow inside his ball and melt him alive. Heh. This was easier than I thought. Dumb brat. My mission was just to stall you until we can get all our members out of here. Not defeat you. The sergeant chuckled. You sneaky little bitch. I actually thought you were going to fight me, pussy. Antoine raged after falling into his trap. Even while Antoine was raging after falling into the trap, his mind was quickly looking for solutions to solve this without exposing that he can use more than one quirk. I got too cocky. This sucks dick. Now I gotta use my actual brain to get out of this before they can escape, he groaned. Swoosh. Yuga avoided another object sent at high speeds from the portal girl and ran back towards her. He punched towards her face and just before he could reach, a small white portal appeared in front of her face and a black portal appeared on the side of his. Boom! Yuga was sent flying back from the force of his own fist with added force from the girl's quirk. He figured out generally how her quirk works, but that was a new application of it that he's just now seeing. Apparently she can make the portals bigger and smaller as well. The white portal sucks things in and the black portal shoots things out that the white portal sucked in at a faster speed. Yuga was having a hard time getting past her defenses. A straight-on offensive was useless against her. As well as long-ranged combat. But what about an attack she can't see? Yuga thought. Yuga took off his shades and tossed them far into the sky. The villain's face was blank as usual and she never took her eyes off him. Yuga's body started sparkling brightly and the villainess attacked by sucking in some more debris through her white portal and launching them towards the shining Yuga. Won't even give me a moment to set up my plan. He muttered as he was forced to dodge out of the way and his body lost all its shine from earlier. He tried charging up again but it seems the young villain caught on to the fact that he was attempting something and didn't rest up on sending speeding rocks towards him. Yuga had to try something else or he'd be forced to constantly follow her pace. He shot a laser beam from his sparkling boxing glove towards his shades that were now floating in the air. The beam reflected off the shades and streaked towards the attractive and slim girl, taking her attention off of Yuga momentarily. Chance. Chapter 49, Saving the Day. With Toru. Toru was sandwiched between two villains. One capable of seeing the future or had enhanced senses that could sense any danger or attack that came his way. The other could control people with her fingers like some sort of master puppeteer. The puppeteer was controlling these 6 possibly innocent people and having them attack her without any regards to their safety. It was as if they were wild animals with the way they were coming after her. With her adamantium staff gifted to her by Antoine, she took on the unnerving and savage-controlled people. Toru whacked the first person to the side with her long staff and then slammed it onto the ground. She swung around the staff and kicked the rest of the puppets away. She then blasted a white beam of light from her palms to the ground and shot towards the puppeteer on top of the roof. The look on her face never changed even though Toru was headed straight for her. She simply parted her hair to side as Toru was suddenly impacted on the side of the head by something and was knocked off course. The puppeteer showed a small smirk as her puppets were directly below Toru, ready to capitalize on her falling state. She looked towards the laughing orange-haired villain and realized that no matter what she tried he would continue to get in her way. I guess I have no choice. I was struggling against him when he was alone, but now that he has a friend it's just impossible to win the way I am now. At least I know now that his quirk can't be heightened senses. Toru thought before finally deciding to use it. A spark flared from Toru's back. She gritted her teeth as she was still not completely used to using this device. Electricity began sparking and racing across her body as a bright white light illuminated from her figure as she fell down below. The two villains were forced to shield their eyes from the intense light. I can't see shit. Hanako. Can you see anything? Isuke shouted before the realization of his quirk smashed him in the face. I've told you about using my name. Call me Madam Conglomerate. And no I can't. Hanako responded back just as blind as Isuke. Hanako's puppets dropped like a sack of potatoes after she was blinded and Isuke was desperately mashing on his phone before realizing that it was far too late. God damn it, he cursed as a blinding figure smashed him in the jaw from below. He was launched upwards in the air before the figure threw their palm in his direction and he smashed into something hard with his back. Gah! Isuke spat out blood from the impact and started falling down to the city streets below with a dazzling light waiting for him. Isuke landed in some sort of blue bird cage. The opening of the bird cage closed shut once he was inside it and he knew that a majority of his bones were broken or on the verge of being broken. He's definitely going to be feeling this crap in the morning. Especially since the survivors don't have a member that can heal with a quirk yet. Isuke groaned in pain as he struggled to pull out his phone. As he pulled it out, he managed to get a clear look at the hero that put him in this god-forsaken state. She was a completely new person. The little girl from earlier that couldn't be any older than his niece, was gone and replaced by this thing. A luminous being of a myriad of colors. Isuke swore he saw colors on that freak that he didn't even know the name of. Her hair was in the form of a bob cut parted to the left. She grew tall enough to tower over him like some sort of Amazonian freak. She has some nice fat tits and ass like this though. I'd stick my fucking schlong in this bitch if I had the chance. Isuke thought, not entirely displeased with her new appearance. She disappeared in less than a second after appearing in front of him and Isuke heard Hanako scream momentarily and then there was silence once more. He could swear she was moving at the speed of light. Isuke took this chance to quickly send a message for help and just before he could hit send, the fucking bitch appeared in front of his cage and broke his phone. You little whore. Do you know how much that cost me on the Universal Crafts website? It was the last one in stock too. Isuke raged as he saw Hanako hanging over the girl's shoulder. The hero bitch ignored him as she pulled out a much cooler looking phone from her body. Toru checked her cell to see if there were any messages from Antoine or Yuga. Antoine sent her one earlier that said that the villains had a teleporter on their side. Don't let them use their phones. If you couldn't stop them then take them far away from the location they sent it in and arrest them with the cuffs I gave you too. Once you restrain them inject them with the quirk neutralizer and they should be as harmless as kittens for you too. The message read. Toru controlled the bird cage and made it float in the air. She was about to take off with the two villains just in case one of them managed to send a message before she used the quirk enhancing device attached to the middle of her back. But before she could, an injured angelic figure appeared behind her with blood seeping out from their wings. They quickly glanced at her before looking at the two villains she captured. She noticed the orange-haired villain make eye contact with the winged person and rapidly shake his head. Toru was about to speed towards the villain, but she felt a tingle in her spine that forced her to stop for an instant. The divine-like villain soon vanished in a cluster of feathers, and Toru soon wrapped up the puppeteer on her back that stifled her movements with her quirk piercing into her back. The conglomerate, as she called herself, was now wrapped up like a mummy and floating along with Isuk trapped in the bird cage she made. She then dropped the 6 controlled people inside the bird cage with Isuk. Toru flew away to take care of this group by bringing them to the police force waiting outside the city. Motherfucking little prissy gay-ass Ghost Rider wannabe bitch. Antoine cursed as he juggled 2 thin lab beakers filled with liquids. One was steaming green and the other was bubbling purple. Antoine pulled out a 3rd beaker from his inventory using his mouth and grasped it using his toes before finally mixing the green and purple liquid into the empty beaker. The 2 liquids possibly only known to Antoine mixed and released a white gas from the top of the beaker, forcing Antoine to cough violently before emerging with a wide grin on his face. The green and purple liquid mixed and formed a light yellow color. The finished product was a beaker filled with vibrating yellow fluid. Ha ha ha, science to the motherfucking rescue. Antoine cheered as he opened up a small hole in his dome shield. Lava immediately poured inside and Antoine chucked his chemical solution at the lava. The lava immediately flash froze into ice chunks. Crack. Crack. Shatter. Antoine broke free of his previously molten prison and laughed in triumph. He looked around to see massive amounts of ice all around him. He's okay. A childish voice shouted. Did that child just open the shutters? Oh God, what if the lava was still out there? He didn't mean to, all right. The mother defended her child while embracing him. He almost got us killed. The leading hero soon took charge of the situation and began to placate the people. It is fine, everyone. We are all okay. The craftsman managed to subdue the villain. You are all safe. He said. Yeah. No thanks to you, a voice whispered, sending the whole building into discussion and shouting once more. While this was happening, Antoine was checking out the sergeant's frozen body. It seems like he couldn't react in time before getting frozen along with his lava. Antoine pulled out 2 orbs and threw them in the air after pressing the red buttons attached to them. The 2 orbs quickly began to transform and Antoine gave them orders. Take this dickhead to the cops outside the city. And tell them. He pushed a few buttons on his phone and a ding sounded out. It's safe to re-enter the city. The remaining members of the survivors have been taken care of. Antoine declared after checking the reports given to him by a few members of Apex that haven't been identified to the public. The drones flew above the chilled villain and spun around while ejecting a black wire. The black wire wrapped around the sergeant and the 2 drones took off. They flew high above and sped out of the city with the villain in tow. A few moments later, Yuga came with 2 captured villains over his shoulders. They were both unconscious and softly breathing. Alright everyone. We got the fucking shitheads responsible for attacking the city. You are all safe now. Antoine announced confidently. Really? Is it finally over? Can we finally go home? Well, I wouldn't try to go home yet. The police, ambulances, firefighters, other heroes, and a whole bunch of others will be coming in soon to help restore this city back to normal. Not to mention that my company will be aiding in the relief efforts to get this city back to normal. Whether it's food, structural repairs, or even just comfort and someone to talk to about this situation. My company will be here to solve most if not all of your needs. Antoine added. So do we still have to stay in this dumb building? It's getting cramped in here. Nope. You're free to come outside, but don't fucking wandering off like shitheads just because you want to go home. The city has to make sure that you are alive and counted for once they come in. Just stay in this general area. Antoine told them as he finally noticed Yuga behind him. Yuga. You sparkling bastard. I see you got pretty fucked up. Your face looks like shit. Antoine laughed at him. Just so you know, I did this to myself. I certainly didn't get beat up by anyone. Yuga defended himself. Ahahaha. So what happened? Did you just decide to start hitting yourself in the face to scare these two into submitting? Antoine jokingly asked. I don't want to talk about it. Ahahaha, you definitely got tricked or some shit like a dumbass and hit yourself. Like you had a flawless experience either. Robots and real villain fights are completely differently. I won my fights without a single scratch on me. He lied. And that's what you get for not patrolling more. I got classes. I can't fight villains every day. Hell, I'm not even supposed to be here right now. Antoine was too busy holding his gut from laughter to even hear Yuga excuses anymore. Yuga continued to yell and shout at Antoine as Toru came walking towards them from down the street. She transformed her hero costume into her school uniform and looked very tired. Her shoulders were drooped down and she was dragging one of her feet as she walked towards them. It looks like you weren't the only one to take a pounding today. Toru looks like she just got done going through a few rounds, if you know what I mean. Antoine started elbowing Yuga's shoulders. A faint reddening of his cheeks betrayed his attempt of ignoring Antoine as he was forced to briefly imagine Toru in such a way. Aw, you thought about it. Ha. With how flexible she is, you know she gotta give good. Antoine was interrupted with a jab in the gut and was knocked away. Don't put that thought into my head. That's gross, Antoine. She's like our sister. Yuga shouted with his cheeks ablaze. You know I'm right. And correction. She's our childhood friend. Antoine yelled back as he recovered flawlessly and headed back over to him with Toru finally making it to them. Hey. Guys. Toru greeted tiredly. You don't look so good, Yuga pointed out. No. No, I do not. I had to give it my all or I'm not sure I would even be standing here right now. She revealed. Yeah. Taking that many at once would definitely wear someone out. Antoine whispered into Yuga's ear. I'm having trouble just walking after that fight. Antoine, do you have any of that? She asked. Antoine was having trouble holding in his giggles. I bet she would after taking so many D. Antoine was once again punched away by Yuga. This isn't the time, Antoine. Toru was in a serious situation. Yuga shouted. Toru was confused looking at the angered face of Yuga and the out-of-breath laughter of Antoine. She then tried to piece together the situation from Yuga's emotional outburst and Antoine's wheezing. He was joking around, wasn't he? She asked, not surprised at all. He was, talking about. Yuga's face turned beet red. Those types of things, when you were explaining how worn out you were and how you could barely stand, he talked in an increasingly smaller voice. Yuga was expecting her to get angry or upset at Antoine, but Toru only sighed and mumbled something about not expecting anything else from him. A vial with a familiar colored liquid was tossed towards Toru's face. She instinctively caught it and recognized what it was. Thanks, you dick. She said as she gulped down the liquid and began regenerating from all the damage accumulated from her battle. Antoine could only try and laugh more after hearing her call him a dick. She said dick. Ha 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 ha. The two ignored him as sirens started blaring throughout the city. At a location unknown at this time. A pair of feathers could be seen phasing into existence as 10 figures emerged from within 2 slightly bloodied wings. The 10 figures had various degrees of injuries and appearances. Some were even unconscious. But there was one trait that was shared between all of them. About damn time, Ayanabu. Those damn cops were about to stuff me into a freaking Iron Maiden. If I didn't steal one of the phones from Hanako's followers and send you my location, I would be incarcerated right now. A familiar voice rang out as his orange messy hair was being fixed by the falling feathers surrounding him and his associates. My apologies. Isuk. The Craftsman was a much bigger threat than I initially assumed. The wounded warper said through haggard breaths. Even after I went through all that trouble of warning you. The little bastard even took out Greg. One of our sergeants. I'm telling you guys. We need to place that fucker as a top priority threat. Isuk ranted. What? He took out Greg. A brown-haired average-looking teen exclaimed. Ienabu nodded as they gently floated down towards the sand below. But. How? Not even I could stand up to Greg without someone constantly feeding me a large amount of power. That doesn't mean that others aren't capable of such a feat, Ryukuin. Ienabu told him. The boy was in disbelief as another familiar face appeared in front of the group. I see you got out without a scratch again. Isuk stated bitterly. She looked at him with a deadpan look before focusing on Ienabu. Don't ignore me, Nikki. You jailbait little cu dash. He was unable to finish his statement from the severe pain in his jaw. Nikki conjured a black portal and a man dressed in a messy and wrinkly scrub suit walked out of it. Stains of alcohol, food, and other unidentifiable spots were present all over his outfit. The man had wild black hair that would remind people of a lion's mane as it extended all the way to his lower back. He held a lit cigarette in between his fingers as he took a good long smoke as he gazed at the retrieved members of the survivor group that went to Japan. You guys look like crap. The group couldn't exactly disagree with that statement since most of them did get defeated and are suffering from injuries. Yeah, no shit, document. I think my fucking jaw is about to shatter into pieces and my spine about to crack into 1,000,000 more pieces. Isuk complained. The designated doctor's eyes began glowing green. The injured members of the survivors felt a chill in their body as a perverted and lust-filled gaze appeared on the doctor's face. Yeah, you guys really do look like shit. It's even worse than I thought. Let's get back to my office at Base Bravo and I'll fix you bums up the best I can. He said, blowing out cigar smoke. The group walked inside the white portal created by Nikki and disappeared from the unknown beach Ienabu took them to. Chapter 50, Messing Around. The following morning. The beautiful warming sun was shining over Niigata. Its inhabitants, still recovering from the villain attack, were in no mood to enjoy such a lovely morning, however. A majority of their city was ruined from the terrorist group and was currently being restored and made even better than before. This was due to the collaborative effort of many different groups and people. Seeing the massive amount of support given to their city, it was almost good enough it offset the horrible and terrifying attack they suffered yesterday. But the lives of their friends, loved ones, neighbors, and families, are something that could never be brought back. This was addressed by the locals and they decided to build a statue as a memorial for those who lost their lives from the attack. They haven't decided on what the statue should be yet, but they decided to discuss it later in the future. For now though, the people of Niigata will try to rebuild their city and quickly return to their normal lives before with the help of local heroes, the government, and certain organizations. Alright, get to work you fucking bums. I don't want to see no lazing around. Antoine said to a group of men and women wearing construction clothes and safety equipment. We haven't even started yet, Mr. Neal. And that's the problem right there, isn't it, Phil? Now get to work. He ordered with a sudden megaphone. The workers groaned collectively as they slowly got to work. I wonder what's up his ass. He is at the age, you know. He's probably just got rejected by some girl and is taking his anger out on us. Oh yeah. I kind of forget sometimes that our boss is only 17. A fucking 17-year-old multimillionaire. Don't forget that. We can make fun of him all we want, but the things he's accomplished at his age isn't anything to joke about. Wasn't he just born in a rich family? It would have been pretty easy to get big like that. No man. He was born in a regular middle-class family. No one knows how he got his business to get so big in so little time, some people even think he was born with a quirk that made people more likely to listen to his suggestions and in turn buy whatever he wants them to. Or even a quirk that could make money. It's highly debated online if his shark quirk is really his quirk or not. I wish I was born with a quirk that made me a damn multimillionaire. But all I got is a stupid hammer for a head. Even if you had a quirk like that, you'd be too stupid to use it right. Hey, I'm plenty smart. I even learned how to make an account for the company website last night. The fact you couldn't figure it out for 2 weeks since we started working here, proves my point. This conversation is done, Phil. You're just mad because Anna rejected you on the ride here. I'm not mad about that. Drop it already. Heh. Whatever you say, show. Phil sneered. A third worker came over to the two men. What are you two talking about while the rest of us are suffering? Hey Anna. We were just talking about how you rejected. Phil. I swear to God I'll smash your teeth in. Phil didn't finish his statement, but Anna already realized what the subject matter was about. An awkward look appeared on her mousy and cute face. Hey. What the hell is this? Social hour. Break time. Phil. Show. Anna. Any more bullshit on company time and it's all your asses. Antoine yelled once he noticed the lack of work getting done. The three quickly straightened up and got to work. Anna sighed after being caught up with the two and hoped this didn't ruin her chances for future development in this company. Phil made a mental note in his hammerhead to make sure not to slow down his work while chatting or he'll get crap for it. Sho was looking at Anna apologetic and hoped she wouldn't try to bring up her rejecting his coffee date. Antoine continued to watch over the workers for a while longer before walking off to head to a different area. His company has expanded from their starting point of being a tech company and headed into a more diverse type of company. Something that resembled Google and Amazon in how they have so many different focuses, but technology being the main and most important focus for them. Although his company was far too small in comparison to those two right now. Expanding his company was good and all, but he needed to make sure his origin was the best and safest it could be. But the thing is, Antoine didn't have a base. He simply made any electronic store item he saw other companies selling, and with the system, it added stats, passives, and sometimes actives to the items, making them better than the competitors and more likely to be bought by customers. Although the price factor did draw away from some customers. Antoine increased the prices of his products more than those in his local surroundings due to how superior they were. He absolutely refused to sell his crafted works at a price that didn't reflect how amazing they are. This action caused his store to stagnate heavily in the beginning along with some other factors. No reasonable adult would really trust that a kid is able to make or sell anything that is better than the hottest items on the market. Especially not at the prices he was selling them at. Most people just took him as a dumb kid trying to make a quick buck. Antoine didn't really care how well or badly his company was doing. His goals didn't need for him to become a world-famous business tycoon. His true goal was always to become the #1 hero. The most toxic hero this world has ever seen. And force them to love him and his terrible behavior. Because they will have no choice because of his status as #1. This whole company thing is just a current hobby for him. A slight chuckle escaped from Antoine's mouth as he saw more and more of his employees helping throughout the city. Tearing down buildings, fixing buildings, giving comfort to the survivors or particularly scarred locals, handing out food and drinks, and free toys and such for the children. It would be quite the enjoyable sight for anyone that liked such a peaceful atmosphere, but Antoine wasn't such a person. And since Yuga and Toru were busy at UA, he had free reign to do whatever the hell he wanted. But sadly I can't do it here. I am somewhat the cause of this due to the satellite shit. It would be a little too much if I decided to fuck around here after causing so much trouble. I'll just make sure to improve this city 10x better than it was before to make up for it and make sure no one knows I'm partially responsible for the loss of multiple lives all across the world and technological attacks on multiple governments and hijacking the undestroyed satellites. Antoine started to realize. Now that I think about it, I kind of caused a lot of trouble trying to make sure my loved ones were safe. I guess becoming a worldwide hero is inevitable now if I ever wanted to make up for what I've done. Antoine said with a serious look on his face. The corners of his lips slowly started to turn up after a few seconds. But that shit is for later. Haha, what's the hurry when I have the legendary system? Even universal heroism won't be the limit of my glory. Antoine crazily screamed as he took off across the sky with his glider. Now that he was momentarily free from his duties as both a hero and a CEO, Antoine shape-shifted himself into a completely different person with one of the many quirks he's had his nanites record. He had to get himself quite a few distances away from Niigata just to be safe, and once he spotted a perfectly innocent city down below, he hopped off his glider. His glider continued flying off into the sky as he landed in a dark alleyway void of people. The sound of crime already. Are you fucking kidding me? Antoine muttered to himself as he heard the sounds of a fighting and crying. He was considering ignoring it due to the pain in the ass timing it had, but ultimately decided against it. Maybe he could have some fun beating the shit out of these assholes nearby. Antoine walked over to the sounds and watched as 3 shitheads were beating the crap out of some costumed kid balled up in fetal position, sobbing. The fucking kid tried to be a little hero, huh? Antoine figured. Ha 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 ha. Antoine burst into laughter, confusing the 3 delinquents and the weak hero. No, get some more licks in. Beat that idiot's brain in. Maybe it'll teach him not to be so stupid anymore. Ha ha ha. The delinquents were put off by Antoine's behavior and were about to walk away from someone they collectively designated as a psycho old man. But before they could walk away, Antoine kicked off the ground and appeared in the middle of the trio. Hey hey hey. When I tell you shitheads to do something, you better. One of the delinquents suddenly swung at Antoine and cut him off in the middle of his warning. PSSH. A yellow liquid squirted out towards Antoine and effectively splashed on the fist coming his way. The yellow liquid did nothing to stop the fist's speed and it almost landed on Antoine. Hey you fucking little idiot. You almost pissed on my fucking outfit. Antoine yelled as he effortlessly dodged the fist and kicked in the teen's shin, causing him to fall over and fall on his face. The other 2 delinquents moved in to strike Antoine, who was posing as a disgusting old man currently. Seriously. Teaching a bunch of youngsters like you some manners isn't my plan here. I just came to this city to have some fun. Antoine muttered as he dodged both attacks and grabbed the arms of the 2 before slinging them into the wall. The 3 groaned in pain and Antoine looked at the young vigilante in the making. He crouched over him and assessed his injuries. Fucking kid. Trying to be a hero when your only quirk is shooting piss out of your hands. Drink this and you'll be fine. And I swear to God, if you try to follow me with your body like that, I'll kill you myself. Antoine threatened him. The boy's heart shivered at the tone of his savior. Even if he looked quite ugly, gross, and smelled like horse's dung, he still saved him. Seriously, what a waste of time. At least join a fighting class or something if your quirk isn't a combative one. He finished as he vanished from the area, unknowingly gaining a new admirer in the process. Said admirer just finished drinking the strange juice given to him by his savior and felt his injuries disappearing somehow. Wah. He felt his body all over and didn't feel any pain from that beating those thugs gave him earlier. He raced out of the building to try and thank the mysterious old man but couldn't find any signs of him through the sea of bodies currently on the street. Not knowing that the old man didn't leave at all and was standing on top of the building above him, watching him. Is this fucking kid some kind of MC? Do people just not listen anymore? Who the hell would try and chase down some stinky gross-looking hobo? Fuck, Antoine thought as he looked at the kid. Antoine took off and ignored the child. It didn't matter if there were more main characters besides Midoriya, he'd just have to make sure to stay on top of his own shit. Even if there was an army of main characters after him somehow, it wouldn't bother him in the slightest. Not with his tech. Now. To find the perfect spot. Antoine thought while looking down from a roof at a sea of people down below. A smile slowly creeped itself onto his face. He reached into his inventory and pulled out 4 items. 1 cane, 1 plastic nose, 1 murky green liquid inside a test tube, and 1 perfume bottle. He swallowed the green liquid with a satisfied look on his face and sprayed the bottle on his outfit. He then quickly placed the plastic nose on his nose and wielded the cane in his left hand. Antoine then dropped down below into the crowd. Sorry, no entry. There was an incident up ahead. A hobo said, stopping anyone from passing. Everyone who was on their way somewhere or just enjoying a leisurely stroll all collectively crinkled their noses once they took a whiff of this old man. Mommy, he stinks. Sir. Do you mind letting us through? A beautiful schoolgirl asked the old man. No can do, sweetie. But maybe if you give me a sloppy kiss, I'll make an exception for you. The old man said, smiling widely with his discolored teeth filled with holes and spots of green inside. The young girl nearly hurled along with some others who managed to see the sight. Her skin paled as she took a few steps back defeated. Another youngster followed up after her attempt and tried to barrel through. Smack smack smack. The boy was whacked 3 times and forced to retreat backwards from the crazy hobo's attacks. Are you crazy, old man? You can't hold us here. A particularly busty red-headed woman yelled as she stomped towards him. I ain't holding no one. No entry allowed. There was an incident up ahead. Can't let you all hurt yourselves. Up ahead laid nothing at all. No incident or any signs of anything besides more shops and people. I don't see anything. Busting Tit screamed. Who said you had to see it? Just know there is no entry past this. Smack smack. The old man vanished and whacked the back of the head of someone trying to get past him on the far left. Ow ow. The man cried before turning around angrily at the old man and raising his fist. The crowd looked on slightly conflicted. Although they didn't like the stinky geezer, they didn't wish for him to be injured. He was most likely just some mentally ill old man who got away from his keeper or something. Wait. Don't hurt him. Someone screamed. But it was too late. The man threw his fist at the stinky senile pie tent and the crowd was stunned into silence. Smack 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 smack. The hobo's cane seemingly blurred as it rapidly hit the man all over. It looked like the old man hit him 20 times over in basically a second. Leaving him a weeping sobbing mess in the middle of the street. Humph, youngsters these days, the old man muttered with a huff. While inwardly, Antoine was laughing his ass off being a dick to these people. He returned back to his original spot with his cane. Let's just go a different way. This isn't really worth the time, guys, the young man said. A smile appeared on Antoine's face. Let's go around then, they agreed while looking quite sullen and angrily at the hobo. Antoine waited until they all dispersed away and grinned widely before vanishing from his spot and disappearing from that part of the city. Chapter 51, Gaining Some Attention. 2 young teens were seen walking together towards the entrance of UA. It was a boy and a girl. They were wearing the standard uniform everyone else was wearing, but for some reason they were capturing the attention of everyone nearby. They didn't have any strange accessories or unusual appearances either. So, for what reason was everyone's eyes glued to these 2 young heroes in training? Is it because one of them is so devilishly handsome or unbelievably beautiful? Possibly. Although the persons in question would definitely deny such a flattering statement. Look, it's them. The freshmen who were said to play a big part in saving that city that was nearly destroyed by the survivors. Yeah, right. Like those two could have possibly did anything big. They're just freshmen. An upperclassman said in jealousy. It's true. It was all over the internet with videos of those two saving people in the city and capturing members of survivors. They probably just swooped in to take the credit of the real heroes who were on the scene. Nope, that's not it either. A lot of people from Niigata tagged them on social media about how heroic those two were and how thankful they were. A few police officers even said that the handsome guy saved them from one of survivors' head members. The upperclassman shut his mouth at this point. He humphed and started walking into the building, leaving the rest of the students of UA to continue gossiping and talking about the two. He's so buff and so handsome. Look at those muscles. His uniform can barely hold him. Don't even get me started on his butt. It's so cute. The many young girls of UA gossiped while ogling the sight of the boy. His face reddened as he overheard the comments of the girls. A mischievous giggle came from his side and a slight jab from her elbow into his side, makes him even more embarrassed. Look at you, Yuga. Getting a girlfriend is just a matter of time now. She giggled playfully. Please shut up. He pleaded while hiding his face with his hand. There's nothing embarrassing about being popular with the girls, you know. Toru told him. That's not why I'm embarrassed. Hearing them talk about me in that way is embarrassing. He quietly shouted. Guys talk about girls in that way all the time, don't they? Toru innocently asked before suddenly thinking again. Or have we been hanging out with Antoine a bit too often? Definitely the second option. When I'm thinking of a girl, I definitely don't think about that stuff first. Yuga innocently remarked. So, you do think of that stuff, Toru said teasingly. His already red face brightened up to the color of a tomato. It's normal to sometimes think of that stuff at my age. Don't try and make me out as a pervert. He reasonably said. Toru began wiping imaginary tears from her eyes and making sobbing sounds. My little Yuga has already grown up this much. Sniff sniff. Shut up. He started walking faster up ahead, leaving her behind, giggling to herself. Toru quickly caught up to him and placed her hand on his shoulder while laughing. She was trying to apologize amidst her laughter, but it only seemed to upset Yuga more. Don't act like you don't have thoughts like that too. Yuga redirected. I never said I didn't have thoughts like that, Yuga. I think of some guys that way too. Guh. Yuga was rendered speechless and a slightly bit more embarrassed. He didn't expect her to honestly answer him without any shame or embarrassment. He shut his mouth and they continued to walk inside UA while Yuga tried to filter out all the flattering comments aimed towards him. The two of them were about to reach their classroom door, but up ahead two girls they've never seen before were hanging near the door. Yuga and Toru reached the classroom door and were about to ignore them and go inside, but before they could. Excuse me. A squeaky voice shouted. One of the girls bowed towards Yuga while holding out a decorated pink letter. The girl had a large bushy squirrel-like tail coming from beneath her skirt and brown hair in the shape of an acorn. Please accept this. She asked with all of her heart and courage. Me? Yuga asked, quite confused. Yes. Her face was starting to heat up. Yuga grabbed the letter and the two swiftly ran down the hall after he accepted it. I wonder what that was all about, Yuga muttered as Toru felt like facepalming. It's your first love letter, Yuga. Toru excitedly squealed. Love letter? He shouted in disbelief. Aha. No 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 no. You're kidding. She probably just wants me to deliver this to someone else. Yuga vehemently denied the truth. If that's true, just read it then. You'll see who it is meant for. No 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 no. How could I read a love letter meant for someone else? That would be low. What kind of hero would I be if I dash? Yuga. You better man up and stop running away. Girls are not as scary as you're imagining them to be. Even more so for love and romance. You better respond to that girl's letter by the end of today or I'm kicking your butt. Toru told him as she walked into the classroom, leaving Yuga behind. Yuga sighed. Toru was right and he knew it. It was just all so sudden. He wasn't used to receiving the attention and interests of the opposite sex until recently. It wasn't until he started showing noticeable results from Antoine's training program that he noticed the stares and whispers of women around him. He refused to talk to Antoine about it because no doubt he'll be made fun of. But talking to Toru seems so embarrassing. The only girl he even talks to on the regular is Toru, but they've been friends for so long that he doesn't even recognize her like that. He doubted he could treat other girls like he treats Toru. It'd be weird, wouldn't it? Not to mention he feels that growing up with Antoine has made all three of them sort of weird compared to other people. He sighed again. I guess I'll just have to do what Toru said and man up. There's nothing to be scared of. It's not like she's planning to eat me alive or anything. Yuga said with newfound confidence. Please do not block the door, Aoyama-kun, and head inside. It's time for class. Aizawa-sensei suddenly said, spooking the boy out of his internal thoughts. Ah, sorry sensei, Yuga responded as he headed inside and took his seat. The noise within the classroom stopped as soon as Aizawa stood up at the podium near the board. With the state of how things are right now, the instructors have chosen to have you guys start learning ways on how to protect yourselves and others more. PE will be replaced by hero lessons for the time being. Aizawa said. Doesn't that mean we'll have hero lessons throughout the week then? Mina asked. That's right. But I'm not finished with all the announcements yet. Internships are coming back. The class erupted in noise. Internships. Are they trying to work us to death? We're only first years. I can't wait to work with Fat Gum again. I guess it is for the best. With all the villains and such running around nowadays, it's good if we get as much experience on the field as much as we can. Aizawa glared at the students and they swiftly quieted themselves to let him finish. So, use your time over winter break to get in touch with who you want to intern with. But for now, let's start class. After school. You better not chicken out, Yuga. I really will beat you up if you don't respond to her feelings earnestly. Toru yelled. Yuga was currently on his way to gym. After reading the letter, he wasn't allowed any room to doubt anymore. It was a letter addressed to him telling him to come to the gymnasium after school. What awaited him inside that gym couldn't be anything else but a girl waiting to confess to him. Just the thought of it made his nerves go crazy. He arrived outside the door of the gym. His face was slightly flushed from nervousness. He took a deep breath and grabbed the handle of the door. He opened it and walked inside to see the same girl from earlier this morning. Her brown fluffy tail was swaying from side to side. She stood while twiddling with her fingers and looked up at him with a tinge of red coloring her cheeks. Aoyama-kun. You actually came. Ah. Yeah, I did, Yuga responded. Thank you for actually coming. You're welcome. Heavy silence reverberated throughout the large gymnasium. The two young shy heroes in training stood awkwardly as neither of them could manage to bring themselves to speak. Yuga was more nervous facing this girl than he was fighting villains. He just couldn't understand why he felt this way at all. So. What did you want to talk to me about? Yuga finally gathered the nerves to speak up. Her face reddened even further. Aoyama-kun. I would. Like for you. Yuga's heart starting beating faster and faster. Sweat dripped down his forehead. He wasn't ready for something like this so soon. His heart felt like leaping out of his chest. He could barely hear anything besides the beating of his chest. He needed to run. He needed to escape. He needed to be anywhere but here right now. To take me under your wing as an apprentice. She shouted with all her soul. Her voice echoed throughout the gymnasium, repeating deeply in Yuga's ears. Yuga's heart spoke. A few seconds of silence passed by with nothing being spoke. Aoyama-kun. She spoke. So you weren't confessing to me? Aoyama softly asked. What did you say, Aoyama-kun? Never mind. Sure, he responded listlessly. Yes. 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 I'll see you tomorrow, senpai. She fist-pumped 3 times before happily skipping out of the gymnasium and humming a happy tune. Yuga was left alone inside the gymnasium. His heart was still out of whack. He didn't understand anything that just happened to him. In all his 16 years of living, this had to be the most nerve-wracking and embarrassing moment he's ever experienced. If he had to say, this was more embarrassing than the time he got pantsed by Antoine in middle school in the middle of the cafeteria. She wasn't in love with him. She didn't have any romantic feelings for him at all. Yuga felt like the biggest idiot in all of the world. The only redeemable part of this entire situation was that thankfully no one was around to see him make a fool of himself. Piety. A hand grasped his shoulder. It's gonna be okay, Yuga. You'll get your chance at love one of these days. Toru's voice came from his side. Toru. Yuga's face turned bright red like a tomato. Toru's school uniform came into existence as she turned visible. She giggled and ran away from the furiously embarrassed Yuga. I didn't see anything, lover boy. She happily laughed as Yuga started chasing after her. The two dashed from the gymnasium in a high-speed sprint. Yuga was slowly catching up to Toru as his physique was better than Toru's, but only because he was a man and the fact that they started Antoine's training program at the same time. Toru is actually quite strong in comparison with the average male. But when compared to Yuga, she can only be found as his lesser in strength. Yuga was inches away from grabbing onto Toru. But before he could grab her, Toru abruptly stopped in place, causing Yuga to knock into her. Antoine. Toru shouted. Yep. It's me, bitches. Antoine greeted with a smirk on his face. He appeared from beneath a hole in the grass. The hole soon closed up with metal doors and the grass appeared over it once more, making it look like a perfectly normal patch of grass. Antoine. What are you doing on campus? I don't think the school would want an expelled student on the premises, Yuga asked. Fuck this school. Antoine responded. But to answer your question, I had some business come up and came to deal with a few things before I went to handle it. What's up? Toru asked. I've got to go to Russia and take something of mine that they stole. Russia. Can you even speak Russia? Yuga asked. Sika bliat. Antoine responded in a perfect Russian accent. What does that mean? Yuga asked once more. Toru started laughing as she understood where Antoine learned those words from. Is it something from a video game? That's the only thing I can't relate with you two about. Yuga said. Anyway. I just came to let you guys know what's up. Do you need any help? We are on winter break and all. Toru asked. If you two could speak Russian, I could have brought you along, but I got it. Don't skip out on work just because I won't be there either. I'll find out if you do. Like anyone would try and do something like that. The pay is way too good to try to take risks like that. Toru told him. Yeah. Why the heck are you paying so much for a job that's so normal? I don't know the word, but literally anyone could apply and they would be able to do something. Yuga asked. I just feel like the world is a bit unfair to middle class and lower class. Minimum wage should actually be enough for someone to call it a living wage. I've done plenty of research and the pay I give to my employees, depending on their position, is the perfect amount for them to live somewhat normally with. Antoine answered seriously. Toru and Yuga almost felt like they were talking to a different person. "That's pretty kind of you, Antoine," Toru said. "Where are you getting this money from anyway?" Yuga asked curiously. "With my brain, getting some cash ain't shit to me. Do you know how many emails and calls I get trying to get me to create something or sponsor something? Money is not an issue I need to worry about," Antoine answered. "To be honest though, I just used Momo's creation Quirk and made fat stacks of cash for hours on end till I got bored of it." Antoine thought. "Alright. See you guys in a few weeks or so. I have no idea where they took my thing, but this isn't official hero duty. So, don't tell anyone about this. Just say I'm on vacation if anyone asks. If my mom or dad asks you, tell them I'm on secret hero duty." The two nodded as they waved goodbye to Antoine, who opened up the hole in the grass and jumped down it. The entrance closed itself and the area looked no different from a normal spot of grass. "I was planning on going to the mall with Mina, Tsuyu, Kyoka, and Momo tomorrow, but I guess I can't now that I can't skip work," Toru said sadly. "Let's head to the lab. I'm itching to train today." "Oh, gonna try and train your problems away, Yuga? Don't forget you have to meet with her tomorrow." "Senpai, Toru teasingly sounded out Yuga's new status. "I don't even know her name." Yuga just remembered. Toru loudly laughed as they headed off to do their daily training plan made by Antoine. Chapter 52, Just Your Average Group of Robots. 5 figures stood atop of a snowy hill. The area down the hill laid nothing but a blanket of snow. The fierce blizzard blowing through the area seemed not to affect these 5 people in the slightest. None of them were wearing clothes appropriate for the season. One of them wore a standard blue police outfit and was eating a box of chocolate donuts, another was wearing a suit and tie that most lecturers wear along with a wrestling mask, and one was even wearing a full-body suit with a gas canister on his back. What could these 5 strange individuals possibly be doing here in the middle of nowhere? But the bigger question was, did the golden a present on each of their figures have to do with anything? "Is this the hideout, Doc?" a southern voice asked. "Correct. Daruma Ujiko is hiding just below us," he responded. "This lesson is sure to be an educational one. I'm fired up. Let's do this, Doctor." The masked man shouted as his suit looked as if it was on the verge of being stretched into oblivion from his large muscles. "MPH." The full-body suited figure agreed as they lifted their flamethrower in the air and shook it up and down. "Time for police duty, boys." "Ha ha ha." The largest of the 5, said while patting his round belly. "Let's move out then," Medic ordered. The 5 members of Apex headed down the hill towards the middle of the snowy plain, following Medic's lead as he seemed to know exactly where they needed to go. "Infinite. I need your assistance. The hideout is located right below us. Do you mind opening it up for us?" Medic asked politely. "I thought you'd never ask." "Haha, give me some space," Professor Infinite said jovially. Everyone gave Infinite room to pull off whatever he was planning on doing. Algebraic elbow drop. Infinite jumped high in the sky and aimed his elbow down towards the bed of snow below. Crash. The sound of metal tearing apart and opening rang out along with a large rise of snow. The snow rose into the air from the impact of Infinite's attack. Infinite was seen falling down below into a huge hole. "Who? Yeah!" Infinite shouted as his voice also fell with him. "Well, ain't that something," McKinney muttered. MHPH. Flamey hopped down the hole after Infinite with excitement. "Well. Let's head down, gentlemen," Medic said as he also hopped down the hole with no discernible bottom. Officer Guts, or more commonly known within Apex as Blubber Guts, and McKinney followed after the rest of their comrades and entered the seemingly bottomless hole with no reservations left. "Get them. Don't let them ruin our chances of getting into the survivors." A young man with a crazed look in his eyes screamed. Haha, like a bunch of losers like you guys could ever do anything. A childish voice stated. What, are you? One of the criminals asked in terror as he looked upon this child. What do you think? It's my Quirk, obviously. The boy lied as he rapidly spun and became a mini cyclone. The boy was the size of a regular 5 to 8-year-old child but looked nothing like an average kid. His body was spherical and mostly blue with a brown triangular patch on his chest. He has short legs with white bands near the hands and feet. His feet are large, blue and have a circular brown pad on the underside, along with a skinny brown tail that ends with a blue sphere with a spike on it. His head is round and brown with flat, curved extensions on either side and a single spike on top. He had spherical hands with no digits. The frightened man used his Quirk in retaliation and fired multiple wooden spikes out of his fingers at the boy. The situation he was in currently didn't allow him to spare any care for anyone but himself. Even if he had to maim this child, he wouldn't let himself get caught here. The spikes were deflected by the cyclone and as he got close to the man, he kicked him from below into his jaw, launching the man off his feet. I can't call myself Tip-Top if I don't finish you off properly. Tip-Top said as he jumped into the air and finished the criminal off with a spinning kick in the side of the head, knocking the villain back towards the ground with a harsh impact, instantly knocking him unconscious. Retsu. Damn it. What's with this freakish girl? I can't get a read on her. She's like a wild animal. Another criminal stated, angered as he continued to fire yellow goops out of his chest cannon towards her. The girl in question was a young girl around the age of 5. She had blonde hair and was wearing a pretty pink dress with sunflowers decorated all over it. She was currently hanging onto the ceiling like a monkey watching the man. Not freakish. Sarah cute. Don't say mean things to Sarah. Sarah yelled as she pounced towards the criminal. I got you now, you dumb kid, the criminal smirked as he fired directly at the incoming Sarah. Sarah flexed her fingers as she ripped straight through the yellow goo with her hands and landed roughly on the man's stomach, nearly causing him to foam at the mouth just from the power of her body. She grabbed his face and smashed the back of his head on the floor, knocking him out for good. Guh. Even Yenma was taken down. I'm getting out of here. The female criminal reached the edge of the window and was about to leap out of the window to get away, but before she could, she felt a strong pull on the back of her jacket. Whoa there, lady. You can't skip out so soon, you know. You gotta pay the price for trying to take our local government representative hostage to try and get into Survivor. And the price of that is... The 6-armed young teen dressed in a tight hero spandex pulled the lady next to his feet and wrapped her up body in his webs. A nice cold jail cell. You little fucking git. I'll rip your testy. Splat. Her mouth was covered by his webs. Geez, lady. There are kids around, you know. Watch your language for goodness sake. He rubbed the back of his head. Your local Apex member, Arachnid, is finished up with his part. How's it going up top, Beat B? Arachnid spoke into his communicator. That's what's up, man. Me and RR are almost finished up with the baddies up top. He's a lot tougher than the usual guys we deal with. Beat B answered. Need any help? Arachnid asked. Nah, dude. We got this in the bag. He just keeps trying to use his friends as hostages. We'll be down there in a bit. Beat B disconnected from the call. We're all done here, Arachnid. Is RR finished yet? Tip-Top asked with his arms behind his neck, looking as if this didn't even make him break a sweat. She'll be done soon apparently. They said they had it covered, so we should tie these guys up and wait for M. Booering. You can handle the tying them up part. I'll go play with Sarah. Tip-Top said as he headed over to Sarah. Arachnid chuckled to himself. He is the oldest out of the group appearance-wise, so he didn't mind doing the tedious part of the job. He started gathering the unconscious or incapacitated bodies of the criminals, and just before he got to the last member, he heard the sounds of groaning behind him. He turned around to see the two kids playing hot potato with one of the criminals' bodies. Tip-Top kicked the well-built man in an arc towards Sarah. Sarah with a large smile on her face ran on all fours towards where the man was going to land and used both of her feet to launch him back towards Tip-Top. An amused smile appeared on Tip-Top's face as he received Sarah's toss and with a small spin back fisted the man straight towards Sarah. With an innocent and adorable giggle, Sarah leapt towards the incoming body and body bashed it with her own. "Ah guys. Don't get too rough. He might not be able to handle it." Arachnid worriedly warned. "Don't worry man. He has a quirk that makes his body tougher. I know better than to play with something that could break so easily." Tip-Top casually responded. Arachnid accepted this response and let the kids continue their game, but it seems fate had different plans for the two kids. As Tip-Top was just about to receive Sarah's hit, a large body came crashing down from the upper floor and smashed into their current potato. The body from upstairs and the potato were taken all the way down to the first floor of the building. "What the?" Tip-Top asked as he looked up and saw a runner road. "Ah." He understood immediately. "Ah." Sarah sadly lamented at their game being over so soon. "We can play some more when we get back home." Tip-Top tried to cheer her up. Sarah's sullen expression quickly changed back into one of happiness. She hugged Tip-Top excitedly while repeatedly saying the words, "Play at home. Play at home." Tip-Top couldn't stop the small smile from forming on his face and just patted her back in response. Beat B hopped down in his classic neon green and black outfit while Runner Road suddenly vanished from the third floor and appeared on the second floor. "Time to head out dudes. The feds are on their way, and the representative has been saved," Beat B announced. "Where are we headed to next?" Tip-Top asked. "Yeah. Where next? Where next?" Sarah repeated. "We're getting close to finding the recruiters of Survivor. The guy downstairs that RR beat got an invitation to an official recruitment of Survivor from taking the representative hostage. We're gonna infiltrate the place and try to find out as much as we can." "Neep. Neep." Runner Road added. "Oh, and if we can, try not to cause much of a ruckus. The goal will be to have one of us infiltrate and successfully pass the recruitment test. The person who passes will act as a spy for Apex and gain as much as they can while posing as a member of the survivors." Beat B told them. "I'm getting excited thinking about it. I can't wait. When is it going to be held?" Tip-Top asked. "A few days from now. So, we'll have to prepare a plan just in case things go wrong and in case things go perfectly right," Beat B said. "Neep. Neep." Runner Road said, finishing up their current matters. Sarah crawled up and onto her back while Tip-Top hopped on. The three soon vanished from the building while Beat B and Arachnid were left alone. "Ha. I guess we're walking back home," Arachnid lamented. "Ha. You already know RR only lets 3 people on her back. I'll take the train back to the base. See you later man," Beat B said as he turned on his music and started walking down the stairs. "I guess I'm swinging home," Arachnid said as he balanced himself on the edge of the window and shot out a web towards the top of the building, taking off into the sky swinging like another certain web slinger does in another universe. It was night time in this certain city in Japan. But like in most cities, it was still active and quite bright. Whether it was daytime or night time, with it being the 21st century, the time of day didn't matter for most people. Especially those that tend to dabble in the type of stuff that normal people generally refuse to. Such as doing drug deals. Like this group is currently doing right now. There were 2 different groups of people in this abandoned back alley. One dressed in professional black and white suits. The other dressed in hoodies and coats due to the winter weather. The group not dressed suspiciously had a man in a big black coat walk up with a briefcase in his hand. The suits sent their own man to retrieve the case. He had green hair. But what both groups were unaware of was the third group watching from above. These guys all sported the same golden A symbol on their outfits as they watched the two groups. One cool-looking man was smoking a cigarette. He wore a regular graphic tee with a golden middle finger pictured on it and some ripped jeans. He exhaled the smoke as if he was sighing and started scratching his head. What a bother. Can't these guys just learn to live with what they got? G-Smoke mumbled. Ho, I'd have to disagree with you there, Smoke. A mustached middle-aged man commented as he held a kettle of tea in one hand and a cup in the other. While this group is indeed in the wrong, sometimes trying to live with what you got isn't always the best choice. He attempted to pour the kettle full of tea in his cup, but instead of landing in the cup, the tea whisked off into the snowy air. Such enlightening words, Gentle. La Brava added. Gentle, elastic, and I will subdue everyone. La Brava, disrupt any electrical signals from leaving this area. G-Smoke, you'll be handling anyone trying to escape. Move out. Commander ordered. With an army outfit and a circular shield with a golden A on it, Commander hopped off the roof with Mr. Elastic. Elastic had the appearance of a middle-aged man who looked like he would spend the rest of his life in a dead-end office job with no hopes of ever getting promoted. He wore the type of glasses that made him look quite weak and timid. Most people would think of him as the type of guy that definitely got bullied when he was younger and thought that once he grew up, he would be on top and the bullies would finally be on bottom. Gentle stylishly used his quirk to bounce from the elastic air all the way down. The items given to him by Apex have allowed him to increase his strength even more. And with more strength, it would be much easier for him to get his name known throughout Japan. He was given 3 items. A pair of futuristic-looking gloves that increased his strength, some shoes that matches his gloves, and a scouter over his left eye. La Brava pulled out her phone that was given to her by Apex and began her portion of the mission by blocking any signals from leaving the area. G-Smoke stayed atop of the building and flicked a cigarette below as he watched Commander, Gentle, and Mr. Elastic land in the middle of both groups. His cigarette exploded behind the group dressed in coats and hoodies, forming a large smoke cloud. The Gentle Vigilant is here to put an end to your plans. Gentle announced. Take them out. The green-haired suited man ordered. The 3 members of Apex were suddenly aimed at with multiple pistols by the suited men while the group of civilians tried to run through the smoke G-Smoke made. Anyone who got a whiff of the smoke immediately fell asleep, making those who haven't yet run into it hesitate momentarily. But as they looked back at the guys aiming guns in their direction, they willingly chose to fall asleep rather than risking getting shot over some stupid drug money. Chapter 53, Just Your Average Group of Androids. With the Ujiko raiding group. It's pretty dark down here, ain't it? Flamey, mind helping us out a bit, partner? McKinney asked as they roamed the dark, empty, and silent laboratory. MHP. Flamey replied as they stood in front and with their flamethrower aimed straight ahead at the dark path in front of them. Flamey's golden flamethrower somehow seemed to shine even in this place with no light present at all. This beautifully crafted weapon is said to be one of Antoine's greatest works that he doesn't use for himself. The second one would be Medic's secret weapon. Antoine's been trying to figure out a way of recreating that weapon ever since he was 2 or 3 years old. It wasn't until recently that he finally managed to gather the necessary material and make the weapon. But if you asked him about it, he would say, "Can you really call it a weapon though? It does have gun in the name, but it doesn't really hurt anyone." This secret weapon was currently residing on his waist connected to a strange backpack with a medical plus sign on it. Its uses are only known to 2 people. Its creator and its wielder. But back to Flamey. Flamey was charging up their flamethrower. The flamethrower was shaking violently as a bright orange light gathered near the tip of the muzzle. Flamey shouted as they unleashed a fiery hell from their golden flamethrower. A gleeful innocent laugh came from Flamey as they saw the aftermath of their work. An explosion of flames torrented out from the muzzle of the weapon into the dark pathway ahead. The heat released from this blast would be enough to even melt a Nomu on the scale of high-end into a black puddle of goo. Even Blubbergut's donut box tragically turned into ash while he was trying to protect it from the heat. A farewell salute was given by Officer Guts along with a sorrowful tipping of the hat from McKenny. "Let's hurry on ahead. Flamey's blast should have been enough to light the rest of the way for us," Medic said. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the flames literally guided them. Flames burned on the metallic walls, the very floor beneath their feet, and the ceiling above them. It was as if they were walking straight towards hell with no intention of stopping in the least. The flames seemed to not affect any of them as they walked in the laboratory. These flames that have been released by Flamey's weapon are flames that have been enhanced by Antoine's system. These flames are flames that would instantly cause a normal human to combust into flames from just the heat coming off of them. These flames could cause even ice and water to burst ablaze. Even people with flame quirks would be sweating as if they've been in a sauna for hours with this heat. Antoine would say that the best way of dealing with Flamey would be to run away from them immediately. There is nothing to gain from dealing with an adamantium-laced android that is hell-bent on causing as much pain and fire as it can. It would be better to think of it as a natural disaster rather than an enemy. Not to mention its skewed view of the world. The things Flamey does in its mind are not the same things we picture it as doing. If we were to see it roasting a person alive, it would actually see it bathing the person in bubbles and rainbows while it laughs and plays in it. But enough about Flamey for now. Apex continued their journey inside All for One's right-hand man's lab and finally stumbled upon something that wasn't turned to ash from Flamey's blast. They came into a room filled with 12 human-sized test tubes. 6 tubes of the left and 6 tubes on the right. Inside the tubes were a green slimy liquid but no bodies. Each of the tubes were busted open with the slime dripping to the floor. Medic went over to investigate the liquid. He gathered a meager amount on his gloves and sniffed it once and then placed it in his mouth. Incredible! Medic exclaimed after processing the liquid through his body. It is. Isn't it? A voice suddenly stated from ahead of them. Apex quickly got ready for combat as they locked on to the new figure. Dr. Ujiko. We didn't think you'd still be down here. Medic said calmly as he looked upon the small man sitting in the swirling chair. After the mysterious disappearance of the League of Villains and Gigantomachia, I didn't have much else to work on. So, I've been here working all this time. He replied. Working on what exactly, Doc? McKenny asked as he pulled out his silver revolver. Ooh. Are you planning on stealing my Nomus once again, Apex? Dr. Ujiko asked while swirling in his chair. At first that was our plan. But we have no further uses for any more artificial humans. Medic answered him. Then why are you here? It's called doing our duty, Ujiko. Officer Guts responded as he threw his baton at the sitting doctor. The baton twirled through the air as it sailed towards Ujiko. The calm and unperturbed look on Ujiko's face didn't change in the slightest as the weapon came towards him. If anything, a small smile could be seen on his face, causing the members of Apex to ready themselves for whatever trick he could be planning. Flamey aimed his flamethrower at the doctor, McKenny aimed his gun at the doctor's dome, Medic calmly walked behind his allies and pulled out his secret weapon, and Officer Guts twirled some handcuffs. The baton was stopped mere inches away from the Dr. Ujiko's nose. As if a strange force forcibly stopped it from hitting the villainous doctor. McKenny shot a single bullet towards Ujiko, but unlike the baton, it wasn't stopped before reaching its target. The sound of flesh being pierced was clearly heard by everyone. Apex focused their attention on where McKenny's bullet went and noticed a black liquid slowly dripping from midair. I'd like to introduce you all to my greatest works. Dr. Ujiko announced. 11 black figures emerged from the narrow hall behind Dr. Ujiko. Each one varying in size, gender, and shape but not color. The previous floating black liquid suddenly disappeared as a figure now took its place. It was another black figure that was simply invisible and took the brunt of Apex's attacks for Ujiko. Looks like this is turning out to be a battle royale. Infinite shouted with excitement. Guess you can't call it anything else but that. Time to get rid of some varmin and hopefully for good this time. McKenny added. Like I've stated before, we don't need any more Nomu. Feel free to destroy them at your leisure everyone. Medic relayed to Apex. Get rid of them my high-end Nomus. Dr. Ujiko ordered. Yeah. Class is in session students. First lesson of the day is learning how to avoid a super geometric clothesline from hell. Infinite shouted as he blasted off towards the group of high-ends. Infinite clotheslined 4 of the high-ends with both of his arms and nearly took the heads off of the 4 high-ends. Some of their necks were even ripped to the point of nearly being completely decapitated. The answer to the first lesson is to get the hell out of the way. Ha ha ha. But I'm not finished just yet, kids. Let's take this somewhere a bit less crowded. Infinite yelled once more before grabbing one of the high-ends he knocked down. Infinite lifted the body of a multi-headed Nomu and slammed it down with a sickening impact. The spinebuster Infinite just pulled off was strong enough to completely decimate the floor, taking him and the other 4 Nomu into a completely different area entirely. The battle between Apex and the remaining forces of the League of Villains begun. One, a force of absolute science and justice and the other of pure evil and absolute science. Who would come out on top and who would survive this encounter is unknown even to the most knowledgeable of men. At Apex headquarters. Runner Road, Sarah, Tip Top, Beat B, and Arachnid were in the break room at Apex HQ. RR was currently playing arcade games with Tip Top and Sarah using only one of her feet to control her character with. Sarah was just mashing buttons because she found it the most fun way to play the game. But even with her crazed mashing of buttons, for some reason she was still doing pretty well at the game. This fact confused Tip Top to no end. He was forced to play in a way similar to RR due to not having fingers to press the buttons with. Tip Top played with the spiked end of his tail to press the buttons. Currently RR was ahead in terms of high score, Sarah was second, and Tip Top was last. Everyone but Tip Top seemed to be having fun. Tip Top was annoyed that he was doing the worst out of the 3. Arachnid and Beat B were watching cartoons on the flat screen TV hanging from the ceiling. So guys. I think we may need to change our plans a bit. Beat B said as he muted the television. What's wrong with our current plan? Tip Top asked. Well, the members we have going to the recruitment place need to be swapped out now that I think about a few things. The first thing is, the kids can't go. That makes sense. Arachnid said. I don't think the survivors recruit actually children in their group. Teenagers like us, yeah, but not actual kids. Exactly. Second, I won't be able to go in either. I'm a known member of Apex. My face has been shown to the public. Neither will RR be able to go in. She won't be able to communicate to anyone there. Beat B said. If I was part of that stupid group, they would have easily taken over a country or 2. Tip Top arrogantly boasted. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. After that upgrade by the leader, it'll be hard for most people to stop you. But who should we ask to replace you guys? Arachnid asked. I'll have to ask for a few favors from some people. But if worse comes to worst, I'll just contact the boss for help. Snakey has to go. Sarah suddenly yelled. Snakey? Arachnid asked confused. Wanda. The big purple snake that the Wanderer rides around. Snakey gets lonely here. Snakey wants to go out more. Sarah gave her reason why she thought Wanda needed to go on the mission. How can that thing infiltrate an enemy group? Tip-Top asked, not believing that it could work in the slightest. Wanda is a freaking huge serpent. She's almost bigger than an elephant. Neep. Neep. Runner Road suggested. Oh, that's a smart idea, RR. We could ask Wanderer to take along Wanda as his pet and say that she's an anaconda that's gained a quirk. Beat B praised. Who else are we going to ask then? We have 3 for now, but we need 2 more. I'll have to look around to see who's free. Ever since the boss's company been expanding to different branches all throughout Japan, more and more Apex members have been going out and working on different tasks. Alright then. Tell us if you need any help. Arachnid said as he unmuted the television. Back in the middle of the drug deal. Multiple rounds of bullets shot towards the members of Apex. They're part of Apex. I recognize the army guy. One of the black suits yelled. Apex. Call for backup now. Green-haired man ordered as he fired at Apex. I can't get any signal. They must have someone with a quirk that can block our phone signals. Damn it. Just kill these bastards and get out of here. Green-haired leader said as he threw the briefcase towards his men. Commander ran towards the suits with his shield. His shield that was a combination of both adamantium and vibranium easily deflected the bullets headed his way. But his shield didn't do all the work for him. Commander was weaving and dodging through the bullet storm with superb reflexes. Even if the bullets managed to get past his shield, Commander was capable of dodging the bullets with just his senses alone. Antoine doubted that there was any force capable of destroying or getting past this shield in the world of My Hero Academia. Except for those like Chisaki's matter restructuring quirk, Vault Boy's quirk, or Tamira's decay quirk. With the exception of those types of quirks, Commander was truly unstoppable. Antoine believed that the current Commander could possibly even best All Might in his prime. Even though Commander was originally built to be a more supportive and defensive type unit meant to protect the other androids, with the advancements in crafting materials, he also turned out to have quite the terrifying combat prowess. Mr. Elastic stretched his arms out towards the suits as the bullets came towards him. The bullets bounced off his skin like it was made of rubber, and Elastic captured a number of suits by wrapping his stretched out arms around them like a snake. Please don't struggle so much. I'm not good at controlling my strength quite yet. I'd hate to see any of you with broken spines. Mr. Elastic asked meekly. The suits felt humiliated being captured by such a pathetic-looking whelp. So even though they were captured, they continued to fire at Mr. Elastic, ignoring his warning entirely. But that all changed within a few moments as they felt a terrifying pressure squeezing their bodies. Their very bones were getting crushed. They felt like they'd been captured within the vice-like grip of a snake. The suits quickly gave up all thoughts of resisting against this pitiful-looking foe. I'm sorry, but I did warn you. Mr. Elastic said with a sorry look in his eyes. No need to be so gentle with these folks, Mr. Elastic. Gentle punned as he created an elastic aerial barrier to defend him from the hail of bullets flying his way. These are the types of people that won't get the message until they're taught a lesson in humility. The gentle Vigilant made ground itself elastic and bounced high in the air. As he was in the air, he clicked the side of his scouter as he took note of the remaining suits left willing to fight. Commander was moving from enemy to enemy, landing fierce blows on them with ease. All it took was one punch usually and they were down. An android with an adamantium-laced exterior is nothing to scoff at. While it might not be capable of stabbing, clawing, or slicing through anything, it'll surely put the hurt on anything it touches. Gentle managed to see the green-haired man attempting to escape with the briefcase filled with the trigger drug. Commander and Mr. Elastic were almost finished cleaning up the rest of the suits, so Gentle took it upon himself to capture the supposed leader of this group. He made the air elastic and used it to bounce towards the man. The green-haired man was not blind though, he kept his eye on Gentle as soon as he knocked himself into the air. He fired multiple shots towards the incoming mustached man, forcing Gentle to bounce himself out of the way with another elastic air barrier. He kept firing towards Gentle while slowly making his escape as well. This type of trick won't work on me. With this excellent gear, I can already see the pattern. Gentle announced. Gentle turned himself into a hyper-bouncing man. He started bouncing off his elastic air barriers. This caused his speed to increase every time he hit one of his barriers. After bouncing from 4 barriers, Gentle turned into a blur at this point. Catching his figure was basically impossible, not to mention determining where he was even going to land. The green-haired man knew that it was unfeasible for him to get out of this situation in one piece. His men are all defeated, the other 2 Apex members were on their way towards him, and evading the special move of the one in the sky would take nothing but a miracle. There was only one option left for him. He opened up the briefcase filled with multiple syringes of trigger, the drug that gives a boost to an individual's quirk. The Gentle Vigilant is coming. Gentle announced as he streaked down towards the last remaining member of the suits like a meteor crashing from space. The final suit injected himself with all the syringes of the drug inside the briefcase. Chapter 54, Maybe They Aren't So Average. With the drug-dealing team. Ag. The supposed leader of the suit screamed while the veins in his body became more visible and prominent. Commander, Elastic, and Gentle suddenly stopped. Gentle was no longer crashing towards the last suit. Commander was stuck in the air, inches away from decking the green-haired man in the face, and Elastic was unable to move his extended arms towards the man. This stuff is said to only last a couple of minutes, so I'll have to finish this fast. Don't hate me for this, you were the ones who decided to stick your nose in someone else's business. Especially since it's that man's business. The suit spoke. The members of Apex couldn't even move their mouths to speak as the suit lifted the 3 in the air just by directing his finger. The suit forced the 3 into crashing together into one ball-like shape. I don't know what the side effects of this will be, but I don't expect to be alive or capable of moving afterwards. A failed mission of this size means it's better for me to die than come back, so I'll be sure to take you 3 along with me. The suit telekinetically controlled the 3 and began smashing them repeatedly into whatever was near him. The hard concrete ground, the walls of the buildings nearby, and even the suit's own cars. And as time passed, he continually increased the speed of his telekinetic control of the trio. The figures of Commander, Elastic, and Gentle became harder to see as the speed increased. Originally, they could be seen individually, but now at the speeds they were moving, they all became one indistinct figure. Gentle would normally be in the absolute worst position due to being one of the only 2 humans on the squad. But thankfully due to his quirk, the amount of damage he was taking was much less than what it should be. Gentle turned the air around his body elastic, somewhat mitigating the damage from being smashed with the adamantium androids and the nearby surroundings. But even though this put off some of the damage, Gentle was still getting hurt more and more as time passed. If this situation continued, he was sure he'd be hospitalized for a few weeks. He didn't expect his teammates in Apex to have such strong bodies. What's with you 3? Even someone with a quirk that made their bodies tougher would be rendered into paste by now. At least let me hear some bones breaking. The suit was starting to get unnerved. Even with the screams of Elastic and groans of Commander, he wasn't sure he'd be able to finish this off before his body broke down. He began using everything he had into his enhanced telekinesis quirk. Even he himself was starting to have trouble following the combined figures of the 3. But then again, did he really need to see them to use his quirk? This train of thought led him into closing his eyes and getting a much more intimate experience with his own quirk. One that would have most likely never happened if he wasn't forced into this situation. He could feel the weight, texture, heat, and even more things he normally never felt while using his quirk. He never felt anything like this before with his quirk and wondered just what in the hell was happening to him right now. But that type of thinking can be saved for later. The suit almost chuckled aloud. Saved for later. What is he thinking? There is no future left for him after this failure. His sister mysteriously disappeared one day after investigating a boy called Antoine Neal. He knew there was something more to it that the higher-ups weren't telling him. He intended on investigating for himself once he gained a high enough position in the agency, but as things stand now, he'll be lucky if he can get a painless death in a few minutes. As he continued to be deep in thought, he started to feel something strange from the 3 Apex members he was controlling. They felt entirely different from the other one. They were far stronger compared to the other one. Almost like they aren't even humans. The thumping from their heart are on a different tempo and speed, the temperature of their blood were colder, and they had much more resistance to his quirk than the other one. What the hell are those two? The suit questioned before suddenly sensing a searing heat right next to his face. He quickly created a barrier and barely managed to save himself in time from the large explosion that would have surely blasted him to bits. He reopened his eyes and saw a singular figure standing on top of the roof of a building. There was a fourth one. He questioned before suddenly feeling another new presence with his quirk. Something he wouldn't have been able to do a couple of minutes ago. No 5. He looked over to see a very short child or woman saving one of the Apex members. She grabbed one of them and with a grapple hook swung away with the unconscious man slung over her arms. Relief filled his mind as he only had to deal with the same number of enemies. But wanting to stay alive and survive wasn't his goal, was it? The suit grabbed his head in anguish, not knowing what he truly wanted. The sudden improvements to his quirk made him start to think that getting to the bottom of his sister's disappearance isn't just a dream anymore but a real possibility. Even if he's hunted by the organization for the rest of his life, finding out what happened to his sister is the only thing he has at this point, and she's the only thing he's ever really had. The green-haired man made up his mind, he didn't have much time left anyway. The drug was wearing off by the second and the strain on his quirk and body are slowly surfacing. The Apex member on top of the roof was too far a distance for his telekinesis to reach, but that wouldn't be a problem with his current plan. He controlled the 2 Apex members and hurled them far away into the nighttime sky. The speed and force they were launched with made them unseeable within a few seconds, while the suit also launched himself in a certain direction. One with a much smoother landing place than the one he threw the Apex members in. Ah hi! The suit screamed as the side effects kicked in from taking that many triggers at once. The remaining Apex member stood alone on the rooftop. A puff of smoke exited from his mouth in the shape of 3 dots. I think this is the first mission I've ever failed. G-Smoke said nonchalantly as he took another puff of his cigarette. I hope the boss won't be too upset. Maybe we can find an easier way of finding corrupt people in power. G-Smoke pulled out his cell and called up Commander. Mission failed, Commander. He got away. G-Smoke relayed. Understood. Return to HQ. We'll get him next time. Commander responded. Of course, I failed my first mission, Mr. Elastic muttered to himself. I'm sorry you were stuck with someone like me, Commander, he apologized. Instead of apologizing, soldier, work on how you can become better to those around you. If you find something about yourself lacking, then work towards improving those points. Commander told him. Improving myself. Mr. Elastic murmured. As if the thought somehow never came to him. Now let's head back. We can't stay in this public dump forever. Aha. I guess we do look a bit silly with trash covered all over us. Elastic realized, finding some humor in the situation. With Professor Infinite back at Ajiko's laboratory. Let's get on to lesson 2, my rowdy students. Infinite loudly announced. The Nomu, after regenerating from the damages they suffered, attacked Infinite with no hesitation. Either with no interest in his words or not having a mind of their own, and attacked like wild animals. Infinite was attacked by all 4 of the high-ends. The high-end were so fast that Infinite wasn't even able to continue his talking about the topic for his next lesson. But Infinite had no mind to try avoiding or dodging the attacks of these artificially humans he calls his students. With his fighting style, you either get hit or hit back. There are no other options. So, when the high-end all attacked him simultaneously, he quickly struck back with his own attack. Spinning Historical Cyclone of 1972. Infinite started spinning with both of his fists completely stretched out. 3 of the high-ends were launched in 3 different directions while the remaining one continued to attack Infinite. Infinite's fist somehow passed right through this Nomu, as if its body turned into smoke. But Infinite just laughed. Ha 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 ha. Even that won't save you, my naive student. History is inescapable. He ramped up his spinning speed even more. The Nomu that turned into smoke was unable to escape Infinite's educational cyclone and was trapped swirling around him. The sound of Infinite's boisterous laugh rang out as he suddenly opened his mouth and started to inhale the smokified Nomu. The Nomu's smoky figure was almost entirely inhaled by Infinite, but the villain was able to turn itself back into normal. But at the cost of reducing its size to a baseball. The other 3 Nomu managed to recover by this time and chose to use their quirks this time around instead of attempting to pummel Infinite to death. The smokified Nomu was slowly regenerating back to its original size. The one to the left of Infinite was shooting out blades from body. This one was the tallest of the Nomu present. The Nomu on his right had multiple heads with sharp teeth. The sizes of the head started to grow larger and larger. And the third Nomu, whose front half of his face was missing entirely, started to grow armor around its body. They all attacked at once. Bladey seemed to have a speed quirk along with his other quirks because he arrived the fastest. He had a blade growing out of his wrist and attempted to slice Infinite's throat. Infinite let the blade slash across his throat before smiling cheerfully at the Nomu. The blade didn't even leave a mark on Infinite's skin. Infinite pulled Bladey's leg from under him, making him fall to the ground. Infinite then grabbed both of his legs and started twirling him around in a circle. Giant swing, the armored Nomu was forced to stop or he'd hit his ally. Multi had no such complications, however. The multiple heads stretched out and aimed to bite Infinite's head and legs off. Ha ha ha, what a good move. But what if I do this? Infinite asked in high spirits. Infinite started spinning Bladey's body up and down so that he wasn't just being twirled in a horizontal rotational direction. Bladey erupted in blades as he was being spun around. The blades all directed themselves straight towards Infinite, but it was all useless. His blades couldn't leave a mark on Infinite's adamantium body. His outfit was the exact opposite though. His suit was completely shredded and his dress pants were ripped in multiple places. But strangely enough, his wrestling mask was completely fine even though Bladey aimed numerous blades towards his face. But anyway, Infinite launched Bladey upwards. All the blades on Bladey's body were broken apart as he was thrown through multiple layers of rock leading to the surface. Infinite power. Infinite roared afterwards. His roar seemed to cause the remaining Nomu to momentarily freeze up. Even Smokey's regeneration was halted by the shout. A big grin appeared on Infinite's manly face. He turned to Multi and leapt towards him like a pouncing tiger, but much more terrifying than just a simple tiger. The many heads on Multi couldn't react in time from the explosive speed of the professor and paid the price for it. The high-end artificial human's midsection was speared in half by the impact of Infinite's tackle. Shoulder block takedown. The 2 parts of the high-end were slowly floating in the air. It seemed this battle between android and artificial human was nearing its end. Or so one would believe at this current point. But Multi wasn't finished just because it was speared in half. The 2 halves stretched out and latched onto Infinite. Infinite ripped and tore the Nomu even further, but this didn't slow it in the slightest. Infinite's body was slowly being covered by the Nomu with no way to stop it. Even with his nearly impenetrable body and Herculean-like strength, it was all useless against an opponent that was semi-liquid in nature. Infinite's body was completely swallowed by the Nomu. The Nomu began to reform itself once more by regenerating its lost heads on top of its new form. Multiple heads grew from Infinite's body. The hulking mass of muscle that was once known as Professor Infinite was no longer present. Multi attempted to move around with his new body. It tried once more. No response. It was confused. Why can't I control my new body? It asked its brothers. Did you kill him? Armored asked. He should die soon. It realized as it could still feel Infinite's heart beating. Then, we wait, and then help. Doctor. But minutes went past and there was no change whatsoever. Humans need air to breathe. It asked as if unsure about this basic knowledge regarding humans. They need air. Smokey answered, partially healed. It was now in a childlike form. It was confused even further. But no matter how long he stayed with Infinite's body, Infinite would never die from something like this. Because androids don't need to breathe in the first place. Infinite was currently using all his strength to prevent the high-end from manipulating his body. He had no feasible ways of eliminating this foe on his own after getting caught, but the thing is, he wasn't on his own. He simply had to wait till his allies come and save him from his current situation. Muffled gunshots. And there they are. Infinite felt his body becoming more and more free by the second. And soon he felt his body become his again. The Nomu that tried to take control of his body was frozen and shattered into pieces across the floor. He looked up and saw McKenny blowing smoke from his gun barrel. Thanks Ken, I was in a real tough spot there. Infinite shouted with gratitude. Just doing what I do best, Texas. MMPH. Flamey shouted as they jumped down into the hole. Flamey blasted Smokey with compressed air from his flamethrower and the poor thing was instantly separated into millions of smoke particles. Flamey then pulled out some sort of futuristic pistol-looking gun and began sucking up the smoke particles. An innocent giggle came from them as they happily captured every part of the gas-like Nomu. Armored attempted a sneak attack on the peacefully playing Flamey only to receive a surprise attack from above. Boom! Officer Guts used his big round belly to completely flatten the Nomu into a pancake. Heh! Didn't expect that one, did ya? Looks like our job is finished here, boys. Case shut and closed. Guts said with a hearty chuckle. It was a shame I was unable to use my new weapon. But I suppose it would be better to perform a few more tests before I try it on humans. Dr. Ujiko couldn't even endure a few moments of it. Let us return to the lab. Medic announced. Infinite leaped straight up and out of the deep hole he made back to the main lab. Officer Blubberguts bounced on his stomach and shot out of the hole right behind Infinite. Flamey, however, was looking at the flattened body of Armored. A slow tilt of the head like a curious child showed their interest in it. Make sure to report back to us, Flamey. We'll be heading out now. Medic replied. And so, Apex has successfully stamped out one future trouble waiting and hiding to commit evil in Japan. But who knows how many more could be lurking and waiting to show out there. Chapter 55, Lesson 1 And She Takes After Him. Sensei. I'm here to receive your teachings. A young bucky squirrel girl announced in a karate white GI. Yuga looked at the enthusiastic girl with slight palpitations. He's never really trained anyone before and he doubted that she could handle the training he normally goes through. Not to mention he didn't even really mean to accept her request to be her mentor. He was just so shocked from not being confessed to that he freaked out and couldn't respond properly. But looking at her determined and pumped-up face, he couldn't just tell her straight out that he wouldn't train her. If he took a step back and looked at the situation, what does he really lose from doing this? Normally he would be using this time to go into work early and help out around the store or hanging out with Antoine and Toru. So, after thinking about it for a few seconds, Yuga wasn't that against spending his time training her. Maybe it could be even fun. What's your name? If you don't mind me asking. Yuga suddenly remembered. This disciple's name is Hada Fumiki. She responded loudly, completely contrasting her first appearance. Fumiki-san. Why do you want me to train you? Yuga asked. If he was going to be training her, he should at least know the reasons why she wants training. To become a better hero. A hero capable of saving many lives and never losing in the face of adversity. Fumiki answered with a smile. What type of hero do you want to be? There's only one type of hero. Isn't there? She asked, confused on his words. No, what I mean is. Ooh, I get it. I want to be a hero like All Might. She answered. Yuga didn't get a direct answer to the question he asked, but it was basically an answer all the same. What he meant by his question before was, did she plan to specialize in a certain field of heroic or not? She chose all of them indirectly. The fields of heroics that she just chose to focus on are rescue ops, aiding evacuation, and combat. Antoine taught both him and Toru about what type of hero someone can be specialized in long ago. Just thinking back on it made Yuga laugh at their innocence. Antoine was the first one to say he would focus on them all and become the greatest hero. How the fuck could I become the number one hero if I can't do everything a hero should? Were his words back then. Yeah. I'm gonna become the best hero too. I'm gonna be a great hero who can rescue people, help them, and beat up bad guys' butts. Toru joined Antoine with her usual optimistic attitude. Yuga was the last to also agree to do the same. Back then, he wasn't so sure he could ever become a great hero like Antoine and Toru. If he was being honest, he would say he even felt inferior to them. Even when they treated him like a normal person and like their best friend, he still felt like they would be much greater heroes than someone like him. Antoine's unmatched confidence always made him feel like he was lesser because he didn't have that same type of confidence or really any type of confidence at all. Toru's positive and always caring personality helped offset that, but she didn't really know how to be unsure of herself either. He's come out of that type of thinking ever since the three of them came to UA together. His potential as a hero is definitely no less than those two anymore. But he can't say he came to this type of conclusion on his own. Without the support of his friends, the experiences he's gone through, and the people he's saved, he can't say that he could ever have made it to where he is now without them. An up-and-coming rising future hero superstar, the potential new Hawks, the young handsome savior of Niigata. Yuga knows if he keeps working as hard as he does now, it won't be long before he becomes a hero capable of standing with the future number one hero. Or becoming that number one hero himself. Yuga inwardly laughed at the thought of him becoming Japan's number one hero and Antoine number two or number three because of his personality. If that ever happened, he would definitely die on the spot from laughter. Sensei. Fumiki brought him back down to earth. Ah. Sorry. Okay, to start, let me see what you can do. Try and hit me. Yuga said kindly. I won't hold back, sensei. She let loose a cutesy battle cry as she ran towards Yuga. Her nails extended into claws and she clawed right towards Yuga's face. Yuga easily swayed out of the way and Fumiki clumsily fell past him, not expecting him to have dodged her attack. Fumiki fell face first and Yuga looked at her worried. Her attack wasn't bad, but it didn't seem like she had any intention of hitting him in the first place. He was almost a second too late in dodging because he didn't know if she was planning to feint or not. Fumiki hopped up from the ground with a bloody nose but still full of fighting spirit. Let me try again, sensei. She asked. Your nose is bleeding. She quickly wiped it with her GI's sleeve and ran back towards him. She didn't try the dashing claw attack move again and instead clawed repeatedly towards his face. Yuga only used his upper body to dodge her attacks. Sweat was already dripping from her forehead after a couple seconds of this training. Her breathing was ragged and uncontrolled as she desperately attempted to touch Yuga even once. More and more swipes came towards Yuga, who dodged them as if he was a swaying leaf being blown by the wind. Ah! I will hit you once, sensei. She screamed as she threw all caution to the wind and attempted to tackle the boy who hasn't moved once. Yuga froze up at the sight of a girl near his age jumping towards him. He could have easily dodged this suicidal attack if he was in his right mind. But the toll on his young developing mind was reaching its limits. Her white gi had loosened up and Yuga could see her dark brown shoulders in their entirety. But that wasn't the only thing causing him to freeze at this moment. Her gi loosened far enough for him to see the top half of her glistening chest puppies. His poor tolerance toward such things caused a delay in his movements. And this gave Fumiki the critical chance she needed. She wrapped her arms around Yuga's body as she attempted to tackle him to the ground. Yuga didn't move an inch from her attack. Fumiki exerted herself even further and attempted to push down the boy who seemed as immovable as a statue. The boy in question had his face as red as an apple. His disciple, luckily couldn't see this, as she was still attempting to knock him to the ground. But it wasn't long before she dropped to the ground herself as she collapsed from exhaustion. No fair. Pushing you felt like trying to move my dad's truck all by myself, she said while panting. Yuga quickly put himself back together before acknowledging his new student. He'll have to work on his defenses against women in the future. He never had this problem when he was facing off against Toru. But now that he thinks about it. Lately he's been fighting her while she was completely invisible, so he's never had a distraction like that with her. Sure, there were a few accidents here and there, but Yuga doesn't think of Toru in that way, so they usually didn't bring attention to it. But with Fumiki-san, she's completely different from Toru. Toru may be bigger in the top part, but for some reason Yuga felt like Fumiki had more to carry than just that. His eyes wandered from her face, to her lips, to her shoulders, and all the way down. This cannot go on. Maybe Toru can figure something out for him next time they meet. Well. You didn't hit me, but let's count that as a pass for now since you tried your hardest. Yuga said with a gentle smile. Yes. 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 I passed my first task as your student. She shouted despite being sprawled out on the training mat breathing heavily. It's almost time for me to go to work, so we'll have to break for today. You really worked hard, Fumiki-san. Yuga said, smiling with bright blinding sparkles appearing behind him. Fumiki was forced to shield her eyes. Sensei. Are you an angel? Yuga just laughed. You need any help before I leave? He asked with the sparkles increasing in intensity and number. Sensei, please. I'm going to go blind and die if you stay any longer. I got someone coming for me soon. She responded while still laying in a X shape on the mat. Haha, okay then, Fumiki-san. See you tomorrow. Yuga began heading out of the gymnasium, and on his way out he saw a somewhat familiar face. It was the girl who was with Fumiki when she gave him that letter. As they passed by each other, she flashed him a strange look before quickly walking past him and into the gymnasium. He didn't know why she looked at him like that, but didn't think much of it. He continued on his way, and before he left the gymnasium, he heard something very problematic. What did that playboy do to you, Hada-chan? Why are you like this? I have to call the cops. No, wait, the school teachers. They'll know what to do. Yuga's brain expressed. Yuga felt as if he needed to clear this misunderstanding up right this instance, but before he could, he was suddenly snatched away and into the sky. Toru. Hee hee. Have fun on your little date? She asked. It wasn't a date. Wait, no. I have to clear my name first. Let me down. Nope. It's time for work, and since I can't call in absent to go shopping with Mina-chan and the others, you are definitely coming with me. I'm going to work. You know I haven't missed a single day of work yet. I'll just be a little late. I have to clear something up right quick. Yuga pleaded. And let you tarnish your perfect attendance record? What kind of best friend would I be if I let you do that, Yuga? Please. Toru. Please let me go. He asked. I'm not a playboy pervert, I promise. He sadly muttered to himself as Toru placed him on her bright pink glider filled with cute images as they headed to work. Inside Quaternary Park. The lush green forest of Quaternary Park was a delightful sight. Thick healthy trees and a vibrant sea of grass filled exactly one area of this entire park. And inside that one area was a number of diverse, interesting, and peaceful animals. Well, mostly peaceful. The latest queen of the forest isn't exactly someone you could picture as peaceful and kind. If the creatures of the forest were allowed to speak their minds, they would say she's an arrogant, tyrannical, selfish, evil, powerful brute. But if even one of them dared to look at her with something that isn't respect, reverence, or fear, they would quickly learn exactly why she's the queen of the forest and stayed queen ever since she defeated the previous ruler. The previous ruler of the forest was of the same species as the current queen. The dreaded and frightening grizzly bear. The previous ruler was the complete opposite of the current ruler. He was loved throughout the forest and even the other quadrants had fond impressions of him due to his kind nature. But it turned out that that kindness was the weakness that got him defeated. The current queen held the king's cubs hostage unless he blinded himself with his own claws. His cubs mournfully cried out for their father and he blinded himself without hesitation. Unfortunately, this is where the story turns dark. The queen killed the two cubs as soon as the king was blinded and launched a brutal unfair assault on the king. He was thoroughly beaten into submission and became the queen's unwilling mate. It wasn't until later that he learned his children and ex-mate perished at the hands of the queen. The news broke him and he was never the same since then. This tragic event made the citizens of the forest quadrant wonder just where in the world did the queen come from? And why was she so cunning and strong? The unknown truth that is only known to the queen herself is that she's actually the bear that Antoine picked up in the past. After being experimented on by Medic, she's become more than just your average grizzly bear. And thanks to hanging around Antoine at the lab, she's taken after his personality but in the worst ways possible. In the forest there are no rules and laws preventing her from doing whatever she wanted. Killing, stealing, maiming, just about anything goes for animals. Unlike how it is for Antoine, who holds himself to a number of rules and limits. She was completely free in this lawless animal land and intended on doing whatever she wanted without letting anyone stop her. But she realized that she couldn't do what she wanted just by herself. So, she quickly rose to the top using any cruel and merciless tactics she could. She didn't even need to take the previous king's offspring as hostage to take his seat away from him. It was just that, she wouldn't be able to create strong cubs for herself if she killed him, the strongest bear in the forest. And she definitely knew someone as stubborn and kind as him wouldn't submit to her with strength alone. So, she did the only thing she could to ensure her path to the throne and cutting off any future troubles. So where is the queen now? Well, the queen is currently looking towards second part of the park, the grasslands, with a looking of greed painting her pupils. Behind her, laid her soldiers. Nervousness, anxiety, and fear or reverence were painted all over them. Except for one. The captain of the soldiers, an American bison. His large stature easily dwarfed over the other soldiers, which were an assortment of different forest creatures. He was even somewhat bigger than the queen. But even though he stares at her with no respect, reverence, or fear, he isn't killed by the queen due to his value. The queen recognizes his skills, and without him, the power of her quadrant would dwarf greatly. He was also the first to escape major injury during a fight with the queen. The queen's quirk was undoubtedly one of the strongest within the forest quadrant, if not the strongest. She could control the very earth itself to her whim and seemingly without limit. The initial battle between the queen and king destroyed a large chunk of the forest quadrant, and if the queen didn't decide to abandon the battle and later take the king's cubs hostage, who knows if the forest would still be as great as it looks now. So why was this queen looking towards a different quadrant with wanting in her eyes? Because of her greed, of course. How could she stay satisfied with only one measly forest? She's the queen, isn't she? This entire park will become hers in due time. This one little quadrant is just the start of her domineering and ruthless rule throughout Quaternary Park. And she doesn't intend on letting anyone stop her. Not to mention she's the pet of Antoine Neal, the future #1 pro hero. While the queen didn't understand what a pro hero was, she definitely knew what it was to be #1 of something. And she planned on becoming the #1 ruler of this park no matter what. Chapter 56, Taking Care of Business. Notification Alert. Host. You have a notification pending. If you do not awaken within 10 seconds, the system will release itself from your soul and find a new host. Antoine's eyes opened immediately. He threw off his cover and sat up. System. Baby. Honey. I'm up, we can talk this out, wait a minute, okay? Antoine yelled, freaked out. Humph. I see you woke up then. Ahaha sweetie, you know I had a rough night last night. Not just anyone could spend hours shitting on randoms in Counter-Strike. Do you know how many people I got banned last night by trolling? Why would you ever say something like finding a new host? You know, if you want my attention, all you have to do is ask. Antoine sweet talked his system. Just read the notification. Of course, of course. I'd do anything for you. You know you're my everything, right? I couldn't have accomplished 1% of what I have without your help. Antoine felt like he's done enough to appease his system and opened up what it wanted to show him. The metal graveyard of violence has evolved. It is now the sole container of hatred. The fucking what has evolved? I don't remember making something called. Wait a minute. I did make a metal graveyard, but where does the violence part come from? Host. I can only relay that one of your creations has evolved. Since when could my fucking crafted works evolve? What kind of Pokemon bullshit is this? I've made fucking thousands of crafted shits and none of them evolved. What's so special about this one? Host. I can only relay that one of your creations has evolved. I'm sorry. I love you. I know you're trying your best. I was just a little confused and upset. I didn't mean to take it out on you. Please forgive me. Host has been issued a mission. Find out where the soul container of hatred is and why has it evolved. Reward, soul container of hatred, knowledge on evolution, a perk. Antoine smiled happily at the mission request and the rewards. He was intrigued on what the hell even is this soul container of hatred. The thing sounds like it's in the wrong fucking universe if you asked him. Souls aren't a proven thing in this universe as far as he knew. Unless they had something related with souls past chapter 229 of the manga. Antoine died before he could read chapter 230, so he didn't know about what events happened after that chapter. But the second most important part was that it was a soul container of hatred. Antoine has never made any one of his thousands of creations with the feelings of hatred. He hated certain things like lag, the tangling of earbuds, wet socks, and putting his body through pain, but not really people. He used to hate people back in his old world, but ever since acquiring the system, there isn't a need to hate anyone since he can become better than anyone with enough time. But who said that it had to be my feelings of hatred though? I mean, it is a fucking graveyard of all things. Let alone the event that happened before I made that graveyard. Antoine thought to himself before finally thinking of one possible answer. Did those fucking shitheads die and then curse my graveyard with their lingering emotions? Even after I did the humane and good thing of giving them a resting place, they shit all over my good intentions by turning it into a fucking thing of violence somehow. Antoine yelled. Seriously. If I had a ghost Quirk, I would beat those pieces of shit to death all over again. You don't mess with a man's work. Do you know how Antoine. Come down to eat. His mother yelled, interrupting his ranting. Antoine left his room and went down the swirling staircase. He hopped on top of the rail and slid down with his shark-themed slippers. Using the momentum from his descent, Antoine slid into the kitchen with style. The greatest #1 son has arrived. For breakfast, he announced loudly. Antoine's father had a smile while wearing his light pink kitchen apron that said "I love my family" over his work suit. His mother was dressed in her work suit as well with a tired look in her eyes. Antoine had a wide smile on his face as he took his seat and waited for his dad to give him his plate. "You know, Dad, I could hire us some butlers to do all this stuff for us so you don't have to. Especially since you are working now and Mom recently got promoted." Antoine said. "It's okay, Boogie Bear. I enjoy cooking for my beautiful wife and loving son." His dad replied as he started passing out the food. A smile appeared on his mother's tired face. "Is working for your new boss really that tiring, Mom? You two do know you don't have to work for the rest of your lives, again, right?" Antoine told them. "I have more money than I know what to do with. So I don't mind spending a little bit of it to make sure you guys live stress-free for the rest of your lives. It's the least I can do as your son." Antoine's words suddenly enlightened the parenting duo. But more specifically, his mom's eyes started glowing. "Our son is rich and we've been working for nothing. Damn it." His mother slammed her fist on the kitchen counter and made a large bang. Antoine and his dad prepared themselves as soon as his mom's muscles started flexing. They quickly grabbed their plates and held it up as Alicia completely split the kitchen counter in half with her strength. "We could have been flying to all sorts of places and doing everything we've imagined. You still can, Mom. I'll send you two some money with the bank we use on our family plan and you can do whatever you want." Antoine told her as he placed his plate on his lap and continued to eat. "Honey. Go pack your suitcase now," Alicia commanded. A frightful shiver ran through Marcus's spine as he recognized that type of glint in Alicia's eyes. The type of eyes that were only used when Antoine wasn't around or asleep. The type of eyes that told him refusing is not an option and the only answer is to do what she says. "But what about work?" he asked, fearful for the condition of his body in the very near future. "Screw that place. We are leaving now to go on vacation. Shouldn't we buy some stuff before we leave though, sweetie?" "With the money Antoine just gave us we can prepare better for the trip," Marcus persuaded, trying to keep the inevitable from happening just a little bit longer. Alicia took a moment after hearing this. She only has a few outfits for the places they plan to visit. This wasn't nearly enough now that she was given a second to think about it. So, she compromised. "All right. Let's go buy some outfits for the trip," Alicia said, grabbing Marcus's hand and dragging him towards the door. "Honey. My apron. Let me take it off first," Marcus pleaded. "I'll take it off later. Stop whining and come on," Alicia responded with no hesitation. Antoine looked at his very in-love parents and thought to himself. Aggressive women have their charms too. But that reminds me. Kamori-chan. Just texting her isn't enough anymore. If I want to get closer to her I'm gonna need to meet up with her more often. And since I gotta go out the country, I should go visit her before I leave. Antoine started thinking about if he had any other matters to take care of before he leaves the country. Once I get back, I should take the hero exam and get a permanent hero license instead of the temp I have now. Make a hero agency of my own and post a YouTube video looking for sidekicks, go out on a few more dates with Kamori-chan and officially ask her out, stay good friends with Kodai-chan and Terry if things don't work out with Kamori, and remind Yuga and Toru to not skip work. Antoine listed his current things to do. I guess I'll visit my cute thick-assed future GF first. Those two fucking losers can wait while I try and get some ass. Antoine decided as he finished up his breakfast and walked out the door of his mansion. He took out his glider from his inventory and started flying towards UA with nothing but the look of a predator on the hunt. His eyes were only filled with the thoughts of Kamori as he flew towards the school that threw him away. It didn't take more than 10 minutes before he arrived outside of UA. And since he wasn't a student anymore, he couldn't just walk right in. So, he did the next best thing and used one of his secret entrances he built before he was kicked out. The secret entrance was hidden in plain sight near UA. Antoine laid his eyes on the indiscriminate patch of grass. "Lackey!" he yelled. The genius AI Antoine built in his youth responded to his command, and a patch of grass slowly began to split open, revealing a hole underneath leading straight into UA's campus. Antoine already checked his surroundings before opening up the secret entrance and soon hopped straight in. The tube-like system began sucking Antoine through the complex and large tube pathways underneath UA. Antoine got the idea of this transportation system through the old show Futurama, where people could travel through tubes and go wherever they pleased. He also thought it'd be fun as hell to build and go through. If he had the time, he would definitely build a badass amusement park or something like that with a futuristic theme. It'd just be a shame if an idea like that never came into fruition. He has the technology, manpower, and money. Antoine mentally put this idea on his to-do list later. Right next to the sex androids and real VR that allows people to experience things in the game as if they were in real life. As Antoine was in his thoughts, he soon arrived outside Kamori's dorm. He was shot out of the tubes and into the air as the hole closed up on its own. Antoine safely landed on his feet and looked up at Kamori's balcony. "Class should be out right now, I hope she's home," he muttered. Antoine jumped on top of her balcony and knocked on the glass. He heard movement inside and grinned. "It seems he hasn't come here for nothing after all." Kamori opened the blinds and saw Antoine perched on her balcony with a grin on his face. She was dressed in a nice shapely mushroom-themed pajama one-piece that hugged closely on her D or E cupped tits and thick ass. Antoine mentally gave her a 9 out of 10 in his head. He would definitely like to come home to something as cute and sexy as Kamori's current appearance. If they were a little bit closer to each other, Antoine doubted he would have the self-control needed to not attack her right now. Kamori's X-shaped pupils widened in surprise as she quickly closed blinds after realizing who was out there. Antoine was surprised. Did I just get rejected right out the bat? Maybe it was too soon for a private home visit. Antoine asked himself. A few moments passed by before he was about to knock on the glass again to make sure he didn't just get rejected, but as his hand was nearing the glass, it suddenly opened. Antoine stayed his hand to see an out-of-breath Kamori dressed in a simple cute and dainty little dress in front of him. Past her, he could see that she clumsily attempted to clean her room. "All this for me? Maybe it's time for me to ask her out once I get back from the system's mission." Antoine thought to himself. "What are you doing here? Did anyone see you? Hurry up and come in," she asked frantically. She aggressively pulled him inside and looked out the balcony to make sure the coast was clear before closing her sliding glass door and closing the drapes. Antoine looked at her with a sly smile. An angry look was present on her face that looked just the cutest to Antoine. "Do you know how cute you look when you're worried about me?" Antoine asked. Kamori's face rapidly reddened, but this did not change the expression on her face. "Do you know how much trouble you could get in for trespassing here? The school could report you to the police." Kamori ranted. "How are they going to find out, Kamori?" Antoine asked with his shit-eating grin powered up X10. "The school has cameras." "Oh my god, did you avoid the cameras at least? What if they already know you're here? What if they find out that I'm hiding you here?" Kamori panicked. Antoine walked over to her and placed her hand in his. He stared into her X-shaped pupils and kept smiling. "Quit acting like this isn't a big deal, Neil. You gotta hide." She tried to shake her hand free in her angry/worried state, but Antoine used this chance to grab hold of her other hand and hold it as well. "Kinoko-chan," Antoine calmly said. Her first name. Kamori's cheeks looked as if they were painted with a red brush and took on a permanent blush kind of look. "Calm down. No one saw me. No one knows I'm here right now besides you. How do you know that though? She asked with a softer tone of voice but still holding his hands. Just trust me. Kamori nodded and believed in Antoine. The type of feeling he was giving her made her eventually give in and trust him. He was acting very calm for someone who isn't supposed to be here and is breaking the law, she was pretty sure. So, why are you here? Popping up all of a sudden, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I wanted to hang out for a little bit. I'm not gonna be in the country for a little bit, so I came to talk to you before I left. Kamori's heart started beating at the possible meaning behind those words and quickly freed her hands from Antoine so that he couldn't tell. Where are you going? She asked with curiosity. Vacation. He answered. Kamori started laughing at Antoine's answer. I said where are you going, not what are you going for. With a small giggle. Oh. I don't know, to be honest. One of the countries near the Black Sea is all I know. Antoine could see the confusion appearing on Kamori's face but didn't really want to go into specifics. He didn't know where the fuck he was headed either. So, to change the subject, he walked over to the couch and sat down. Your room is a lot neater than I thought it would be. He grinned. What is that supposed to mean? Do you think I'm a messy type of girl or something? Well, thinking about that one time we went out to eat, your eating habits made me wonder. I told you already that was the first time I've ever eaten at a place like that. How was I supposed to know how good their food would be? After I told you it was a 5-star restaurant. And you expected me to believe you? What kind of guy our age would actually take someone out on a date to a 5-star restaurant? Probably a guy who's interested in that person. Antoine answered with a smile. This response made Kamori suddenly embarrassed. She went over to the couch and sat next to Antoine. Are you even serious about me? She asked hesitantly. At first, no. I wasn't. I just thought about how cute you were and it would be fun to mess with you. Antoine honestly answered. Antoine could see that answer dealt some harsh damage to her. She was gripping her dress rather tightly. But after spending more time with you, Kinoko-chan, I realized that I was interested in dating you. I wanted to spend more time with you, I wanted to do more things with you, and I didn't want anyone else taking you instead. You're a fat jerk. You know that. Kamori said with shaking in her voice. Please take care of me, she finished. Please take care of this brilliantly handsome devil as well. Antoine responded, receiving a punch in the shoulder from Kamori. He. Shut up. Antoine. Yes. 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 My first girlfriend in over 36 years if I combined both of my lives. I can't screw this up. I won't screw this up. I will finally rid myself of this accursed virginity. Wait, no. It's too early to be thinking of that. I can't ruin this while thinking with my second head. First head only. Let's worry about romantic shit first. Antoine thought to himself. Susu, now that that's out of the way, wanna watch something on Netflix? I still got some time left to kill before I have to go, and I wouldn't mind spending it with you, Kinoko. Oh my god, have you seen that new comedy crime show with the detective whose quirk makes him tell the truth all the time? Nope. Great. Let's watch it then. Trust me, you're gonna love it. Kamori said with excitement. Oh, big words. Making me laugh is no easy task, you know. I've seen thousands of comedy shows and movies. Tickling my humor bone is harder than fucking the rear end of an elephant with a toothbrush. That's gross. But shut up and watch. Kamori said as she turned on the show. Chapter 57, Wannabe Gopnik. A few hours later. Antoine has just left his new girlfriend's dorm room and is now traveling through the tube system towards Yuga and Toru. He didn't have much to tell them except to not fucking skip work just because he wasn't there. But as he was traveling towards the two, his phone jingled with a notification. Creator. I've found a number of missing persons reports stationed in Norilsk, Russia and numerous criminal reports of battery and homicide throughout the country of Russia. The probability of this being the location of the missing object is around 95%. Lackey reported. Fucking Russia. Those fucking. Antoine balled his fist as if he was upset before eventually saying. I don't really have anything against Russians. If anything, I do find them entertaining. Based on the random Russian YouTube videos I've seen and some of the music I've heard from Russia, honestly it seems kind of lawless and pure fun. I wonder how life would have been for me if I was reincarnated in the Russia of My Hero Academia. I'd probably be crafting sick-ass cars, making the best-tasting or strongest-feeling vodka, or finding multiple Russian brides. For some reason I don't think I'd choose to become a hero if I wasn't born around the plot of the manga. Antoine thought. Although Antoine said this, it wasn't as if he was regretting his choice to become a hero. He was simply stating that if circumstances were different, he would have chosen a different route in life. With his system, there are hundreds if not thousands of different choices he could have gone with the Craftsman System. Some small, some big, and some world-changing. But none of that matters right now. Antoine met up with Toru and Yuga and told them what he needed to say before hopping back down inside the tube system and on his way out of UA grounds. Once he left the school and finished with all the business he needed, he took out his glider and began flying towards Russia at his fastest speed. As he was flying through the clouds themselves, he started to think about just how should he execute this mission. Doing it all serious and heroic like wasn't his style. For some of his androids and friends, yes, but him, no way. And since the place he was heading to had a very interesting culture, what better way to show his appreciation than to come acting like a natural Russian? So, he started prepping his equipment to ready himself and the Russian government who he has no doubt he's going to meet and come into conflict with. It isn't like I could come in and nicely ask for the container. Doing something like that is a quick way of getting shot at. Especially since all the countries are basically on high alert due to the satellite thing. Antoine said to himself as he was currently crafting an outfit made out of a special material. This special material is a combination of vibranium and ultra-strong fibers. The creation of this material took many skills as sacrifice. After living with the system for all these years, Antoine has tried many different ways of abusing the system to try and somehow cheat it. But no matter what he tried, it seems that it was impossible to cheat and benefit from the system. Until he gained Momo and Chisaki's quirks. With Momo's quirk, he could basically create anything as long as he knew the atomic structure of the object. And with his tech, finding the atomic innings of something was as easy as breathing. Just this alone was broken on its own. Any reward the system gave Antoine, he could duplicate it with Momo's quirk and make as much of it as he wants. Chisaki's quirk isn't as hacks as Momo's, but it is certainly convenient for Antoine. Especially with all the proto-adamantium he works with after combining his stash of vibranium and adamantium together with the system. That shit is absolutely impossible to alter without Chisaki's quirk. If he didn't have his quirk, all Antoine would have right now are metal bars of adamantium, and proto-adamantium. Completely useless unless he planned on fucking throwing them at his enemies to death. But anyway, the outfit he was making was something that no Russian could be without. An Adidas track suit, Adidas tennis shoes, and just to add to the authenticity a little Ashenka hat. Antoine was already feeling like squatting and talking shit to some people for no reason. But he wasn't done just yet with his preparations. Even as he was currently flying over Russian right now towards the city Lackey told him about, he was still preparing to make an exciting and respectful entrance. About half an hour later, Antoine has reached Norilsk. His nose instantly picked up the smell of something foul and horrid. He instinctively covered his nose to try and spare himself from the horrible aroma plaguing this city but soon realized that it wasn't an ordinary smell. He's never smelled anything this rank in his entire life. He covered his nose as he flew over to where the smell was flowing from. The place the smell was coming from was quite a distance away from the city he came to. Isolated and blanketed with snow. Antoine noticed that the smell was coming from beneath the ground and wondered if there was some secret base or something underneath this place. I guess I'll have to find out for myself. Lackey, once we head in, try and locate the item. Antoine said before remembering what he planned to. Time to bring out the ultimate form of flattery and appreciation. Antoine turned on some high-intensity hard bass music, pulled out an unknown brand of vodka, and readied his best Russian accent as he hopped off his glider and leapt down towards the snow. Yalyablu mat Rasию vodka moy drug. I love Mother Russia and vodka my friend, Antoine yelled as he crashed through the snow and into the secret Russian base hidden underneath. Falling from the roof of the base, Antoine landed in squatting position as the base's scientists freaked out from the sudden intrusion. Call security. They are talking in Russian. Unknown infiltrator inside the base. A black. Sika bliat. Antoine yelled as he threw the empty vodka bottle at the guy who called him black. The bottle shattered against the forehead of the scientist and he was instantly knocked out on the floor, causing the remaining scientists to panic even more from the sudden infiltrator. Sika bliat. Antoine yelled even louder as he materialized another vodka bottle with Momo's quirk and threw it at the scientist, calling for backup. A purple force field appeared around his body and shielded him from the bottle. Antoine switched quirks and while still in squatting position, slid straight towards the scientist while also pulling out one of his main weapons. Random makeshift adamantium bat, this weapon was made after countless hours of research on a similarly metal. The design could have used a lot of work but the craftsman working on this item got distracted and forgot to shape it during its creation and couldn't change it afterwards. Has been altered and rearranged into the form of a baseball bat. Plus 160 STR added when equipped. Plus 100 VIT added when equipped. Is undamageable to nearly all forms of damage. Critical blows gives the user a guaranteed random buff. 50% chance of having random effect given to user or enemy after a blow has landed with this weapon. Antoine demolished the purple shield with the bat's hardness and was about to bat it into the scientist's stomach but before he could, his body was forcibly stopped by the soldiers behind him. A weird gray gas surrounded him and made it hard for him to move. The scientists took this chance to quickly retreat out of the lab and further into the base. Yavapil Nagodki, at Typeriakan, Vozbutton. Drank lots of vodka and now I am very horny, Antoine screamed at the soldiers. Huh? Vodka? Horny? What the fuck is he on about? Ignore his ramblings. Capture him and interrogate him. Not just anyone would be able to sniff this place out. The leader of the soldiers commanded. And shut that fucking music off for God's sake. Tvoya mama yebanaya shluha. Your mom is a fucking bitch, Antoine yelled as he touched the gray gas and began sliding on it, freeing himself from the quirk. After freeing himself, Antoine was now sliding through the air while squatting and yelling more insults and obscenities as the soldiers began firing their guns or using their quirks at him. Sika bliat ya sons of bitches. Governor Rusky. LRH. Antoine increased the speed at which he was sliding at and avoided the quirks and bullets aimed at him as he threw vodka bottle after vodka bottle at the very angry soldiers. What did that son of a bitch say about my mother? I'll rip your throat out you little fucker. You'll rush my lower tunnels. What does that even mean? Someone just turn that fucking music off before I go crazy. Stop firing. I think it's time we test one of the subjects. Ivan, bring the creature here. The leader ordered before nearly receiving a vodka bottle to the dome. The bottle was caught by the leader without him even looking at it and soon all the soldiers started retreating. Hey! Wait a second. I haven't even told you about what I think of your grandmothers. Antoine said in perfect Russian without the thick accent he was doing earlier. He was about to start sliding or squatting towards them before the space in front of him was sliced open. He stared curiously as a large creature slowly tore its way through the portal. Antoine crinkled his nose from the offensive smell coming off the creature. Either this thing ate what I'm after or it's one of the products of it. He muttered to himself. The creature finally made it through the portal and inside the laboratory. The creature looked as if it was juiced up with steroids. Its body was rippled with muscles and looked 10x stronger than any other member of its species. This creature's staple white fur has become distorted and altered into a mix of dark red, black, and white. Its normally black eyes have turned red and its size has increased to that of a large truck. A fucking monster polar bear. Antoine cried out loud. That's so fucking cool. The evil appearance just makes it look so much more badass too. If this thing didn't stink to all fucking hell, I would definitely take this back home. But for now, I guess I'll knock it out and see if it ate what I'm looking for. The monsterized polar bear apparently did not like Antoine's hard bass music playing and the fact that he was out of reach squatting in the air. So, to fix this problem it chose to grab whatever it could take hold of and throw it at Antoine. It shattered the suspiciously empty human-sized test tubes without reserve and threw the large containers at Antoine. Antoine slid on the air and out the way as he headed towards the bear with a cheeky grin on his face. Say hello to my little friend. Antoine slammed his bat into the creature's thick skull after switching his quirk to a strength-enhancing one. The bear was launched into the wall and made a fairly impressive shape into the metal wall. Antoine saw no signs of movement and wondered if he accidentally killed the polar bear. A worried expression was present on his face. Those things are endangered as fuck. Antoine knows exactly how bullshit the laws are for protecting endangered animals, and even if one of these motherfuckers are about to kill you, defending yourself is not an option if it involves hurting or putting your hands on the animal. I should make sure no one knows of this incident. I don't think even my identity as a hero will be enough to save me if someone finds out I killed an endangered animal. Antoine said to himself as he walked over to the slumped-over bear. He placed his hand on the bear and a sudden rush of emotions assaulted him. He stumbled backwards as he held his head in agitation. Anger, hate, violence, murder, kill, destruction. I want to fight. I want to kill. I want to destroy. Antoine's mind was being affected by the affliction which ailed the polar bear. Red lightning began surging around his figure as he struggled to resist this. His veins could be seen slowly changing into red and his skin was turning into the color of charcoal. His muscles could be seen slowly expanding and contracting as if unsure which direction it should go. What is this bullshit? Antoine angrily cried inside his mind. Is someone trying to take over my mind? Is this what it's like to experience a brainwashing quirk? Antoine's body was slowly but surely continuing to transition into the alternate form as his resistance was slowly weakening. No. 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 I can't get a game over here. I'm too powerful to be controlled. I could fucking ruin the world if I go berserk. What would a protagonist do in this situation? Fuck. Fuck. My family. Friends. Girlfriend. How can you lose your virginity if you're brainwashed, retard? Come on, fight back, you pussy. Antoine fiercely struggled against the foreign power attempting to take hold of him. Lackey. Activate. MD1A. Antoine managed to yell out as he felt himself close to losing himself entirely. Order acknowledged. Lackey responded. ZZZZTTTTTTTT. Antoine's body was electrocuted. Most of the changes his body went through changed back to normal. Antoine could be seen coughing as he slowly pulled out his healing serum that he mostly uses on Toru and Yuga after their training program. He swallowed the tasty liquid and his body recovered at a visible rate. He coughed a few more times as he started moving his body around to make sure there were no lasting effects. Host has just defended himself from a soul possession. You have gained a new perk. Soul possession. I almost got by something made from what I fucking made. Strength and soul, this perk increases the resilience of the host's soul. Even if that perk is good. I'm still fucking pissed off. If I didn't prepare for a situation like this beforehand with program mental defenses 1A, I would have became a mindless beast of carnage and rage. I definitely need to upgrade that program now to automatically switch through the different files if one doesn't work. Lackey, how are my vitals? You are completely healthy, creator. Only one change is present. Lackey answered. Change? What fucking change? I don't feel anything. Creator's pupils have turned red. Antoine looked around and grabbed one of the shattered pieces of glass lying around before staring at his slightly changed appearance. He looked at his new pair of eyes and inwardly cringed. I look like a fucking cosplayer with these eyes. Once I get back, I definitely gotta fix this. What kind of fucking hero has red eyes? What am I? A hero that's gone down the wrong path or about to head down the wrong path. Antoine complained before eventually storing the polar bear with his stolen storage quirk and heading inside the Russian base. He wasn't feeling all that festive and appreciative of Russian culture after that scary experience. He turned off the hard bass music but kept everything else. Antoine eventually arrived inside the room with the evolved crafted object. To greet him were numerous creatures and humans affected by his crafted object. I guess they decided sending these guys after me was better than trying to take me out by themselves. Can't really say they're wrong. If I was a normal hero, it would definitely be impossible to get out of this unless they were really strong or had a really broken quirk. Antoine thought as he silently changed his quirk. Antoine began walking towards the urn-like object surrounded with red electricity. The possessed animals and humans immediately pounced after him, fully intent on tearing him to shreds and licking up his blood afterwards. Antoine made no effort to defend himself or react in any sort of way. The possessed were literal inches away from clawing into Antoine, but just literal seconds before they could touch Antoine, hair erupted from his body. The hair exploded outwardly like a powerful and violent tsunami. The possessed were forced against the wall. Clawing, biting, and trying to rip away the hair to get at Antoine, none of the attempts worked. The hair slowly wrapped around the bodies of the possessed animals and humans, making them utterly harmless to Antoine as he walked over to his missing object. Soul container of hatred, the evolved form of the metal graveyard of violence. After causing enough bloodshed and violence through the actions of a multitude of hosts, this object captured the departed feelings of hatred and rage and evolved into a higher form of wickedness. Durability 1500/1500. Causes any creatures that touches it to be inhabited by one of the souls in its collection. The strength of the possessed will be quadrupled. The durability of the possessed will be quadrupled. Can possess any creature as long as souls are present inside the container. Souls can be gained through weak-willed creatures taking hold of the container or the death of creatures through the possessed. 30% chance of increasing growth in certain creatures. The possessed can attempt to take over the bodies of those that physically touch it. Any creature can be taken hold of by the spirits of the departed except those with exceptionally strong wills. Ooh, you are one nasty son of a bitch, Antoine couldn't help but say. Mission completed. Gained soul container of hatred, systems evolution manual, and the perk, limit analysis. The soul container went inside his inventory along with the evolution manual. Antoine was a bit confused on the perk he gained, so he brought it up. Limit analysis, this perk allows the user to analyze the limits of that which they see. What a confusing explanation. I'll find out about this stuff later. I'm ready to go home. I'm sick of Russia. Antoine said as the soldiers from earlier came rushing inside the room, guns ablazing. Antoine couldn't switch quirks in time and shielded himself with his thick cover of hair. The bullets were unable to pierce all the way through the cocoon of hair, and once Antoine heard the Russian soldiers run out of ammo, he switched his quirk to give these assholes a piece of his mind. Using my works for your own nefarious goods. Not without a good fucking beatdown as a payment. Pashal. Go fuck yourself, Antoine yelled as his hair turned back to normal and his body turned into a blur. Antoine disappeared and started shattering the shins of the soldiers with his bat. Once they were all down, he started beating them to a pulp for the crimes. Those missing persons report he got from Lackey had to be used by these dick bags. Most likely as test subjects for the soul container. Antoine knew exactly how much punishment to give out before it was considered going too far and heading into anti-hero/villain territory. Leaving them just barely able to crawl with their hands should be good enough, he decided. The cries and screams of the Russian soldiers echoed throughout the room, and once Antoine was done, nothing but whimpering and crying could be heard in his aftermath. He quickly got on his glider and flew out of the hole he made. Heading his way back home with an irritated feeling going through him. This mission was a complete shit shack. Chapter 58, The End. In a foreign country. No. Kill these sons of bitches already. A soldier shouted. Their quirks are too strong. We need backup. Call in the heroes. Gunfire rang throughout the facility. Dozens of soldiers equipped in the latest military equipment were defending this facility. But to be more specific, they were protecting a certain someone inside the facility. This facility was currently the secret hideout for a very important government member. And all these soldiers were hired by her, to protect her from the latest terrorist group that was after her head. The woman was holed up inside a fortified metal bunker that wouldn't even dent from multiple missiles impacting on it. Inside with her were two powerful heroes from her country. The first hero was named Captain Crass. Captain Crass is a hero that graduated from the best hero school in Canada. After graduating, he quickly made a name for himself with his powerful quirk and pleasant personality. Although he isn't ranked number 1 on the hero charts, he's in the top 10. He is definitely a hero that shouldn't be looked down upon. Not to even say about his young age. Only 20 years old and he's this famous already. Some say his future potential could even compare to All Might's. The second hero was called Sturn. Sturn is an underground hero due to the nature of his quirk. His quirk becoming public knowledge could reduce the effectiveness of it and possibly make his job as a hero much more troublesome. Few people even know of Sturn, but what is known of him is his overwhelming attachment to money. As long as you have enough cash, there is no job he's willing to turn down. No one knows exactly what he needs the money for, but due to his antisocial behavior, everyone just chalks it up to him being another hero who only cares about cash and not the actual act of helping and saving people. Madam? Are you sure all of this preparation was necessary? Captain Crass asks. Captain Crass, I hired you to protect me, not question me. Those men up there won't be able to take that group out so easily. They are just being used to soften them up for you too. My life is in your hands, so please do not go easy on these terrorists. She said with a strange calmness. Captain Crass rubbed his head, still not completely sure that all of this preparation was needed. It's just some villain group, isn't it? Villains teaming up together is the recent craze going around the nations ever since the popularity of groups such as the League of Villains, Apex, and Survivors reached mainstream media. Captain Crass has tackled a few villain groups, but all the ones he took down were just a bunch of amateurs or people that just got caught up in the craze. Nothing to be scared of really. Well, all right. I'll make sure to protect you, Ms. Piper. Crass said. Sturn looked up to the ceiling. A large noise sounded out from above them with plenty of screaming, shouting, and shooting. Get ready, men. Piper said while reaching into her vest and clutching onto her hidden weapon. Kikikikiki. A crazed man laughed while firing round after round into the soldiers with pinpoint accuracy. The man had a tall and lanky build with a pudgy stomach poking out. His wild messy orange hair and receding hairline gave away the identity of this madman immediately. It was none other than Isuk. The foul-mouthed villain with the quirk of prediction. He's an absolute nightmare in combat and he knows it. His current glossed-over eyes that made him look like a blind person meant that his quirk was fully active. Even though he was shooting his gun at irregular angles and holding it improperly, every single time he fired his bullets would find their way into one of the soldiers. It was as if his bullets had a mind of their own and each one of them wanted to find the closest person near them and hug them at the speed of 1,700 miles per hour. Unfortunately, the soldiers were not very accepting of these little hug monsters. Their screams of pain and death highlighted their reactions to the bullets. "Would you shut up already?" a tall and beautiful woman asked in an annoyed manner. This woman was wearing a professional business suit and currently controlling 6 soldiers with her fingers. Her villain name is Madame Conglomerate and the public knows her for her devious quirk and large assets. Madame Conglomerate used her quirk to control 6 of the soldiers to fire upon their own allies. The controlled soldiers had no way of retaking control of their bodies. They couldn't even move their own mouths. Some of the soldiers even had tears falling from their faces as they fired upon their teammates. Completely at the mercy of the villainess, the soldiers were nothing more than puppets to do her willing. Their thoughts, feelings, and morality were not given a single thought by Madame Conglomerate. And after taking out all the other soldiers in the room, she had the decency to put them out of their misery by having them shoot each other in the head. "All right then. Now where is this little rat hiding?" she asked. "How the fuck am I supposed to know, Hanako? If they ain't trying to attack me or intending to hurt me, I can't see shit." Isuk replied. "It's Madame Conglomerate. And I wasn't asking you in the first place." Hanako replied. "Hush." The third and final member on this squad commanded. This third member was one of the more prominent members of the survivors and could even be said one of the figureheads based on the number of times she's appeared in the media. It was Nikki. The second youngest member of the survivors at age 15. But despite being only 15, she surely didn't look like it in the slightest. She wore a skin-tight black and white outfit that matched with her dual black and white hair. It was all black on one side of her hair and all white on the other. She had one of the most dangerous and flexible quirks out of all the members of the survivors. A quirk she named Portal. Portal was a quirk that allowed Nikki to create 2 different types of portals. A white one that can suck in anything and a black one that shoots out whatever fell into the white one. Oi! Go hush your mother, you little cun dash. A small black portal materialized next to Isuk's head and shot out a combat knife towards him. He didn't even need to use his quirk to dodge after seeing that familiar black portal appear right next to him. He quickly dove to the ground and avoided the high-speed projectile that would have surely embedded itself into his brain. "Could you not try and kill me while we're out on an assignment? For fuck's sake." Isuk asked with sweat dripping down his forehead after that close call. "They are below us," Nikki said, ignoring Isuk entirely. "How did you find that out?" Hanako asked. She looked at Hanako with her default emotionless face. "You don't need to know. Just follow," she responded. Hanako would normally get upset if anyone else talked to her in such a disrespectful manner, but this was Nikki of all people. She doesn't have the power or position to reprimand her. Even if she wanted to give the little brat a smack upside the head sometimes. Hanako knows that it's just the way she was brought up and not just trying to be antisocial and a jerk. Nikki created a white portal large enough to fit all 3 of them and they walked in. Seconds later they reappeared outside a black portal and in front of them stood 3 figures. One of them being on the kill list. "Move!" Isuk shouted as he fired in 4 completely different directions. The bullets bounced around the metal safe room without rhyme or reason. It seems Captain Crass took the initiative to attack with his quirk, acceleration. Nikki sucked herself into her portal to dodge the speedster. Madame Conglomerate wasn't as lucky, it seems Sturn used his quirk and manipulated the metal floor to ensnare her feet in metal, making her unable to move. She would have been punched directly in the face as she was falling if it wasn't for Isuk's bullet reaching where Captain Crass would have been. Captain Crass quickly changed his target and focused on Isuk while leaving Madame Conglomerate to his associate. Fucking fast heroes, man. First it was that little bitch in Japan, now it's this ugly fucker. Isuk muttered before slowly laughing with crazed excitement. But I've already made something special for fuckers I can't react to. I was saving it for that stupid bitch in Japan, but it won't hurt to test it on you first. Isuk yelled as Captain Crass punched him directly in the stomach. Isuk was forced to spit up saliva as he was slightly lifted off the ground from the punch. Captain Crass was about to punch Isuk across the room, but before he could finish his attack, he felt a sudden pain strike his body. Puck puck puck. Isuk fell to the ground laughing in pain. Hey, you piece of shit. I didn't even get to use it yet and you fell for trick number 1. He said to himself while laughing. Captain Crass had 3 bullet holes over his body. One coming from his right torso, one in the middle of his abdomen, and the last one hit through his left hip. He tried to ignore the pain and finish the fallen villain off, but the pain racking his body was too much for him and he couldn't activate his quirk or it could aggravate his current injuries. Bang 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 bang. Isuk unloaded onto the wounded hero while laughing with glee. The bullets easily penetrated through the hero's body. You dumb son of a bitch. Did you think I fired those first 4 shots out of fear? I already knew exactly what you were going to do once we came in this room. You never stood a chance from the start. Kikikiki. After finishing off the hero without much trouble, Isuk looked over to see Nikki holding Piper's throat from behind and Hanako controlling Sturn with her quirk. It seems the underground hero tried to encase Hanako in metal, but before he could, she shot out one of her strings and made him trip. After making him fall, she started to whip his body around with her string before finally reaching his spine and completely controlling him. Watch out, jailbait. She has a, Isuk yelled as his quirk warned him of the weapon Piper had hidden beneath her vest. Pew. The silence pistol went off and the bullet fired at Nikki's skull homed in to plow through her brains. Her unexpressive face stayed the same as it always does. A thin small portal appeared in front of her face and swallowed the bullet before it could reach her. She then created a black portal right above Piper and watched as the bullet dive bombed straight through Piper's dome and entire body, killing her immediately. There's no fucking way you could have reacted to that in time. Isuk cried out. She looked over to Isuk. You don't need to know how. But thanks. Now let's return. She said without a single change in her face nor her monotone voice. Thanks. That fucking shitty brat hasn't thanked me once ever. My warning must have helped her in some way from avoiding that bullet. But even with my warning, there's no way she had enough time to react to a bullet firing from that fucking close. She's hiding something about her quirk. I can feel it. Isuk thought as he entered through the white portal with Nikki and Hanako. They exited out of a black portal and appeared in front of the survivors' HQ. They began walking into the building. Hey, aren't we getting new recruits today? Hanako asked. Oh yeah. There was that fucking recruitment test to get rid of the weaklings and spies. I wonder if there are any legal sexy chicks. Isuk wondered. Hanako looked at him with disgust. Like anyone would be interested in a man as disgusting as you. Even if your eyes were made of shit, you'd still be able to notice how charming I am. I'm only 18, you know. Isuk revealed. Hanako's mouth dropped in shock and Nikki's eyes widened as well. What's so surprising? He asked. You're 18. You look like a balding middle-aged man with a beer gut. Hanako yelled. What? Shut up, you old bitch. I look like a perfectly healthy young man. Isuk replied, insulted. Liar. Nikki responded, not believing him in the slightest. I really am 18. What's so hard to believe about that? Look at you. Everything is hard to believe about that. Hanako told him. The trio would find themselves in the assignment room together before taking notice of 3 new faces. The first one was in a tattered robe and wore a straw hat with a golden A etched onto the top. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man who's fallen down on some rough times and had to resort to begging for change to get by. He was sitting on the head of a large purple snake that curled itself in comfort. Underneath the butt of the bum, a golden letter A was sketched onto its head. The second one was a practitioner of karate. He wore a white karate gi with the sleeves torn off, medium-length hair, a long red headband, a black martial arts belt and walked bare feet. The third was an average-looking woman. There was absolutely nothing special or unique about her. She had black hair and a modest figure. Ah, what a fucking disappointment. Isuk cried out. Are these the only ones that passed? Yes. Ayenabu, the resident angel and warper, responded. I'm pissed. Don't be upset so soon, Isuk-kun. They still have to complete a few assignments before they can officially join us. So, if they can't prove themselves to be trustworthy, we'll reject them. Ayenabu said. Whatever. I don't care anymore. I'm going to go talk to my niece. Isuk shrugged as he pulled out his latest phone from Universal Crafts Emporium. A mysterious figure could be seen in an abandoned shipping yard filled with locked or opened shipping containers. The figure was sitting in a wheelchair with their eyes shut. Half his hair was green and the other half was completely bald. Antoine, kneel. I will find out what you did, my sister. And when I do. All the large shipping containers suddenly rose into the air. The objects inside either fell to the ground or were hoisted in the air along with the containers. The mysterious figure suddenly closed his hand into his fist and all the levitating items smashed together. He then started kneading the air with his hands, forcing all the objects to get smushed and crushed before forming into a tiny cube that hovered above his palm. Welcome, my lowly interns, to the great agency of the ultimate craftsman. Antoine dramatically announced as he sat in his seat in front of 3 figures. Tell me why we had to come intern under you, Antoine. Yuga asked with a groan. Because you can't get the experience you'll get here anywhere else, my dear friend. Why do I feel like you did this just so you can annoy us? Yuga said mostly to himself. Hold your tongue, fucko. What kind of hero do you think I am? You really think I would abuse the relationship I have with those close to me just to fuck with them? Antoine asked, outraged. Yep. Of course you would. It wouldn't be surprising if you did. Kamori. Don't agree with these fucks. Antoine yelled in a shocked manner. Even your girlfriend knows how much of an ass you are. Yuga laughed. Oh my god. She agreed with us. Toru chimed in with some loud laughing as well. Shut the hell up. I didn't invite you fucks here to talk shit about me, okay? Antoine shouted before calming himself down. You picking a fight with us, Squiddy? Toru yelled. Don't think that just because you got your own hero agency that we won't beat you up. Yuga added. That's it. It's about time I put you 2 fuckers in your places. You don't think that just because you got a little stronger, I can't beat the shit out of you. Antoine roared back as he leapt out of his seat towards the 2. Toru and Yuga prepared themselves to face off against Antoine and charged towards him on their own. The duo was stopped as a mushroom wall appeared in front of them. They saw Kamori walking over to Antoine's side and they grinned. Not that anyone could see Toru grinning. While I do think you're in the wrong here, Antoine, I can't just let my boyfriend get beat one-sidedly. She said while preparing herself to fight too. Hey. It's starting to sound like you think I can't beat these dipshits on my own. Don't you know who I am? Antoine asked with a voice of self-importance. Kamori rolled her eyes and smiled. Just shut up and make sure not to hold me back, okay? Yuga blasted the mushroom wall apart. She's starting to sound like you already, Antoine. Toru commented. Let's hope she doesn't take too much from him. I don't think I'd be able to handle two Antoines. One is just enough for the world, I think. Yuga said. A second me would be fucking great. What are you assholes even spouting over there? Think of the greatness I emit and multiply that times 2. That's like having two perfect human beings. Kamori giggled. You're not perfect, what the heck? You can't even wash your own clothes. Kamori said. That's what the robots are for. Why should I take the time to learn how to do such basic and tedious work when I can have others do it for me? It should be enough that I'm a fucking hero and helping people. You're just lazy. Kamori revealed. Nope. I can't believe you would even say something like that. I'm starting to not want you on my side anymore if all you're gonna do is badmouth me. Is that so? She asked, staring him in the eyes. A single drop of sweat fell from Antoine's forehead. What the hell is that sexy look supposed to mean? Is she trying to seduce me in front of Toru and Yuga? No, my thick mushroom girlfriend. I'm not into the type of play where other people can watch. I'm sorry. He thought to himself. Kamori suddenly kicked Antoine away and Toru and Yuga took advantage of this betrayal. They charged the surprised Antoine and started going all out against him and his tentacles. Babe. What the fuck? I was kidding when I said that. Antoine yelled in distress as Toru and Yuga were managing to keep up with his tentacles. It didn't sound like you were kidding. Of course I was. Why would I ever want you not on my side? A faint smile appeared on Kamori's face. You sure know how to use that mouth of yours for sweet talking. But I guess I'll forgive you. I'm not heartless after all. Kamori grew a giant mushroom in between Antoine, Toru, and Yuga. Separating the trio before controlling the mushroom to extend and slam Toru and Yuga outside the office. The two recovered mid-air and looked at Antoine's secretary glaring at them. Their bodies were paralyzed from her stare. Hey. Nozumi. We were just. Yuga tried to explain but she cut him off before he could finish. I don't care. Whatever you break, you fix or pay for. She told him before returning back to typing on her computer. Ahaha, how'd that feel, you sons of bitches? This dream team is unstoppable. Antoine shouted as he appeared from out his office with Kamori on the side of him. That was only round 1. This ain't over yet. Toru replied with equal excitement before charging towards Antoine. Don't hold back on me too much, you two. I'm not that weak. Kamori told the duo as she grew mushrooms all around the waiting room. I'll try my best. Yuga replied weakly while blasting towards Kamori. The outcome of this battle would end with a single person coming out of top, a half-destroyed newly built hero agency, numerous injuries to all those present in the battle, and a video of the battle reaching the #1 trending on YouTube in multiple countries. The popularity of the 4 involved with the battle will rise from their interesting personalities and cool-looking quirks. Except for Antoine's, of course. The viewers mostly focused on his amazing equipment and tech he pulled out during the fight once he realized he couldn't win with just his tentacles. After the battle, the 4 of them got themselves fixed up and started to do their jobs as heroes. Toru and Yuga would refuse to join Antoine's agency as sidekicks and tell him they will start their own hero agency in the future that'll beat his. Kamori decided to join as his sidekick to be closer to Antoine after while she's still in school. Are you still gonna build that hero school that's gonna top you? Toru asked. Yeah. I'm looking all over the world for some good teachers to teach there. I already know where I want it built, but there is a bunch of other stuff I still got to get together before I can go through with it publicly. You sound like you thought a lot about this. Kamori said, surprised. Yeah, but it's all such a pain in the ass. Who knew trying to build the greatest hero school in the entire world would take so much careful planning and effort? I don't think I ever heard of someone complaining like that before, Yuga said. Well, you know. I'm not gonna be the #1 future pro hero for nothing, you know. What's impossible for others is not impossible for a handsome genius like me. Antoine grinned. Handsome? Toru, Yuga, and Kamori asked at the same time. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? The three of them laughed at Antoine's outburst as he continued to try and question them on their response to what he said. That's the end of this tale. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you so much, and hopefully you continue enjoying the content I put out. Peace.